In the previous part, Wang Wenbin faced a hopeless situation. His stores, which were once worth around 2 million yuan, had been devalued to 750,000. A representative of the influential higher-ups explained that this was the only offer, and refusal could leave him with nothing. Although Wang Wenbin felt the deep injustice of the situation, he signed the contract, realizing that resistance was futile. He was advised to leave Shanghai, as continuing to live in the city would become impossible for him. After the deal, he returned home, where he spent the entire day and night in complete despair, lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling. He felt crushed and empty, having lost love, friends, and his career. He realized he had nothing left. Once bold and uncompromising, Wang Wenbin had now become more rational and resigned to life's harshness. After waking up, Wang Wenbin stepped outside and felt aimless. He went downstairs for breakfast and spent an hour sitting in the breakfast shop before leaving. Wandering aimlessly through the city, he gazed at its ever-growing skyline but found no affection for it, only increasing disgust. By now he had begun to loathe the city. Every scene he saw here brought him pain. His heart burned with a strong desire to escape this city, which had broken him completely. Wang Wenbin eventually found himself at the back gate of his former school. After some hesitation, he walked in slowly, returning to the lakeside. Sitting there in a daze, he spent the entire afternoon lost in thought. But later, Wang Wenbin took out his phone and dialed Yang Hong's number. "Yang Hong," he said, "get in touch with Xiao Guo and gather all the employees from the 2 stores. Find a decent restaurant. I'm treating everyone to a meal. You and Xiao Guo handle the arrangements, and make sure everyone attends. Let's do it tonight. Once you've finalized the details, send me the address." After ending the call, Wang Wenbin stared at the lake, whose waters had remained largely unchanged over the years. With a quiet sigh, he muttered, "It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye." He let out a long sigh and walked slowly toward the school's back gate. On the back street, as he passed by the barbecue shop again, he stopped and stood there. The shop's sign had already been taken down, and its interior equipment seemed to have been sold off and cleared out. It showed no signs of anyone taking over. Looking at the mess inside, Wang Wenbin's heart trembled uncontrollably. He had poured endless effort into these 2 shops, spending countless sleepless nights thinking about how to manage them. And now, it was all over. The mess inside was the truest reflection of his inner humiliation. Wang Wenbin stood at the door smoking, then turned and left, powerless to change anything. Passing by the train ticket agency, he hesitated for a moment before stepping inside to buy the earliest ticket back to his hometown from Shanghai. Train tickets were readily available at this time, with no scalpers marking up prices. He even managed to secure a sleeper ticket for the train leaving at midnight the next evening. With the ticket in hand, Wang Wenbin walked home while trying to call his father. However, no one answered. He called twice more but still got no response, so he gave up. He didn't think much of it. His father's phone was rarely reachable, either due to being switched off after forgetting to charge it, silenced and unheard, or simply left behind when he went out. Since the start of the year, Wang Wenbin had made a habit of calling his father every 2 or 3 days. Unlike before, when his father ignored him entirely, he now always answered if he heard the phone, and their brief conversations ensured both sides were reassured about each other's well-being. Returning home, Wang Wenbin took a moment to walk around the house and look at everything. After living there for over half a year, the place was still as empty as ever. Apart from the kitchen supplies, he hadn't added anything to the apartment. To Wang Wenbin, this was always just a place to stay, never a home. He had never felt any sense of belonging to this city. Wang Wenbin called the landlord to arrange a meeting and discuss ending the lease. Rent was paid quarterly, with an additional 1-month deposit. Having lived there for just over a month this quarter, Wang Wenbin hoped to negotiate a refund for the unused portion of the rent, as housing here wasn't cheap. However, the elderly landlady was adamant no refunds on the rent. She insisted he could stay until the end of the quarter if he wanted, but only the deposit would be returned. In the end, Wang Wenbin had no choice but to accept only the deposit. He wasn't in the mood to argue with an elderly woman. After wrapping up the handover with her, he pocketed the deposit and informed her that he would vacate the place by the following night. The afternoon slipped away amidst these tasks. After seeing the landlady off, Wang Wenbin left the apartment and headed toward a nearby restaurant on the back street. Yang Hong had chosen a place there for the gathering. On the way, Wang Wenbin stopped by a convenience store to buy a stack of red envelopes and then withdrew tens of thousands of yuan in cash from a nearby bank, stuffing it into his pocket. When Wang Wenbin arrived at the restaurant, all the employees from the 2 shops were already present. Yang Hong had reserved a large private room with 4 tables, just enough to seat everyone. As Wang Wenbin entered, everyone stood and greeted him, addressing him as boss. Smiling, he greeted each one in return and invited them to sit down. He took a seat at the table with Yang Hong and Xiao Guo, where the management staff of the shops were gathered. Did you arrange for drinks? Wang Wenbin asked Yang Hong. Yes, Yang Hong replied, pointing to the boxes on the floor. I ordered 2 cases from our previous liquor supplier Good Stuff. Great. Let's serve the food, Wang Wenbin said. Yang Hong instructed the staff to bring in the dishes, which were soon laid out on the tables. Everyone waited quietly, refraining from touching the food. It was clear they were waiting for Wang Wenbin to say a few words before starting. Most of them had an inkling of the reason for the dinner, given that the shops had been closed for days without any updates. Tonight I've invited everyone here for a few reasons, Wang Wenbin began. First, since the shops opened, it's been over a year now. Even though we've eaten together every day, it's always been the staff meals at work. I've never properly treated you all to a meal, and for that, I feel ashamed. Second, I want to express my gratitude to all of you. Many of you have been with me for years, while others are newer friends. Regardless of whether you're new or old, over the past year, you've all worked tirelessly and earnestly for the sake of the shops and for me, Wang Wenbin. The shop's success has been entirely thanks to your efforts. So, this meal is my way of saying thank you. And third, Wang Wenbin paused, his voice dropping slightly but remaining firm as he continued. The main reason for this gathering is that tonight's dinner is also our farewell meal. After this dinner, we'll all go our separate ways. A somber silence filled the room. Everyone listened intently, sensing the weight of Wang Wenbin's words. When Wang Wenbin uttered those words, everyone was stunned. Suspecting something was one thing, but hearing it directly from him was entirely different. The room immediately buzzed with discussion, some people visibly agitated. Boss, are we really disbanding? Yang Hong asked. Wang Wenbin nodded silently, unwilling to elaborate. Yang Hong and Xiao Guo chose not to say more, sinking into silence. It's not that I don't want to keep the shops open, Wang Wenbin finally explained. Who wouldn't want to keep earning money? But someone has made it impossible for me to continue. There's nothing I can do, and I hope you'll all understand. When the shops closed, I made sure to settle all your wages and bonuses. Over this past year, I can proudly say I've been fair to all of you, just as you've been loyal and hardworking for me. Today, as we part ways, I want you to know how much I hate to see this end. But this is reality, and it's beyond my control. I've prepared a small red envelope for each of you, just 1,000 yuan per person. It's not much, just a token of my gratitude. The shops had to be sold off for a pittance, and I didn't make much from it. I hope you'll forgive me. Yang Hong, Xiao Guo, please help distribute the envelopes to everyone. Wang Wenbin handed the red envelopes to Yang Hong and Xiao Guo, who began passing them out. For some of you, I already have your phone numbers. For others, I don't. Yang Hong, please prepare a list with everyone's names and phone numbers so I can save them. I also ask that you all save my number as well. No matter what happens in the future, if there's anything I can do to help, I promise I'll do my best. And if one day I manage to make a comeback, I won't forget any of you. Now, let's not dwell on this. There's plenty of food and drink tonight. Eat and drink as much as you like. If it's not enough, we'll order more. This first drink is my toast to all of you. Wang Wenbin stood, raised his glass, and downed his drink in one gulp. After the toast, Wang Wenbin stepped outside to the corridor with Yang Hong and Xiao Guo. Pulling out 2 red envelopes, he handed one to each of them. These are for the 2 of you, 10,000 yuan each. I wish I could give more, but I'm stretched thin. You both know I've been targeted by someone powerful, someone I offended. That's why I had to close the shops and sell them off cheaply. I want to thank you both for your tireless work and dedication to the shops. Let's keep in touch, no matter what. And if the day comes when I truly make a comeback, I hope you'll both join me again. When Wang Wenbin returned to the private room, employees began approaching him one by one to offer their toasts. He didn't refuse a single one, drinking every glass offered to him and making sure to return the gesture by toasting each person individually. He was genuinely grateful to these employees. Without them, the shops would never have succeeded, nor would he have been able to settle his debts as he had. That night, Wang Wenbin drank until he was completely unconscious. When he awoke, it was already noon the next day. The apartment was silent and dark due to the poor lighting, making the place feel even gloomier. Wang Wenbin realized he had slept in his clothes and could still smell the alcohol on himself. He couldn't remember how he had gotten home but figured it must have been Xiao Guo who helped him, as only Xiao Guo knew where he lived. For Wang Wenbin, everything was now over. Lying lazily in bed, he checked his phone. It was already noon. The screen showed no missed calls, no messages. The sheer emptiness of it all made him chuckle bitterly. Lighting a cigarette, he muttered to himself, "So this is what loneliness feels like, huh?" He sat alone, smoking quietly, letting the solitude wash over him. This was the final taste the city had left him. Finally he got up, took a shower, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Determined to leave the city with dignity, he visited a nearby barbershop to get his messy hair trimmed and his beard neatly shaved. By the time he was finished, it was nearly dark. Unwilling to stay in the oppressive apartment any longer, he packed his belongings into the same old backpack he had carried when he first arrived in the city years ago after being kicked out by his father. Now, he was leaving the city with that same backpack. Before leaving, he placed the apartment key on the table as agreed with the landlord. Locking the door behind him, Wang Wenbin walked out with his backpack. With time to spare before his train, Wang Wenbin strolled through the streets, eventually hailing a cab to an old restaurant he hadn't visited since Niziki had left. When he arrived, he was surprised to see that the place had been completely renovated. Even the signboard had been replaced. It was now a Hunan cuisine restaurant. The change hit him harder than he expected. Looking at the completely unfamiliar facade, he felt a pang of sadness. It was as if everything from the past had vanished without a trace, irretrievable and unrecognizable. Despite the transformation, Wang Wenbin went inside. The restaurant was bustling with business. He looked for the corner table where he had once sat with Niziki, but it was gone. The interior had been entirely redone, more upscale than before, with no remnants of its previous incarnation. Wang Wenbin chose a seat by the window, ordered a beer and 3 dishes, and ate slowly. As he ate, rain suddenly began to pour outside. Pedestrians hurried through the downpour, parents clutching children, men holding women close, rushing through the rain. No matter how disheveled the people on the street appeared, the neon lights of the skyscrapers continued to shine brightly, their glow harsh and unyielding. Cars sped past, spraying water onto the sidewalks, while raindrops blurred the glass of the windows. Wang Wenbin stared out at the scene, lost in thought. It was a vivid snapshot of life in the city, a world he was once a part of. He, too, had been one of those people, scrambling through the rain. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he suddenly thought of Zhu Wei, the one person in this city who had ever shown him genuine warmth and care. Wang Wenbin slowly took out his phone and searched through it for a long time, only to remember that he had already deleted Zhu Wei's number. Although it had been over 6 months since he deleted it, her number was still etched clearly in his mind, as if carved into his memory. He carefully dialed Zhu Wei's number. The phone rang for a while before it was answered, and her familiar voice, one he hadn't heard in so long, came through. "Is this Wenbin?" Zhu Wei asked. She, too, had deleted his number, but as soon as she saw this unfamiliar one appear on her phone, she instinctively recognized it as his. "Yes," Wang Wenbin replied. There was a moment of silence. Neither of them knew what to say. "Zhu Wei, I'm leaving," Wang Wenbin said. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Leaving Shanghai," he replied, and before Zhu Wei could respond, he added, "Forever. I won't be coming back." Zhu Wei fell silent on the other end. After a long pause, she asked, "When are you leaving?" "On tonight's train." "Where are you now?" "I'll come find you," Zhu Wei said. "There's no need. I just wanted to call to say goodbye. No matter what happened between us, I'm deeply grateful for the kindness and beautiful memories you gave me. Meeting you. I have regrets, but I've never once regretted knowing you," Wang Wenbin said slowly. "Tell me where you are," Zhu Wei pressed again. Wang Wenbin looked at his phone for a moment, then hung up without answering. After ending the call, he downed the remaining half bottle of beer in front of him, paid his bill, and walked to the restaurant's door. Taking the backpack from his shoulders, he held it over his head like an umbrella and stepped out into the rain. He didn't run. He didn't want his final moments in this city to be marked by any trace of desperation. So, he walked slowly to the bus stop, letting the rain soak through his clothes and his backpack. He had considered saying goodbye to Zhang Xinyi, but her phone number had been disconnected. Wang Wenbin didn't want to dwell on why that was. The fact was he couldn't reach her. If they couldn't stay in contact, then so be it. Leaving quietly like this might be better for both of them. After all, their meeting had been a mistake from the start. If they had never met, Zhang Xinyi wouldn't be suffering as she was now, and he wouldn't have endured so much hopeless humiliation. Perhaps then, he wouldn't be leaving this city in such a dejected state. The bus crawled through heavy traffic, and with the long distance to the train station, it took nearly 2 hours to get there. By the time Wang Wenbin arrived, it was 9:30 p.m. The rain had eased but was still falling lightly. He stepped off the bus and walked slowly toward the station's entrance. As he queued for the security check, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name. Wenbin. He turned and saw Xu Wei standing nearby, holding little Annie's hand in one of hers and a folded umbrella in the other. Xu Wei was as beautiful as ever, her poise and elegance undiminished. Surprised to see her, Wang Wenbin asked, "Why are you here? You said you were taking tonight's train, but you didn't tell me where you were. So I brought her here to wait for you," Xu Wei replied. Then turned to Annie. "Annie, say hello." "Daddy," little Annie said, looking up at Wang Wenbin. Her word daddy left both Wang Wenbin and Xu Wei momentarily embarrassed. Wang Wenbin crouched down, intending to pick Annie up, but remembered his coat was soaked through. He stood, took off his wet jacket, stuffed it into his backpack, and then crouched down again to lift Annie into his arms. Smiling, he said, "From now on, call me Uncle. Look, there's a KFC nearby. How about Uncle takes you there for some chicken?" "Okay. I haven't had it in so long. Mommy says it's junk food and won't let me eat it," Annie replied eagerly. "That's okay. Uncle says you can eat it today. Your mom can't stop us. Let's go." Wang Wenbin laughed and carried Annie toward the KFC across the way. Xu Wei followed quietly, her emotions complicated as she watched Wang Wenbin with Annie. At KFC, Wang Wenbin ordered a large amount of food, enough to fill 2 trays. The table was piled high. "You ordered so much. She can't eat all this," Xu Wei said. "It's okay. Whatever she eats is enough. I might not have another chance to take her out for a meal," Wang Wenbin said softly, watching Annie eat with affection. His words carried a tinge of sadness. "Why are you leaving?" Xu Wei asked. "Because I'm tired of this city," Wang Wenbin replied after some thought, his voice calm and distant. "Is it because of me?" Xu Wei pressed. "I can't say it has nothing to do with you. But it's not just you. It's a lot of things. I'm tired. I need to go," he said plainly. "What about your 2 shops?" Xu Wei asked. "They're closed. I sold them." "Was business bad?" "No, business was good. Very good." "Then why close them? You poured so much effort into those shops." "It wasn't my choice. I had to close them." "Why? What happened?" Xu Wei frowned. Wang Wenbin looked out the window, smiled faintly and said, "Don't ask. It's all in the past now. For me, this city is about to become just a memory. I'll try to forget everything about it. Why I closed the shops doesn't matter anymore." "Was it because of me?" Xu Wei asked again. Wang Wenbin shook his head. "No. The shop closures had nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Xu Wei fell silent again, her gaze fixed on Wang Wenbin as he watched Annie eat. He gently wiped her mouth with a napkin and reminded her, "Eat slowly, or you'll get it all over yourself. Wenbin, the shops can be reopened. There's no need to leave. We could partner together to open a high-end food court. Your model for the snack shop was excellent, hugely successful. With my experience, if we expand the variety, secure a larger space, and create a more upscale atmosphere, it could definitely work. I can provide the capital, and you can manage it," Xu Wei said after a moment of thought. Wang Wenbin smiled at her and nodded slightly. "Thank you for the offer. But I'm really tired of this city. I don't want to stay here anymore. There's nothing in this city for me." Xu Wei listened to Wang Wenbin's firm response, feeling a little disappointed, but she nodded with a faint smile, showing her understanding. "You really won't come back?" she asked. "I won't," Wang Wenbin replied, nodding. "What are your plans for the future?" "I don't know. I'll take things one step at a time and go with the flow. As long as I'm still breathing, I won't starve," Wang Wenbin said with a grin. "Just remember, my number hasn't changed. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." "All right," he agreed. Then, changing the topic, he gently patted Annie on the head and asked, "How is Annie's health now?" "She's still weak," Xu Wei said. "She gets sick easily, colds, fevers. But this is the best it's ever been. According to the doctors, her recovery is a miracle. We take her for checkups every 2 weeks to monitor her condition. If she can get through the next 2 years without any issues, she'll fully recover and live like a normal child. The doctors are optimistic, they say it's just a matter of time now." "That's good. That's really good. I told you before heaven might doze off for a while, but it doesn't turn a blind eye." Wang Wenbin smiled warmly. Then, with a hint of reproach, he added, "But Annie's health is fragile. You shouldn't have brought her out in the rain. I wanted to tell her that her life was saved by you. I also wanted her to know she has an uncle who loves her as much as if she were his own daughter. No matter how old she gets in the future, this gratitude can never be forgotten," Xu Wei said, looking at Annie with a gentle, wistful expression. Wang Wenbin stared at Annie with soft eyes, filled with tenderness and affection. Half an hour later, Wang Wenbin passed through the security checkpoint and entered the waiting room. He knew that stepping into that waiting area marked the end of every story and relationship he had with this city. Unlike before, this time he had a sleeper berth. Once on the train, he lay down and closed his eyes. The train slowly started moving. Through the window, the familiar lights of Shanghai receded into the distance, inch by inch. Minutes later, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Staring at the fading neon lights, Wang Wenbin felt a bittersweet ache. He had finally left this city, a place that felt like a devil's lair. He left with a heart weighed down by grievances, bitterness, and exhaustion. Surprisingly, not long after boarding, Wang Wenbin fell asleep. It was the deepest, most peaceful sleep he had had in ages. He couldn't even remember the last time he had slept so soundly. The 20-plus hours of the train journey passed quickly in his restful slumber. He almost didn't notice the passage of time. When Wang Wenbin got off the train, he took a ride to the county town and then hired a taxi to go home. As usual, the taxi driver refused to take him all the way to the house and stopped at the village entrance instead. After paying the hefty fare, Wang Wenbin shouldered his backpack and began walking home. It was already 10 p.m. The walk took him about 20 minutes, just as it always had. When he arrived at his house, he saw it was just as it had been during his last visit, completely dark, with no lights and the door tightly shut. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. In the end, he climbed over the wall and searched the house. His father wasn't there, but he found his father's phone on the bedside table in his room. Confused, Wang Wenbin went back outside and knocked on the door of the neighbor's house. "Auntie, do you know where my dad went?" he asked. "You don't know? Your dad went to the hospital," the neighbor replied. "What? The hospital?" "Yes. When did this happen?" "Yesterday morning. The day before that, he went to see Dr. Yang, complaining about persistent headaches, vomiting, occasional confusion, and even seizures. Dr. Yang measured his blood pressure and told him it was dangerously high. He said your dad needed to go to a big hospital immediately. But your dad came back saying Dr. Yang was making a big deal out of nothing, that high blood pressure wasn't a big deal, and refused to go. Then yesterday morning he asked me to feed the chickens for him and said he'd decided to go to the big hospital after all. I guess he realized his condition was getting worse." "He went to the hospital alone?" "Yes, by himself. He hasn't come back since." "I figure he must have been admitted," the neighbor said, nodding. Wang Wenbin felt a pang of worry. After a moment's thought, he asked the neighbor for the number of a local motorbike taxi driver, and called him to arrange a ride to the county hospital. Since it was late at night, the driver demanded 300 yuan. Without bargaining, Wang Wenbin agreed and asked him to hurry. That night, Wang Wenbin rode the motorbike for over 2 hours before reaching the county. He instructed the driver to drop him off directly at the county hospital. It wasn't hard to figure out where his father might be. This was the only large public hospital in the area. Upon arrival, the hospital was quiet, with few staff around. Wang Wenbin looked at the directory in the lobby and ran between departments, asking nurses on duty if his father was admitted there. After checking 2 departments, he finally found the ward where his father was staying. It was almost 1 a.m., and the hospital was eerily silent. Wang Wenbin entered the dark ward, where he could hear the faint sounds of people snoring. Using his phone's flashlight, he located his father on a bed near the window. He was fast asleep. On the accompanying bed next to him was another person, his aunt. As Wang Wenbin's flashlight illuminated the room, his aunt stirred awake. Seeing Wang Wenbin, she looked surprised. "Wenbin, you're back?" After glancing at his sleeping father, she softly added, "Come on, let's talk outside. Don't wake him." Wang Wenbin nodded, and followed her out of the ward. Once outside, his aunt couldn't hold back her reproach. "Wenbin, you've finally come back? Let me tell you, you're such an unfilial child. Your mom's gone and your dad's been all alone. He's getting older, and his health isn't good. It's fine that you left to work, but you should visit more often. Even if you can't come home, at least call him and show some concern. What if something serious had happened this time? What if he'd died alone at home, with no one to know or care?" Wang Wenbin lowered his head, nodding repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Auntie. It's my fault. I promise I'll do better from now on. But tell me, how is my dad? What's wrong with him? Is it serious?" Wang Wenbin didn't bother explaining to his aunt that the reason he hadn't come back in the past 2 years was because his father had forbidden it. He hadn't called much either because his father rarely answered the phone. Even when he did call this time, Every few days, his father either didn't pick up or would insist that he was perfectly fine and healthy during their conversations. Wang Wenbin chose not to explain further. Regardless of the reasons, as a son, it was his failing, it was his lack of filial piety. This deeply rooted guilt weighed heavily on him. High blood pressure, his aunt said. Do you know how high? 220 over something, and the worst part is, it caused complications. The doctor said your father has had a stroke caused by cerebral thrombosis. Thankfully, it was caught early. Otherwise, it could have been catastrophic. The mildest outcome would have been partial paralysis, the worst, he could have died. It's that serious? Wang Wenbin asked, panic rising in his voice. And now? What's his condition? Is he going to be okay? For now, he's stable. Luckily, your dad came to the hospital on his own. No immediate danger for now. He'll need to stay in the hospital for a while to lower his blood pressure and treat the stroke. But the doctor said high blood pressure and cerebral thrombosis can't be cured completely, they can only be managed. When he's discharged, he'll need careful monitoring and strict control over his health. If not, he could face paralysis or even death at any time. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin felt some relief knowing his father was stable. But the potential severity of the condition kept his anxiety simmering. Listen to me, his aunt continued. From now on, no matter what happens, you must take good care of your dad. He only has you, his only son. If anything happens to him, I won't forgive you. Wang Wenbin nodded quickly. Auntie, I understand. I'm staying home this time. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay and take care of him. Seeing Wang Wenbin's repentant attitude, his aunt sighed, her anger subsiding somewhat. Ah, to be fair, you're not entirely to blame. You're a good kid, but you had no choice. Young people have to go out and earn a living, you can't stay in the mountains forever. What's there to achieve here, farming? But your dad, with his stubborn temper, even when something's wrong, he'd never tell you. He came to the hospital alone this time. If the doctor hadn't insisted he needed a family member to accompany him, he wouldn't have even called me. When I got here, I said I'd call you, and he threw a fit. He absolutely refused. He said you were running 2 businesses over there, and if you found out, you'd drop everything and come back. He kept insisting it was no big deal, that he wasn't dying anytime soon. What could I do? So I didn't tell you. I stayed here to care for him, but he's been chasing me away every day, saying I'm wasting my time and getting in the way of my own life. But how could I leave? He's my brother. Seeing him this ill, lying in a hospital bed, how could I just walk away and leave him alone? Thank you for everything, Auntie, Wang Wenbin said gratefully. Please go home and rest tomorrow. I'll take over from here. It's fine. I can't sleep anyway. Let's go sit down. I'll chat with you for a bit, his aunt suggested. Okay, Wang Wenbin agreed, following her to a row of worn chairs in the hallway. The hospital wasn't in great condition, the chairs were old and broken, but it was the best the county hospital could offer in the mountainous region. You're 28 now, right? His aunt asked. 27. But turning 28 by traditional age, Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. Not young anymore. Do you have a girlfriend back where you were? Wang Wenbin shook his head. No. Be honest with me. Do you really not have one? Really, I don't. Still thinking about that girl, Yi Shu Min, aren't you? His aunt pressed. Wang Wenbin knew exactly who she was referring to. No, that's in the past, he said. Then why haven't you found someone to marry? You're not getting any younger. It's not that I don't want to, Auntie, Wang Wenbin explained. I just haven't met the right person yet. Marriage requires the right connection, it's not something you can force. And what do you think the right connection is? Are you just waiting for some perfect match to fall into your lap? What about your father? Have you ever thought about how he feels? His aunt's tone turned stern. Wang Wenbin looked puzzled, unsure of what she meant. Has your dad never talked to you about getting married? He mentioned it briefly during the new year, but he didn't say much. There you go. That's just like him, too stubborn to say what's really on his mind. Let me tell you, your dad might not say anything, but he's worried sick about it. These past few days he's been sighing all the time. The doctor scared him, and now he thinks he might die any day. He told me his biggest regret is that you're not married yet. He hasn't had a good night's sleep because of it. Don't you see? Parents worry about these things when their kids grow up, and you know how your dad is proud and stubborn. He feels ashamed that you're still single at your age. He blames the family's poor financial situation, so for years, he's been working himself to the bone to save up for your wedding. Do you know he cried while talking about it? He said he feels he's failed your mother because, at his age, he still can't give you a proper family. Her words hit Wang Wenbin hard. He sat silently, unable to respond. Listen to me, his aunt said, her voice softer now. Stop wandering around aimlessly. It's time to settle down. Find a nice girl, get married, have children, and live a steady life. Don't make your father worry anymore. He might look strong, but the doctor said his health is terrible. His high blood pressure is partly from drinking and partly from overwork. Look at his hair, it's all white now. Your father has worked himself to the brink for you. He hasn't had a single day of comfort in his life. Who knows how much time he has left? Can't you give him a little peace of mind? Let him enjoy a few good days before it's too late. Wang Wenbin sat there, listening intently, his heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. He knew his aunt was right. He had been unfilial. Yes, auntie, he said quietly. I promise. I'll stay home this time. I won't leave. I'll take care of my dad. You're missing the point, his aunt snapped. It's not about staying home. Your dad doesn't want you to hover around him, he wants to see you get married and build a life. He said that if he could just see you settled, he'd die with no regrets. Are you going to let him die worrying about you? Do you plan to spend your whole life alone, never marrying, never starting a family? What kind of life is that? She sighed deeply. I'm telling you this for your own good. If you're not going to listen, fine. Sit here and think it over yourself. If you still don't get it, then you don't have to call me your aunt anymore. With that, she turned and went back into the hospital room, leaving Wang Wenbin alone. He sat in the dim hallway, smoking a cigarette, his thoughts heavy and his heart weighed down with emotion. That night, Wang Wenbin sat on the hospital bench all night, unable to find a place to sleep. There was only one companion bed in the room, which his aunt used. He couldn't ask her to give it up for him. When she woke up in the middle of the night and insisted he take the bed, he refused. He was also too tired to bother finding a nearby hotel. In the morning he went out to get breakfast. After they ate, he persuaded his aunt to go home. She lived in the town where her husband worked as the deputy mayor, and her son and daughter-in-law were working in other cities. She also needed to return home to look after her grandson. Wang Wenbin escorted her to the bus station before returning to the hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital room, his father began scolding him. Why did you come back? Who called you? Was it your aunt? I told her not to call you. I told her over and over again. There's no big issue, so why did she make you rush back from so far away? You've got a business to run, and she's not young anymore, why doesn't she understand? Dad, it wasn't auntie who called me, Wang Wenbin said as he adjusted the bed to make it easier for his father to sit up. I came back on my own. Why? What about your business? Who's managing it now? Dad, I've already transferred the shop to someone else. I'm staying here now. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying home to take care of you, Wang Wenbin said as he sat by the bedside. What? You transferred the shop? Are you crazy? Do you have no ambition at all? Can't you just focus and stick to one thing? His father's temper flared, and he erupted with anger. Dad, you have high blood pressure. If you get too angry, your blood pressure will spike, and you could die. If you really want to leave me all alone, then go ahead and keep getting angry, Wang Wenbin said calmly. Can't you? Don't worry about why I came back. I'm here now, and I'm not leaving. Dad, I've made up my mind. I'll stay home, find a simple job, look for a suitable girl, get married, and start a family. I'll live a stable life so you don't have to worry anymore. Over the years, I've done plenty of foolish things. I've already driven Mom to her grave. I don't want to do the same to you. Like you've always said, I'm done wandering. I'll settle down here, find work that can sustain me, and get married. I'll have a child and take care of you. If anything happened to you, I'd never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Wang Wenbin spoke slowly, sitting by the bedside. Dad, honestly, these past few years, drifting from place to place, I've been miserable. I'm tired, completely exhausted. I just want to come home and live a steady, peaceful life. Even if it means having no big dreams or no great romance. Wang Wenbin's words were directed at his father, but in truth, they were also meant for himself. These were thoughts he'd wrestled with all night, eventually reaching a decision. Hearing his son's words, the old man's anger dissipated. He stared at Wang Wenbin in silence, his blood pressure gradually stabilizing. At his age, what the old man desired most was to have his son by his side. Though he never said it aloud, he thought about Wang Wenbin every moment of every day when he was home alone. More than anything, he dreamed of seeing Wang Wenbin married and starting a family. That wish had become so urgent it even outweighed his concerns about his own mortality. Now, hearing Wang Wenbin's resolve, he felt a deep sense of joy. But being a man of few words and not good at expressing his feelings, he kept it to himself. Wang Wenbin stayed by his father's side for 2 weeks in the hospital, never leaving, not even once. By the time his father was discharged, Wang Wenbin joked that he smelled like formaldehyde from spending so much time there. On the day of discharge, Wang Wenbin hailed a taxi to take his father home. During the ride, he endured a barrage of scolding from his father, who called him a fool for squandering his future. Once home, Wang Wenbin immediately started tidying up the house. His father, watching him work, called him over to sit together in the courtyard. "Wenbin, I don't have many wishes," his father began. "I don't care about wealth or success. All I want is for you to settle down, get married, and live a good life. If you get married and have children, as long as I'm still able, I'll help take care of them. And if I can't, then when my time comes, I'll leave peacefully, knowing your mother won't scold me for failing to see you married. I'm happy you've decided to come back and settle down. But no matter what, you need to have a plan for your future. I'm not asking for you to be rich, but at least make sure you can live comfortably. Don't you think that's reasonable?" His father's tone was unusually gentle, rare for him. "Dad, I understand. I've thought it through," Wang Wenbin replied. "Our hometown is poor. Relying on this land won't be enough to support myself, let alone get married and raise a family. Over the years in Shanghai, I managed to save up some money. I've worked in the restaurant business all this time, so I've decided to open a high-quality restaurant in our town. First, I have the capital and the experience. Second, I've thought about it a lot recently, and I believe it's feasible. Our surrounding villages may be poor, but not everyone is struggling. And even in poor areas, there are always people with money. Nowadays, people's living standards have improved, and there's demand for places to host events, weddings, banquets, gatherings. They want a nice venue to show off a little. The restaurants in our town are just basic eateries, not upscale at all, so I think opening a high-end restaurant will work. It won't make us rich, but it can support a family." This was a plan Wang Wenbin had carefully considered during his father's hospital stay. In fact, even during his last visit home for Chinese New Year, he had noticed this gap in the market but had never imagined he'd actually act on it. "Good. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you," his father said firmly. "I don't have much saved, but the few thousand yuan in my bank card, take it. It's all I can offer. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own." "There's no need, Dad. Keep that money for yourself. I have enough to open the restaurant. Once it's up and running, I'll think about either buying a house in town or rebuilding this one. Then I'll look for a suitable girl. If I can't find one, I'll ask someone to introduce me. As long as it's a good match, I'll get married. But first, I need to establish the restaurant. Without a steady income or a decent home, no girl would consider me," Wang Wenbin said with determination. Hearing his son's words, the old man's face lit up with happiness. He nodded repeatedly, a wide smile spreading across his face. "First, you have to promise me a few things," Wang Wenbin said as he laid out the rules for his father. "First, no more drinking. This is absolutely non-negotiable. The doctor has emphasized it over and over again. Second, you're not allowed to farm or do heavy labor anymore. The doctor told you this face to face too. If you overexert yourself and take a bad fall, the consequences could be disastrous. Third, I know how stubborn you are about taking medicine, but this time, you must take your medications on time and in the correct doses every day. This is a chronic condition. Managing it will take time and discipline." For reasons he couldn't fully understand, Wang Wenbin noticed that ever since his father's illness, his temper seemed to have softened significantly. The old fiery demeanor had mellowed. Before, it was always Wang Wenbin who had to listen to his father's orders, but now his father had started listening to him. That night, Wang Wenbin couldn't sleep. In the middle of the night, he carried a chair into the courtyard and sat alone, gazing at the moon and stars. Although he had made his decision, he couldn't find any joy in it. If this had been a year ago, he would never have chosen to come back home, let alone entertain the idea of marrying someone just for the sake of it. But now, he was compromising with life, forced to do so. Partly for his father's sake, and partly because he himself was simply exhausted. Over the years he had chased dreams and pursued love, only to end up with nothing but scars to show for it. Now, he wanted to try a different way of living, one without lofty dreams or grand romance, just a life of quiet, ordinary existence. Whether he liked it or not, he had decided to move forward this way. The decision had been made, but deep down, there was still a lingering bitterness, a sense of unwillingness that kept him from feeling truly content. Yet Wang Wenbin was not one to dwell on regrets once he made a decision. The next day, he headed into the county and spent 50,000 yuan on a new minivan. Back in his hometown, transportation was a constant problem. Without a vehicle, starting anything productive would be impossible. After that, he fully immersed himself in preparing to open his restaurant. Thanks to his many connections in the town, his aunt, great-aunts, and other relatives, not to mention his uncle, the deputy mayor. Things moved along smoothly. Wang Wenbin devoted all his time and energy to the restaurant, and in the meantime, he stayed home to care for his father with great attention. It took Wang Wenbin 2 months to prepare the restaurant. He rented a large 3-story house in the center of the town. The streets of the town didn't have commercial developments by developers. Most buildings were multi-story homes built by the locals themselves. While these homes were spacious, they were often poorly constructed and lacked proper renovations. After leasing the property, Wang Wenbin completely remodeled it to meet the standards of a high-end restaurant. He also leased a large plot of land behind the house, originally a vegetable garden owned by the landlord, and converted it into a parking lot. Next, he began scouting for chefs, focusing on local talent from the surrounding area. Wang Wenbin adhered to a principle he had always valued in the restaurant business: the food had to taste great. He offered significantly higher salaries, double the local average, but set strict standards for the chefs, particularly when it came to the quality of their dishes. After 2 months of hard work and an investment of around 300,000 yuan, the restaurant was finally ready. To put this in perspective, 300,000 yuan was an enormous amount of money for the area, where the annual rent for the 3-story property was only 40,000 yuan. As the restaurant neared its grand opening, Wang Wenbin returned home one afternoon after finishing some errands. Stepping inside, he found his aunt chatting with his father. "Auntie, you're here." Wang Wenbin greeted her warmly. "Dad, why didn't you call to let me know Auntie was coming? I could have picked up some groceries." "Groceries? For what?" "I'm not an outsider," his aunt replied with a smile. "By the way, when's that restaurant of yours opening? You mentioned it last time when you and your uncle were having drinks at my place." "In about 2 weeks," Wang Wenbin replied with a grin. "I've been busy with final preparations. I was actually planning to invite Uncle to come by and give me some feedback, maybe taste the dishes the chefs have prepared. He's well-traveled and knows good food better than anyone. Of course your uncle will go. Don't you know? Among all the younger generation in the family, he thinks the most highly of you. He's always saying you'll make something of yourself, and that you're someone who values relationships," his aunt said with a laugh. "That's Uncle being too kind. Honestly, I've been bothering him non-stop during this whole process. I feel bad about it," Wang Wenbin said sincerely. Though the town was small and not wealthy, opening a restaurant still required navigating various bureaucratic and social hurdles. He had relied heavily on his uncle to smooth things over. "Enough of that," his father interjected, cutting off the conversation. "Just tell him already." "You're more anxious than I am," his sister retorted, rolling her eyes at him before turning back to Wang Wenbin. "Wenbin, here's the thing. Your father has been asking me to find you a good match." "I didn't say that. I only brought it up a few times casually. I wasn't serious about it." The old man flushed with embarrassment, hastily defending himself. Sure, you're not in a hurry. I am. I'll find you a daughter-in-law soon enough. What's there to be embarrassed about?" His aunt replied with another eye roll. Wang Wenbin remained silent, fully aware of how much his father cared about this issue. "Well, there's this guy, old Lee, who works at the finance office," his aunt began. "You know him, he's close to your uncle. They drink and play cards at our house all the time. You even had dinner with him the last time you were over. His wife teaches at the town's elementary school." "Just get to the point," the old man interrupted, clearly impatient. All right, here's the deal. Old Lee has one daughter. He was a government official, and back in the day, family planning policies were strict, so they only had one child. She's a year younger than you. She graduated from university with a bachelor's degree. She could have stayed in the city after graduation, but old Lee and his wife couldn't bear the thought of her marrying far away. They wanted her close, so they convinced her to come back, take the teacher certification exam, and now she works at the town's middle school. She's beautiful, well-educated, has a great temperament, you name it, but since she went to a university in a big city, her standards are pretty high. She's been back for years but hasn't found anyone she likes. Now she's 26, nearly 27 by traditional age, and her parents are getting desperate. They've introduced her to plenty of guys, but she's rejected every single one." As his aunt spoke animatedly about the girl, Wang Wenbin listened intently, unsure of how to respond. Wang Wenbin sat silently, listening to his aunt and gradually piecing together the situation. "A few days ago I mentioned this to old Lee and his wife," his aunt explained. "I told them about you, your background, personality, and everything else. They've met you before, so they know what you look like and your education level. You're a good match for their daughter. Besides, they know about the big restaurant you're opening in town, so they're aware that you have money. As soon as I brought you up, they were thrilled and immediately agreed. They told me to arrange a time for you to meet their daughter." Wang Wenbin listened but said nothing. Deep down, He loathed the idea of blind dates. After his experiences with Yi Shu-wei and Zhu Min, he had completely lost interest in romantic relationships and had no desire to pursue them further. The thought of discussing marriage with someone he had never even met felt absurd and deeply unappealing. "When are you free? Pick a time so I can let old Lee know, and they can see if their daughter is available," his aunt asked, not bothering to consider whether Wang Wenbin even wanted to go. "Tomorrow," his father interjected impatiently. "What could possibly be so important that it can't wait? Just go tomorrow." "Dad, I have workers coming to install the air conditioning at the restaurant tomorrow. There are several units to install, and other appliances are being delivered as well. I really don't have time. Let's wait until after the restaurant opens." "Things are too busy right now," Wang Wenbin replied, hoping to stall. "Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" his father roared, his temper flaring up for the first time in months. "I'm asking you what's more important, your restaurant or finding a wife? What's so urgent at the restaurant? Tell me. If it's that important, I'll go in your place. Don't give me any more excuses. I don't care what you have planned tomorrow, you're going." End of discussion. Looking at his father's anxious and fiery expression, Wang Wenbin felt a pang of guilt. He tried to console himself he had already decided to come back, and getting married was inevitable. If it was going to happen eventually, why not get it over with sooner rather than later? At least it would put his father's mind at ease. With a heavy sigh, Wang Wenbin nodded and said to his aunt, "All right, auntie. Let's do it tomorrow. Please arrange it, and let them know I'm free. If the girl is available, I'll drive over to pick her up, and we can go to the county for lunch." "Good, that should work. Old Lee I already agreed, and tomorrow's Saturday, so the girl doesn't have to work." "Perfect. Now make sure you clean yourself up and look sharp. Don't go looking so tired and uninterested she might think you're not serious." "All right, I'll go talk to old Lee now," his aunt said, beaming with excitement as she stood up. "I'll drive you home," Wang Wenbin offered. "No need. I'll rent a motorbike and head back." "I'll drive you, auntie. I've got a car now, and it's no trouble," Wang Wenbin insisted. He was genuinely grateful to his aunt and uncle for all they had done for him and his family over the years. On the drive, his aunt couldn't stop talking about the girl, how wonderful she was, and all the things Wang Wenbin needed to keep in mind for their meeting. But Wang Wenbin barely registered her words. His thoughts were elsewhere. That evening, Wang Wenbin stayed at his aunt and uncle's house for dinner. His uncle made him drink several glasses of wine while they discussed the restaurant. Meanwhile, his aunt kept reminding him about the blind date. After dinner, Wang Wenbin drove home. In their small town, there were no traffic police, so no one cared if he drove after drinking. When he got home, he found his father still awake, which was unusual. Normally, his father would have gone to bed by then. As soon as Wang Wenbin walked in, his father bombarded him with questions about the arrangements with the girl's family. When Wang Wenbin confirmed that the girl had agreed to meet him the next day, his father grinned from ear to ear. He then told Wang Wenbin to take a bath and get to bed early so he could wake up fresh and dress well for the meeting. Wang Wenbin didn't argue. He nodded obediently and went to take a shower. Seeing Wang Wenbin's cooperative attitude, his father finally went to bed, satisfied. After showering, Wang Wenbin couldn't sleep. He poured himself a cup of tea, walked into the courtyard, and sat down to smoke, staring at the bright moon. In Shanghai he rarely saw the moon, and even when he did, it was never as clear and bright as this. Since his return, Wang Wenbin had anticipated that this day would come. He had already resolved to follow this path, yet now that it was here, his heart felt heavy and full of reluctance. Looking toward his father's room, he could hear the occasional sound of coughing. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, "Dreams and love, I've had them, and I've lost them. The only thing that's truly mine is life itself. To hell with dreams. To hell with love." Having said this, he returned to his room. He had made up his mind as long as the girl was reasonable, he would accept her. From now on, he would live quietly in this mountain town and leave all other ambitions behind. The next morning, Wang Wenbin was woken up by his father. Though he wasn't in the habit of sleeping late, his father's urgency to see him married had him up before dawn. His father insisted he wash up and get dressed properly, then practically shoved him out the door with countless reminders. His aunt had arranged for him to pick up the girl at 10 a.m. outside her apartment. But by 6 a.m., Wang Wenbin was already out of the house. After breakfast at a small diner in town, it wasn't even 8 a.m. yet. With time to kill, he went to his restaurant and spent some time overseeing the workers installing air conditioners. While giving instructions, his phone rang. It was his aunt. She was eager to confirm that Wang Wenbin had arrived in town and took the opportunity to remind him once again of all the things he needed to pay attention to during the meeting. though her constant calls and reminders were mildly irritating, especially since he was already reluctant about the whole affair. Wang Wenbin couldn't help but feel moved. Her concern stemmed from love and care. Ever since he was a child, his aunt had treated him almost like her own son. Wang Wenbin lingered at the restaurant until just past 9:50 before heading out. He drove to the location his aunt had mentioned to wait for the girl. The town wasn't very big, so it only took him a few minutes to get there. By the time he arrived, it was exactly 10 o'clock. After parking his car, Wang Wenbin stepped out and looked around. About 5 or 6 meters away, a girl standing by the roadside caught his attention. She was a little over 160 cm tall, with a good figure. She wore a dress, had long hair, and her skin was pale. Wang Wenbin couldn't make out her face clearly from a distance, but he could already sense that she had a gentle, refined air. In a small town like this, she was clearly among the most attractive girls. In fact, she was the first girl in this town to genuinely catch his eye, even though he hadn't yet seen her face clearly. As Wang Wenbin stood there, wondering if she might be the girl he was supposed to meet, his phone rang. It was his aunt calling. "Are you there yet?" his aunt asked. "Yes, I'm here," Wang Wenbin replied. "Have you seen Wenwen?" she continued. "I'm not sure. There's a girl standing by the roadside, but I don't know if it's her." "It must be her. I already called old Lai's wife, and she said their daughter was downstairs waiting for you," his aunt confirmed. Wang Wenbin scanned the area. The girl was the only one standing by the roadside, motionless, as if waiting for someone. As he glanced at her, he noticed that she was also sneaking glances at him, though subtly. After hanging up, Wang Wenbin took a closer look at the girl. From this distance he could vaguely make out her features. Although she didn't have the kind of stunning beauty like Xu Wei or Zhang Zini, she was definitely attractive. By the standards of this small town, she could be considered exceptionally beautiful. Despite her beauty and graceful demeanor, Wang Wenbin didn't feel the kind of instant heart-racing attraction he might have expected. Nevertheless, he was relieved compared to the monsters and goblins he had imagined last night. This girl was practically an angel. He let out a small sigh, perhaps to steel himself or to resign himself to reality, before striding over to her. When he reached her, he asked gently, "Excuse me, are you Lee Wen?" The girl looked at him, smiled faintly, and nodded. "Are you Wang Wenbin?" "Yes, nice to meet you." Wang Wenbin nodded in return and instinctively reached out his hand for a handshake. But halfway through, he realized it might be inappropriate to shake hands with someone he'd just met, and awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Sorry, it's just a habit," he explained. "It's all right. Nice to meet you too," the girl said graciously. She extended her hand toward him, surprising Wang Wenbin. After a brief pause, he smiled, reached out, and shook her hand lightly before letting go. His first impression of her was positive. She seemed pleasant, and her voice was soft and pleasant to listen to. After the handshake, the two stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say or do next. According to the plan they set for us, I'm supposed to take you to the county for lunch," Wang Wenbin said hesitantly. "What do you think of that plan?" the girl asked after a brief pause. "I think it's fine," Wang Wenbin replied. "Is that your car?" the girl asked, pointing to his vehicle. "Yes, it's not a fancy car. But it's clean," Wang Wenbin said as he walked over and opened the passenger door. The girl thanked him, and without any hesitation, got into the car. Wang Wenbin walked around to the driver's side, got in, started the engine, and began driving toward the county. "You seem like you were forced into this blind date," the girl said, breaking the silence. "Why? Were you forced into it?" Wang Wenbin asked in return. "Yeah, I hate blind dates. They feel like bartering in ancient times before money existed, trading goods for goods. There's no emotional foundation. If the other person seems okay and matches in value, it's a deal. It doesn't feel like dating, it feels like a transaction. Getting married for the sake of marriage, it's like demeaning yourself," the girl said. Wang Wenbin found himself agreeing deeply with her perspective, and his opinion of her rose significantly. "Then why did you agree to come?" he asked. "I didn't have a choice. You're the fifth guy I've been set up with in the past 2 years. I refused the first 2, and my parents wouldn't stop nagging me day and night. It got so bad I felt like I couldn't breathe. I finally figured it's easier to just go along with it. I show up, decide for myself whether it's a yes or a no, and at least they stop bothering me for a while," she said with a sigh. "What about the other 2? Why didn't things work out?" Wang Wenbin asked casually as he drove. "There was no connection. We just couldn't relate to each other. It's hard to find someone here with the same values," she said. Wang Wenbin nodded. "That makes sense. Most of the unmarried people left in town didn't have much education, not that I look down on them, but when there's such a big difference in levels of education or life experiences, it's hard to find common ground. Like you said, the values don't align. Exactly. My mom said you went to Shanghai University? The girl asked. Not really. I studied at Shanghai University but didn't graduate, Wang Wenbin admitted honestly. Oh, why didn't you graduate? Wang Wenbin hesitated. He disliked talking about this but felt compelled to explain. I had a girlfriend in college. Near the end of our studies, her thesis advisor harassed her. I was young and impulsive back then, so I beat him up badly enough to send him to the hospital. I ended up in jail, and the school expelled me a month before graduation. So when my aunt told your mom I graduated, it wasn't entirely true, Wang Wenbin said candidly. The girl looked surprised but smiled after a moment. Why did you tell me the truth? It's not like I'd asked to see your diploma. I think that even if this is, as you said, a transactional meeting, we should at least approach it with honesty. Don't you agree? You've got a sense of humor, the girl said, chuckling. Thank you, Wang Wenbin replied with a small nod. Your aunt must have pressured you into this too, right? The girl asked. Wang Wenbin hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No, I came willingly. Really? I'm a bit surprised. Usually people with higher education tend to resist the idea of blind dates, the girl said, clearly taken aback. I do resist blind dates, but I came willingly this time, and I came with sincerity, Wang Wenbin replied. What do you mean? The girl asked, a little puzzled. Because I want to get married, Wang Wenbin said bluntly, without beating around the bush. His straightforwardness caught the girl off guard. Do you think I sound shallow? Or even sleazy? Wang Wenbin asked with a slight smile. The girl didn't respond, but her silence hinted at her initial impression. My mother passed away. It was because of me I angered her to death. My father isn't in good health. He recently suffered a major illness and is still recovering. His greatest wish is for me to get married. He's old, and he spent his whole life suffering for my sake. I don't want him to worry about me anymore. I want him to spend the rest of his days happy and at peace, Wang Wenbin said, explaining his intentions directly. I understand that, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice your own happiness because of it, the girl said. Her earlier impression of Wang Wenbin softened considerably after hearing his explanation. I want to get married for myself too. After so many years of wandering, I'm tired, exhausted. I just want to settle down, stay in my hometown, and live a peaceful life. Isn't marriage and raising children just part of life's natural course? Wang Wenbin said. You sound like someone who's given up, like you're just throwing in the towel, the girl said with a smile. No, Wang Wenbin shook his head. I just want to live the rest of my life earnestly and sincerely. I can tell from what you've said that you're someone with a story to tell, the girl said, studying him seriously. Everyone's life is a story, and everyone has some drinks to go with it. I just happen to have the story but not the drinks, Wang Wenbin replied with a self-deprecating smile. If you weren't driving today, I'd have a drink with you over lunch, the girl said, amused. You drink? A little. I can manage a glass of beer at most, anything more and I'd be drunk, the girl admitted, her face slightly flushed. The two continued chatting along the way. Wang Wenbin had initially feared the blind date would be awkward, but it turned out to be more natural than expected. Talking with the girl made the drive to the county feel less tense, and it gave them a chance to get to know each other. Besides, sitting in silence for over an hour would have been far more uncomfortable. What do you want to eat? Wang Wenbin asked when they arrived in the county. Anything is fine. I'm not picky, the girl replied. Do girls usually like Western food? I haven't been back for long, so I'm not familiar with the area. Are there any Western restaurants here? Wang Wenbin asked. I don't think so. At least I've never heard of one, the girl said, shaking her head. In that case, I have no idea where to go. How about this? What's your lucky number? Wang Wenbin asked suddenly. 6. Why? Well, since neither of us knows where to eat, let's do this starting from now. I'll just drive around randomly. When we pass the 6th restaurant, we'll stop and eat there, no matter what kind of food it serves. What do you think? The girl burst out laughing. You're really something. All right, let's do that. I've never picked a restaurant this way before. It sounds fun. Great. I'll drive and you can count, Wang Wenbin said, grinning. The plan was set. Wang Wenbin drove through the streets while the girl counted the restaurants they passed. When they reached the 6th one, he parked, and the two got out and went inside. After they ordered, The atmosphere grew a little awkward again as they sat across from each other. Lee Wen. Let me just ask directly, what do you think of me? Wang Wenbin finally said, breaking the silence. Ah, that's not exactly something you just ask outright. How am I supposed to answer that? The girl replied, caught off guard. Too blunt? I thought that's how blind dates work. On TV, people always ask that right away. This is my first time on a blind date, so I don't really know the rules. Oh wait, I forgot to introduce myself properly. Let me start there. My name is Wang Wenbin. I'm 27 years old. I attended Shanghai University but didn't graduate. After that, I drifted around Shanghai, doing a lot of nothing. 3 months ago, I returned home and am currently unemployed. I'm in the process of opening a restaurant in town, but it hasn't started operations yet. My family situation: I'm from a rural background. My family owns a brick and concrete house. It's a bit run down, but it keeps the wind and rain out. My mother passed away, and my father is in poor health. I'm an only child with no siblings. As for personal assets, I own the minivan outside. I bought it 2 months ago for 50,000 yuan. I also have a restaurant that isn't open yet, and about 300,000 yuan in savings. That's about it, Wang Wenbin said honestly, laying everything out on the table. You didn't need to tell me how much money you have. That's a private matter. And this is just our first meeting, the girl said, surprised. It's fine. There's nothing I can't share. I just want to be transparent so you can make an informed decision. I also worry my aunt might have exaggerated to your family, so I'd rather be honest. To be honest, I feel bad about this. You didn't even want to go on a blind date, but you came because of me. It must have been a hassle. So if you don't think I'm suitable, just let me know after lunch, and I'll drive you home. I don't want to waste your time, Wang Wenbin said with a polite smile. The girl looked at Wang Wenbin, appearing slightly conflicted. Don't worry. Just be straightforward. I know my own situation. I didn't come here expecting much. And I like honesty. If this doesn't work out, we can just leave as friends, he said calmly. The girl hesitated for a moment before speaking. I really don't like blind dates. It's hard to sit across from someone you have no emotional connection with and talk about marriage as if it's a business deal. It's uncomfortable. Honestly, I only came to appease my parents. I didn't even bother putting on makeup today. I'm sorry, I know it's insincere. That's fine. I understand, Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. I'm the one who should apologize for putting you in an awkward position. Don't worry, let's just eat, and I'll take you home afterward. I've wasted enough of your time. Would you like a drink? Despite the girl's rejection, Wang Wenbin didn't feel disappointed. In fact, he was strangely at peace, even slightly relieved. The lack of heartbreak surprised even himself. Instead of feeling sad, he found himself oddly content. But after talking to you, I don't find you unpleasant, the girl said, continuing the conversation. Wang Wenbin looked at her, slightly surprised. I really dislike blind dates, but I don't dislike you, she added. Her words were clear, and her face turned a little red as she spoke. Actually, like you, I also want to get married. At my age, in a place like this, I'm already considered an older, unmarried woman. My parents have been nagging me to get married for years now. They're tired of it. And I'm just as tired of being nagged. And honestly, living alone for so long, I've thought about starting a family. But I don't want to settle for marriage or for my life. I still hope to find someone I truly like to marry. I want it to be a love marriage, not something arranged through a blind date. But as you know, finding someone nearby who you genuinely like and connect with is nearly impossible. Everyone says my standards are too high, and that I look down on them. But that's not true. My standards aren't high, and my requirements are simple. I don't need someone wealthy or with great advantages in life. I believe a good life is built together through mutual effort. I've never thought a man must be rich for a marriage to work. My only requirement is that we have common ground, shared values, and at the very least I don't find him unpleasant. And yet, even with such simple requirements, I haven't found anyone. After meeting you today, I'm actually quite happy because you've surprised me. I think we're similar, at least in how we think, and we share common ground. I've enjoyed talking to you, she said earnestly, putting down her chopsticks and looking at Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin, caught off guard, thought for a moment before asking, are you saying you agree? No, the girl shook her head, then continued, this is only our first meeting. We don't know each other at all, we're strangers. But we're also at an awkward age, and we both want to get married. What I mean is, we could try dating, get to know each other as friends first. If we both feel that we're right for each other, then marriage can happen naturally. I don't want it to feel like a transactional arrangement. What do you think? Her face turned red again as she finished speaking. Wang Wenbin chuckled. So, what you're saying is you want a love marriage, not a blind date marriage. Exactly. I can't make such a hasty decision about my entire life. I can't marry someone I don't know, don't like, or don't feel anything for, she replied, nodding. Wang Wenbin nodded as well. Hearing her half-acceptance, he didn't feel overly excited. He wasn't sure why, but he felt strangely calm, without any strong emotions. He picked up a bottle of juice, poured a glass for himself and one for the girl, and raised his cup. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, the girl said with a smile, clinking her glass against his. Come on, let's eat before the food gets cold, Wang Wenbin said, starting to eat. What did you study in university? She asked. What's it like being a teacher? I hear you get winter and summer breaks. The two chatted as they ate, finding topics to keep the conversation going. After finishing lunch, Wang Wenbin wasn't sure what to do next. He drove the girl to the county shopping street, thinking women usually enjoyed shopping. They spent 2 hours walking around, but the girl didn't buy anything. Instead, it was Wang Wenbin who ended up buying a set of clothes for his father. When they were done, Wang Wenbin suggested grabbing dinner, but the girl declined, pointing out that it would be dark soon and it would take over an hour to drive back. She suggested heading home instead. Wang Wenbin didn't insist and drove her back to the town. By the time they reached her apartment, the sky was almost dark. Wang Wenbin parked, and the girl opened the car door to step out. Thank you for driving me back and forth today, she said after getting out of the car. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for spending so much time with me. If you'd left right after lunch, my dad would have killed me when I got back, Wang Wenbin joked with a smile. The girl hesitated for a moment, then asked, So, what do you think? Wang Wenbin paused, considering his response. If you don't mind, I'd like to keep getting to know you. Of course, only if you're okay with that. But I don't think you really like me, she said, surprising him. Why do you say that? Well, you haven't asked for my phone number or my WeChat ID, she replied, blushing slightly. Wang Wenbin felt a wave of embarrassment. He quickly opened his car door, got out, and walked over to her. Pulling out his phone, he apologized. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Please don't take it the wrong way. Here, let me scan your WeChat. That's not very sincere, the girl said, pouting playfully before turning and walking toward her building. Wang Wenbin stood there, stunned. But just as she reached the entrance to her building, she turned back and smiled. Tomorrow morning, 8:30. Wait for me here. Come with me to Yunling Temple to light some incense, and I'll give you my phone number and WeChat then. Blushing slightly, she disappeared into the building, leaving Wang Wenbin standing there, confused at first. Then he smiled pleased but not overly excited. Slowly, he got back into his van and drove to his aunt's house. Regardless of how the blind date had gone, he felt obligated to report back to his aunt. After all, she had gone to great lengths to arrange it. He also knew that if she hadn't been worried about disturbing his time with the girl, she likely would have called him already to ask how things went. When Wang Wenbin arrived at his aunt's house, he was surprised to find his father sitting there. Dad? What are you doing here? Wang Wenbin asked, startled. Your father's been obsessing about your blind date all day. He hired a motorbike taxi to get here this morning so he could wait for you. The longer you stayed out, the happier he got, his uncle said with a hearty laugh. Don't listen to him. Just tell me, how did it go? His aunt interjected eagerly. Yes, tell us. How did things go with the girl? His father asked, just as anxious. I'm not sure yet, she said. She wants to keep seeing me and take things slow, Wang Wenbin answered honestly. That's a good sign. Let me tell you, Wenwen has really high standards. If she's willing to keep seeing you, it means she likes you, his aunt exclaimed excitedly. Even his father couldn't hide his grin. Watching their joy, Wang Wenbin couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart. The following part of the story unfolds like an interrogation, as Wang Wenbin's aunt barraged him with questions about the entire day's events. You spent the whole afternoon with Wenwen, and you didn't buy her anything as a gift? His aunt asked. I don't think so. She didn't mention wanting anything, Wang Wenbin replied, scratching his head. Of course she wouldn't say anything. She's a lady, and it's her first time going out with you. How could she possibly ask for something? She's not that kind of person. But even if she didn't say anything, you should have taken the initiative. You're the man, aren't you? His aunt said in exasperation, as though scolding him for being hopelessly dense. Wang Wenbin smiled awkwardly, realizing he genuinely hadn't thought about it. And why didn't you invite her to dinner after dropping her off in the evening? It was already dark and around dinner time, and you just sent her straight home. What do you think she thought about that? What do you think her parents thought about that? His aunt continued her relentless critique. Yes, auntie, you're absolutely right. I was wrong. I'll make sure to do better next time, Wang Wenbin said quickly, admitting his mistake. You little brat. Let me tell you, if you mess this up and scare this girl away, I won't let you hear the end of it, his father chimed in, delivering his final admonition. Afterward, Wang Wenbin drove his father back home. His father seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood, even humming old opera tunes in the car, something Wang Wenbin had never seen him do before. That night, Wang Wenbin lay in bed, unable to sleep again. He had met such a wonderful girl, who even seemed interested in him, yet he felt no joy. He couldn't understand why he now felt so calm and detached. Wang Wenbin was a serious person. Since he had agreed to this blind date, and to the idea of getting married and starting a family, he intended to take it seriously. The next morning he drove to Lee Wen's apartment building early to wait for her. She had said to meet at 8:30, but she came downstairs at 8:20, and Wang Wenbin had also arrived early. Lee Wen came down wearing a sports outfit that highlighted her figure. Wang Wenbin noticed she wasn't wearing makeup yesterday, but today she had put on a light, carefully applied look, making her appear even more polished and beautiful. Wow, you're actually early today, Lee Wen said with a smile as she approached Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin laughed awkwardly, opening the car door for her. I wasn't late on purpose yesterday, I swear. My restaurant had some issues with the air conditioning installation, and I had to guide the workers on where to place the units. I hope you didn't take it the wrong way. The two of them drove to the base of Yunling Temple, an old temple located on the highest mountain in the area. The temple was said to have a long history, and because the local villagers still held onto some superstitions, its incense offerings remained plentiful. In a more developed area, the temple would likely have been turned into a tourist attraction, but because it was tucked away in the mountains, it had been left untouched. The only way up the mountain was along a winding path worn smooth over the years by countless footsteps. Although the path was relatively well trodden, it was steep in places, making the climb somewhat challenging. Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen slowly made their way up the mountain together. The trip to burn incense was just an excuse. It was clear this was really a date, as neither of them had brought incense sticks. What did you tell your aunt when you got home yesterday? Lee Wen asked as she walked ahead of him. I told her that you probably weren't very interested in me, Wang Wenbin said, teasing to lighten the mood. When did I ever say that? Lee Wen stopped in her tracks and turned to glare at Wang Wenbin. Did I get it wrong? Wang Wenbin asked, feigning surprise. What's wrong with you? If I weren't interested, do you think I would have invited you to climb a mountain today? This mountain is nothing special. I've climbed it so many times since I was a kid. You're just so clueless, Lee Wen said, a little annoyed and a little flustered. Wang Wenbin thought her reaction was adorable and laughed. Are you mad? I was joking to tease you. You're unbelievable, Lee Wen said, pretending to punch Wang Wenbin on the arm. After throwing a playful punch, she immediately blushed, realizing it might have been too forward. Sorry, I didn't mean to, she stammered. This is how it should be, Wang Wenbin said with a smile. We shouldn't act so stiff and awkward around each other. Just treat this naturally, like we're not on a blind date. I told them that we plan to keep getting to know each other, and they were really happy. But they're also eager for us to jump straight to marriage. I can't accept that, Lee Wen said firmly. That's fine. I think we should take our time, Wang Wenbin replied. What did you tell your parents? I told them that you're okay, and I'm willing to keep getting to know you, Lee Wen said, her cheeks turning red. Thanks, Wang Wenbin said with a nod. Actually, my parents are just like your aunt. They said that if I think you're fine, I should just settle down and make things official. They're so worried about my age, like I'm doomed to be single forever. You're so amazing, and they're still worried about you getting married. Imagine how my dad and aunt must feel about me, Wang Wenbin joked. What's wrong with you? I think you're great. You're good-looking, articulate, funny, and genuine, Lee Wen said earnestly. The two of them chatted as they climbed. The mountain was quite steep, but since neither of them was in a rush, they took their time and reached the top before they knew it. There wasn't much at the summit besides the temple, so they found a wooden table behind the temple to sit and continue talking. After a while, Lee Wen suggested they head back down. Ascending the mountain was more challenging than climbing it. As an undeveloped area, the mountain lacked stairs or railings, and a single misstep could send someone tumbling down the steep slope. Wang Wenbin instinctively took the lead to act as a buffer in case anything happened. Before they had even reached the halfway point, Lee Wen suddenly cried out from behind. Wang Wenbin quickly turned around and saw her slipping. He immediately reached out and caught her. The way he caught her felt like an embrace. Lee Wen fell into his arms and for a moment they held each other tightly, their faces inches apart almost close enough to kiss. Both of them blushed deeply. They let go of each other quickly and steadied themselves. "Are you okay?" Wang Wenbin asked. His voice filled with concern. "I twisted my ankle. I lost my balance," Lee Wen said, her face still flushed. "Twisted your ankle? Are you okay? Let me take a look." "It's fine really," Lee Wen said, embarrassed and reluctant as she saw Wang Wenbin crouch down to check her foot. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine. Let's keep going, I can walk," Lee Wen insisted. "Alright, give it a try, but I'll support you," Wang Wenbin said, holding onto her arm. Lee Wen took a step forward, but the pain made her grit her teeth. "Still trying to tough it out? Sit on that rock over there. Let me take a look," Wang Wenbin said firmly, helping her to a nearby rock. Without waiting for her approval, he crouched down and started removing her sneaker. "Don't take it off," Lee Wen protested, trying to stop him. "What's wrong?" Wang Wenbin asked, puzzled. I've been climbing so my feet must be sweaty." "They'll smell," Lee Wen said, her face turning red. Wang Wenbin burst into laughter. "I thought it was something serious. Smelly feet are as natural as going to the bathroom or passing gas. It's not like people can avoid those things. Honestly, if I took off my own shoes, it'd be enough to kill every living thing within a 3-mile radius. It'd be worse than a biochemical weapon." As he joked, he went ahead and took off her shoe. Lee Wen couldn't help but laugh. Still, as Wang Wenbin removed her sneaker, she felt nervous and asked, Does it smell? If I said it smells good you wouldn't believe me. But honestly, it doesn't smell bad. I don't get it, your foot is hurt, and instead of worrying about your injury, you're more concerned about whether your feet smell." Wang Wenbin removed her sock next, leaving Lee Wen blushing furiously. "Take a look at this, it's already swollen," Wang Wenbin said, gently holding her ankle as he started massaging it to reduce the swelling. Lee Wen, her face as red as an apple, avoided looking at him. "I'll massage it a bit to help with the swelling. Once we get down the mountain, I'll take you to a pharmacy to get some ointment," Wang Wenbin explained. "Okay," Lee Wen murmured softly, still blushing. After massaging her ankle for a while, Wang Wenbin put her sock and shoe back on and said, "You can't walk on this. Even if you tough it out, you risk making it worse. Come on, get on my back, I'll carry you down." "No, that's not necessary. I can manage," Lee Wen said, waving her hands. "Stop being stubborn. Let me carry you. Consider it me taking a little advantage, and later I'll make it up to you by treating you to a meal. Deal?" Wang Wenbin teased. Lee Wen hesitated briefly before climbing onto his back. However, she pressed her hands firmly against his back to avoid letting her chest make contact with him. Her entire body was tense, as if she were on high alert. Sensing her efforts, Wang Wenbin chuckled. He placed his hands under her legs to support her and began walking steadily down the mountain. That being said, carrying Lee Wen wasn't as simple as Wang Wenbin tried to make it seem. The feel of her body against his back and the weight of her legs in his hands stirred unavoidable thoughts in his mind. He was only human, after all. Meanwhile, Lee Wen wasn't doing much better. Her entire body was tense, and her face burned bright red. She initially kept her hands pressed against Wang Wenbin's back to maintain some distance, but as the bumpy trail made it harder to balance, she had to grab onto his shoulders for support. Eventually her strength gave out, and she had no choice but to lean fully against his back, her chest resting against him. Her face turned scarlet, and she silently cursed her predicament. As Wang Wenbin carried her, Lee Wen's initial embarrassment began to fade. She relaxed little by little, her arms wrapping naturally around his shoulders. Resting her cheek against his back, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Wang Wenbin's hands, whether intentionally or unintentionally, shifted from holding her thighs to supporting her by her hips. Even though Lee Wen wasn't particularly heavy, carrying her 90-pound frame down the mountain was no easy task. By the time they were 3/4 of the way down, Wang Wenbin's shirt was soaked with sweat. "You've carried me for so long you must be exhausted. Just put me down, I can walk the rest of the way," Lee Wen said, her voice filled with gratitude and a hint of concern. "If I put you down now and you fall again, then all the effort I've put in so far would have been for nothing. If you were going to tumble, I should have just let you fall from the top, it would have saved me the trouble," Wang Wenbin joked without a shred of pity. "Don't worry, I'm not tired. Honestly, you're so light it feels like I'm carrying a feather. But Lee Wen, you really need to eat more. If a strong gust of wind blows through, it might carry you away," he added with a playful smile. Lee Wen couldn't help but smile at his teasing. Like most women, she appreciated compliments about her appearance, even when they came disguised as jokes. However, she kept her response to a shy, subtle smile. After they finally made it down the mountain, Wang Wenbin suggested, "This afternoon, I've got 2 chefs coming to interview for my restaurant. I promised to test their dishes. Why don't you join me? You can help me taste the food and see if they're up to par." "Oh, you mean the restaurant you're opening? But I don't know anything about evaluating dishes," Lee Wen said, sounding unsure. "It's simple. If you think their food tastes good, we'll hire them. If not, we won't. How's that?" "That sounds way too casual," Lee Wen said, surprised. Both of them burst into laughter. "By the way, I did carry you down the mountain. Are you finally going to fulfill your promise and give me your phone number and WeChat?" Wang Wenbin asked. "You're so clueless. If you really wanted my number, couldn't you have just asked your aunt? If not her, my parents definitely have it. They'd give it to you in a heartbeat," Lee Wen teased. "That's true. But I think it's better to ask you directly. If you don't want to give it to me, then even if I got it through someone else, it wouldn't mean anything. If you're interested in staying in touch, you'll give it to me yourself. Don't you think?" Wang Wenbin replied with a smile. "Is this how you try to woo girls? Which is why I'm still single," Wang Wenbin quipped, laughing. Lee Wen rolled her eyes at him before saying, "Give me your phone." "Oh sure." Wang Wenbin handed her his phone while keeping his eyes on the road. Lee Wen entered her number into his phone, then opened his WeChat app to add herself as a friend. Life continued in this quiet, uneventful way for Wang Wenbin. His days were calm and routine, without any significant emotional turbulence. He focused on the final preparations for his restaurant's opening. The chefs and servers had all been hired, the menu finalized, and the last step was to promote the business. Wang Wenbin had given serious thought to his promotional strategy. In a small town like this, advertising was far simpler than in a big city. He hired an advertising company from the county to make lightbox signs. He installed 3 in total, one massive one on the rooftop of his building, visible from miles away and now the tallest structure in the town. The other 2 were positioned by the roadside near the restaurant entrance and on the restaurant's main signboard. Additionally, he put up 6 billboard advertisements, stretching from the county road on the outskirts of town to his restaurant. These were designed to attract out-of-town travelers who might stop for a meal. The town wasn't very large, so as soon as the signs and billboards went up, almost everyone in the town knew about the restaurant. Wang Wenbin also hired a performance company from the county to host a grand opening ceremony. Through his uncle's connections, he sent invitations to every notable figure in town, those with status, influence, and a bit of wealth. Since his restaurant was positioned as an upscale establishment, he knew these individuals would likely become regular customers. Another key customer base was travelers passing through, hence the large-scale advertising efforts. While preparing for the restaurant's launch, Wang Wenbin's personal life revolved around Lee Wen. However, unless his father or aunt urged him to meet her, he rarely initiated contact. Most of the time it was Lee Wen who reached out or arranged their meetings. The town was small, and Lee Wen worked during the week. When they did meet, they would often just have a meal together and stroll through the streets, chatting. Occasionally, on weekends when Wang Wenbin had time, he would take Lee Wen to the county for a day out. Yet, except for paying for meals, Lee Wen firmly refused to let Wang Wenbin spend money on her. Their communication via phone and WeChat was consistent, but followed a similar pattern. Lee Wen was the one who took the initiative. Wang Wenbin seldom contacted her first. It wasn't that he wasn't serious about their relationship, he truly was, and he approached it with the intention of marriage and a lifetime commitment. However, he couldn't muster the same intense longing he'd felt during his relationships with Yi Xiumin and Zhu Wei. Often, he simply forgot to reach out to Lee Wen unless something reminded him. Despite this, their relationship progressed steadily. Wang Wenbin could tell that Lee Wen was becoming more invested in him, and while this made him happy, it also left him feeling a little anxious and guilty, emotions he couldn't fully understand or articulate. The opening day of the restaurant arrived. Wang Wenbin had invested heavily in the grand opening, making it a significant event for the small town. Practically everyone of importance in the town attended. The restaurant hosted over a dozen tables of guests, many of whom were prominent figures invited through his uncle's connections, local officials, village leaders from the surrounding areas, and business owners. Lee Wen and her parents also came. Although Wang Wenbin's uncle had extended the invitation, Wang Wenbin personally visited Lee Wen's family with gifts to invite them. Lee Wen's parents were overjoyed by his gesture. Lee Wen arrived early in the morning, even taking the day off from work for the occasion. However, Wang Wenbin was so busy with the event that he barely had time to speak to her. To his surprise, Lee Wen took it upon herself to help greet the guests. She was polite, articulate, and graceful, seamlessly adapting to the role. She looked every bit like the hostess of the restaurant, managing various tasks with ease. Her familiarity with the restaurant's layout and staff, thanks to her many visits with Wang Wenbin during the preparation phase, proved invaluable. Watching Lee Wen busily helping out, Wang Wenbin felt a warm sense of gratitude and was deeply moved. During lunch, Wang Wenbin spared no effort in entertaining the town's prominent figures. He toasted many guests, introduced to him by his uncle, and made sure to exchange contact information with several of them. Building these relationships was crucial for the restaurant's success and his future in the area. The opening day was lively and bustling. Inside, over a dozen tables were packed with guests, while outside, a large crowd gathered to watch the performances. The street outside the restaurant was so packed that the local police had to step in to maintain order, concerned about potential safety issues. By the time the celebration ended in the afternoon, Wang Wenbin and his hostess, Lee Wen, were utterly exhausted. Tired? Take a break. I'll handle the rest. Thank you for everything today, Wang Wenbin said, approaching Lee Wen. You've worked just as hard. But all this, it must have cost a lot. Will it really be profitable? I'm a little worried, Lee Wen said with concern. Don't worry. It'll pay off. I'm confident in that, Wang Wenbin replied with a reassuring smile. Lee Wen nodded, watching him. She found his confidence and determination very appealing, a sign of his strength as a man. Wenbin, come over here for a moment, Wang Wenbin's aunt called out as they were talking. What's going on, auntie? Just come here. Don't ask so many questions. Wen, come on in, she urged. What is it? I still have some things to take care of, Wang Wenbin said, a bit reluctant. Nothing is more important than this. Come on, his aunt insisted, leading the way to a private room. Feeling puzzled, Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen followed her into the room. Inside, they saw Wang Wenbin's father and uncle sitting together. Next to them were Lee Wen's parents. Seeing this setup, Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen exchanged a glance, both sensing that something unusual was about to happen. Come, have a seat, Wang Wenbin's aunt said, motioning to the table. Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen obediently sat down. Today, with both families present, you two are not getting any younger, and after spending so much time together, it's clear that you're both very satisfied with each other. Both families are also happy about this match. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, let's finalize this engagement and settle on the dates for the engagement and wedding, Wang Wenbin's aunt said, almost like a master of ceremonies. Ah? Both Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen were taken aback. Exactly. Let's move quickly. In law, what do you think? Wang Wenbin's father said happily, turning to Lee Wen's father. I completely agree. The sooner we settle this marriage, the better, Lee Wen's father replied with a broad smile. But, Dad, I feel like it's too rushed. Why don't we wait a little longer? Wenbin and I have only known each other for half a month, Lee Wen said anxiously. Well then, with all the elders here today, let me ask you directly. What do you really think of Wenbin? Be honest, do you like him or not? Her father, an impatient man, asked her bluntly in front of everyone. I like him, but I think we should. Lee Wen stammered, her face turning red. Liking him is all that matters, her father interrupted, cutting off the rest of her words. Wenbin, now it's your turn to say something, Wang Wenbin's father said, looking at him expectantly. Wang Wenbin felt a storm of emotions swirling inside him. But seeing the eager expressions of his father and everyone else in the room, he stood up and said, I want to marry Lee Wen. I promise to take care of her for the rest of my life and make her happy. He said these words looking directly at Lee Wen. Whatever his inner feelings might have been, his declaration was sincere. Lee Wen was a good woman, and he had no strong objections to marrying her. When Lee Wen heard Wang Wenbin's words, she lowered her head, her face flushing. Good. In that case, let's finalize the engagement today. Both families can lay out the details for the wedding and come to an agreement. Then we'll exchange the birth dates and zodiac signs and later find an auspicious date for the wedding, Wang Wenbin's aunt said enthusiastically. Her proposal outlined the local engagement and marriage process. The two families meet to negotiate the terms, essentially like haggling over a business deal, until they reach an agreement. After that, they exchange the couple's birth dates and consult a fortune teller to pick an auspicious wedding date. This fortune-telling process was mostly just a formality. As long as you paid, the fortune teller would always claim the match was heaven-made. Once the date was set, the marriage plans were officially locked in. The elders laughed and chatted happily, but Lee Wen muttered under her breath, "This is way too fast. I'm not even mentally prepared. Why are they in such a hurry? My dad's worried you'll escape from the bowl he's rushing to get the rice cooked," Wang Wenbin whispered to Lee Wen, trying to comfort her. "Ugh, you're so crude. Who's the rice? Who's your wife?" she snapped, glaring at him. "You will be soon. Judging by their efficiency, I'd say within the next 10 minutes, Wang Wenbin teased, smiling as if none of this really concerned him. Lee Wen's face turned beet red. Embarrassed, she reached out and pinched Wang Wenbin's arm. "Dear-in-law, I'm a straightforward person, so let me get to the point," Lee Wen's father said, breaking the light-hearted moment. "Of course I appreciate straightforwardness. Feel free to speak your mind," Wang Wenbin's father replied, laughing heartily. "Well, I old Lai, have some standing in this town, and my family only has this one daughter. As you can see, my daughter is outstanding no matter where you put her, she's 1 in a million. At home, I've never let her suffer, and I won't allow her to suffer after marriage. I don't have many demands, but I believe a married couple should have their own home. I'd like to see a house purchased in the county for them. This isn't too much to ask, right? After all, they need a proper home, not a place in the village." At these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Wenbin's father's expression stiffened, and his aunt and uncle looked troubled. Buying a house in the county wasn't a trivial matter. Even though housing prices there weren't high, a decent home would cost at least 400,000 yuan. With renovations, it could easily exceed 500,000 yuan, a nearly impossible amount for a rural family. "In law, I'm not trying to make things difficult. I'm not asking for anything extravagant. Whatever dowry you give, I'll return most of it and even add to it. The house wouldn't be for me, it would be for them. I won't live there, but they need a proper place to build their life. Surely you agree this is reasonable?" Lee Wen's father explained, seeing the unease in the room. Yes, it's reasonable. But in-law, you've seen it yourself, Wenbin's restaurant just opened, and he's poured so much money into it. Right now he doesn't have the funds to buy a house. How about this, let's settle the marriage first. Once we have the money, we'll buy the house as soon as possible. I promise, my daughter-in-law will never suffer in our family," Wang Wenbin's father said earnestly. "That won't work. It's not that I'm trying to be difficult, but I can't let my daughter move into a village home. That's our bottom line, and—" "Dad, enough," Lee Wen interrupted sharply, her tone carrying frustration. "You're the one who wanted to rush the engagement, and now you're the one setting conditions. What are you doing? Bargaining like this is a marketplace. Are we pieces of meat on a chopping board, or cabbages for sale? Watch your words, young lady. I'm doing this for your sake," her father said, clearly annoyed. "If it's really for my sake, then you should stay quiet. This is a marriage, not a transaction. Marriage happens because two people love each other and want to spend their lives together, not because we're negotiating prices. And about the house, who says marriage has to come with a house? Who says the man has to buy it? Marriage is about two people building a life together. If we want a better life, we'll work hard for it ourselves. That's what makes a real marriage, one with meaning," Lee Wen declared passionately. After Lee Wen finished speaking, she stood up and addressed the elders in the room. "Uncle, aunt, uncle-in-law, mom, dad, I'm someone who speaks bluntly. If I say something impolite, please don't take offense. In my opinion, marriage is a matter between Wenbin and me. Although we met through a matchmaking arrangement, our decision to marry is based on free will and mutual love. The only condition for our marriage is that we like each other. I am willing to marry him, and he is willing to marry me. That's it. There should be no other conditions. Even if there's something to discuss, it should be between the two of us, privately. This behavior of putting our marriage on the table to talk about money and houses and haggling over terms, I really don't feel comfortable with it. Furthermore, my father just mentioned that if we get married without a house, it would be inconvenient. Honestly, I don't mind living in the village. When you decide to marry someone, you should accept everything about them. Even though I'm not used to village life, if I marry him, where he lives is where I'll live. His home is my home, and I will love it as my own. That said, since I work at a school in town, living in the village could indeed be inconvenient. Luckily, our school has a block of subsidized teacher housing behind it. Each teacher is entitled to a unit, and I've never applied for one because I've been living with my family, and the distance wasn't an issue. If I marry Wenbin, I plan to apply for one of those apartments. It costs about 50,000 yuan, and once it's renovated, we can live there. It would be convenient for both of us since I work at the school and Wenbin runs his restaurant here in town. As for the cost of the house and renovations, Wenbin and I will discuss and handle it together. I have a job and some savings, and Wenbin has his restaurant and some money saved as well. Once we're married, we'll be a couple. Whether it's buying a house, decorating it, or planning the wedding, it's our responsibility to manage it together. Dear elders, if you genuinely want Wenbin and me to get married, then starting now, please don't discuss any further conditions. Just decide when the wedding will take place. But if you insist on negotiating terms, then I don't want to get married for the time being. Lee Wen spoke firmly, her reasoning clear and sound. As a teacher, she demonstrated impressive eloquence, delivering her arguments with both logic and composure. Her words left no room for rebuttal. When she finished, the room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including Wang Wenbin, who stared at Lee Wen in astonishment. For the first time since meeting her, he looked at her with newfound respect. Her speech made him reevaluate his understanding of her. After speaking, Lee Wen sat down. Wang Wenbin reached over and held her hand. This small gesture carried profound meaning for him. When Wang Wenbin took her hand, Lee Wen instinctively tried to pull away. But halfway through, she caught his gaze, blushed deeply, and let him hold it. Lee Wen's heartfelt words had a sobering effect on the room, especially on her parents. The tense, transactional atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a warm and cheerful mood as everyone began toasting and laughing. With the bargaining tabled, the engagement was finalized on the spot. Wang Wenbin's father pulled out a red envelope and handed it to Lee Wen. No one knew when he had prepared it, but it seemed the elders had already planned this. Wang Wenbin glanced at the envelope. It was thick. Lee Wen initially refused to take it, but when told it was a customary gesture, she reluctantly accepted. Later, you should give this money back to your father. I don't want the envelope or the money. I'm marrying you, not the money, Lee Wen whispered to Wang Wenbin after taking the envelope. You don't understand. My dad is usually a frugal man who would hang a piece of cured meat for a year and still be reluctant to eat it. For him to give such a thick envelope means he truly values and respects you. If you refuse it, it'll hurt his feelings. Plus, this is a local custom. If you don't accept, it'll embarrass everyone. Just take it. After all, we're going to be a family. What's his is mine, and what's mine is his. There's no difference, is there? Wang Wenbin replied softly. Who's a family with you? Lee Wen muttered, her face turning red with embarrassment. You weren't shy earlier, but now you're acting coy? Didn't I say it? In about 2 minutes we'll officially be family, Wang Wenbin teased with a laugh. Sure enough, just as Wang Wenbin predicted, his aunt produced 2 slips of red paper with the couple's birth dates and zodiac signs. Lee Wen's mother did the same, and the families exchanged them. With that, the engagement was complete. By local custom, Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen were now officially betrothed, essentially engaged. While the arrangement had no legal binding, the moral weight of such commitments in this community was even stronger than the law. As the 2 slips of paper were exchanged, Wang Wenbin felt a wave of calm settle over him. His once restless, uneasy heart finally quieted. The stable life he yearned for was now within reach. While a part of him still felt a twinge of reluctance, overall, he was at peace. The restaurant's grand opening went smoothly. Wang Wenbin's father, who had been living in the village, insisted on moving into the restaurant's 3rd floor with Wang Wenbin, saying he wanted to help with the business. Wang Wenbin assigned him light tasks, like overseeing the parking lot and tidying up the front and back of the restaurant, forbidding him from doing anything physically strenuous. The restaurant business thrived, just as Wang Wenbin had predicted. Those wanting to impress their guests or host grand banquets flocked to his establishment. Travelers passing through the county road would also stop in for a meal. Despite the higher prices compared to neighboring eateries, the restaurant drew crowds because of its upscale ambience, excellent service, diverse menu, and exceptional flavors. After their engagement, the bond between Lee Wen and Wang Wenbin grew noticeably closer. What had been a subtle, ambiguous phase of early romance quickly transitioned into something more defined, a relationship resembling that of soon-to-be spouses. It was as if their engagement acted like a shot of ripening agent, turning the still unripe green mandarin into an overly mature fruit almost instantly. Their relationship had changed overnight, fast-tracking them into a deeper commitment. One evening, after the restaurant had closed for the day, Wang Wenbin left alone, heading toward the middle school where Lee Wen worked. She didn't live on campus, instead commuting between her home and the school, which was about 3 miles away. Twice a week, she stayed late at school to supervise evening self-study sessions, meaning she wouldn't finish until quite late. Since their engagement, Wang Wenbin made it a habit to walk over to the school on those nights and escort her home. Initially he drove to pick her up, but Lee Wen had protested, saying it felt unnecessary. Since then, they had started walking back together instead, treating it as a chance to enjoy a peaceful stroll. Wang Wenbin waited at the school gate, smoking a cigarette as he watched teachers trickle out. The school maintained a closed campus policy, so outsiders weren't allowed in. Before long, a group of teachers emerged, and among them was Lee Wen, chatting with a few female colleagues. "Ah, your fiancé's here to pick you up again. You're so lucky. Not like us, stuck with husbands who never even think of doing this," one of the women teased before walking off. Lee Wen blushed slightly at the comment, embarrassed but pleased. She walked over to Wang Wenbin, slipped her arm through his, and the two began their walk back toward the town. "Wenbin," Lee Wen said, "I spoke to the principal today, paid the deposit, and picked out one of the staff apartments. Since you weren't around, I chose it myself. We can go together tomorrow to check it out, and if you don't like it, I'll see if we can switch to a different layout. It's fine, whatever you picked is fine. As long as you're happy, I'm good with it." "How much was it?" Wang Wenbin asked, seeming indifferent about the details. "A little over 60,000 yuan. The price has gone up a bit. When they first started offering them, they were only 50,000. Your school's subsidized apartments are really affordable. Regular commercial apartments would easily cost over 100,000 yuan around here." "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow," Wang Wenbin said matter-of-factly. "Why would you send me money?" Lee Wen asked, confused. "Isn't it obvious? Isn't the man supposed to pay for the house?" Wang Wenbin replied. "You. What's wrong with you? Don't you remember what I said on the day of our engagement?" Lee Wen asked, a little annoyed. "I remember, and I fully agree with you," Wang Wenbin reassured her. "But that was about our families, wasn't it? This is about just the two of us. I'm marrying you, and as your husband, it's my responsibility to provide for you, to shelter you and make you happy. I promised you that, and if I can't even provide a place to live, how can I call myself a man? I don't want that. I see this as something we should both contribute to. Happiness is something we should create and build together as a couple. Don't underestimate me. I've been working for years now, and I've saved up quite a bit. I haven't spent much beyond giving some money to my parents. Living in this small town doesn't cost much, so I've managed to save a fair amount," Lee Wen said, smiling as she held his arm, looking more like a carefree girl than a schoolteacher. "Can't you just let me indulge in a little traditional masculinity here?" Wang Wenbin joked. "Fine. I'll buy the apartment, and you can handle the renovations. Renovating will cost more than buying it anyway. Where did I find such a wonderful wife?" Wang Wenbin asked sincerely. "You must have done something good in your past life. You should count your blessings. In this whole town, I'm the only wife this good, and you're lucky enough to have me," Lee Wen teased, her tone lighthearted. "We'll start with this place for now. Once I save up more money, we can either buy a house in the county or build a proper villa back in the village." "I won't let you suffer," Wang Wenbin said, thinking aloud. "What does it even mean to suffer? If I'm with someone I love, life could be hard, but my heart would still be content. On the other hand, if I married someone I didn't love, even the best life would feel bitter. I don't have high expectations for material things. As long as we can get by, I'm satisfied. Wenbin, I want to marry you because I like who you are, not because of your money or the life you can give me. I've said it before, I believe happiness is something we create together. That's the kind of life I want." Wang Wenbin nodded. He glanced toward the town ahead, its lights faint and sparse in the distance. In his heart, he felt a sense of quiet acceptance. This small town had no grand romance or sweeping drama, but it also had no crushing loneliness. It was a place of calm simplicity, where life flowed gently, like a soft breeze, neither warm nor cold, neither harsh nor tender. As they walked hand in hand, Wang Wenbin's phone suddenly rang. It was one of his restaurant's chefs. "Hello. What's wrong?" "Boss, you need to come back immediately. Your dad fell and he's unconscious." The chef's voice was frantic. The phone slipped from Wang Wenbin's hand. Without even ending the call, he took off running. Lee Wen, having overheard the conversation, also broke into a run, trying to keep up with him. Wang Wenbin sprinted toward the town as if his life depended on it. On the way, he passed the local health clinic, barged in, and dragged the on-call doctor with him toward the restaurant. Lee Wen followed behind, struggling to catch her breath. When Wang Wenbin reached the third floor of the restaurant, he found his father lying motionless on the ground. Two chefs stood nearby, too afraid to move him and unsure what to do, so they had called Wang Wenbin instead. "Doctor, please check him quickly," Wang Wenbin said, his hands trembling. The doctor crouched down to examine the elderly man. Lee Wen finally arrived, panting heavily as she stood behind Wang Wenbin. "Doctor, what's wrong with him? What's happening?" she asked anxiously. After a moment, the doctor stood up and turned to Wang Wenbin. "He's passed out." Does he have any prior medical conditions? High blood pressure, and a mild case of cerebral thrombosis. Wang Wenbin replied, his voice shaky. That explains it. He needs to be taken to the county hospital immediately. There's nothing more we can do here, the doctor said urgently. Wang Wenbin wasted no time. With the help of the chefs, he hoisted his father onto his back and rushed down the stairs. Lee Wen followed closely behind. Wang Wenbin carried his father to the back seat of his van and quickly got into the driver's seat, ready to rush to the county hospital. The drive typically took over an hour, and calling an ambulance would take even longer. Just as he was about to start the engine, the door opened, and Lee Wen climbed into the back seat, closing the door behind her. You don't have to come. You have work tomorrow, Wang Wenbin said. Your dad's in this condition, and you're worried about my work? Who's going to take care of him if you go alone? Just drive, Lee Wen insisted, urging him on. Wang Wenbin didn't argue further. He stepped on the gas, pushing the van to its limits. Normally, the drive would take more than an hour, but Wang Wenbin managed to cover the distance in just over 40 minutes. The county road was practically empty at night, and there were no speed limits to worry about. When they arrived at the county hospital, Wang Wenbin carried his father into the emergency room, with Lee Wen supporting him from behind. He'll be okay. Uncle will definitely be okay. Lee Wen reassured Wang Wenbin as they sat in the waiting area, his anxiety palpable. If something happens to him, I'll never forgive myself, Wang Wenbin muttered, staring blankly at the ceiling. Trust me. Uncle will be fine, really, Lee Wen said, her heart aching at the sight of Wang Wenbin's distress. She reached out and hugged him, trying to comfort him. Wang Wenbin looked at Lee Wen and instinctively tightened his arms around her. At that moment he deeply needed someone to lean on. Before long, the doctor came out of the emergency room. How is he, doctor? Is my dad awake? Wang Wenbin anxiously asked, grabbing the doctor by the arm. He's awake now. Don't worry, he's out of immediate danger, the doctor assured him. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin finally felt the weight lift from his chest. I told you, Uncle is going to be okay, Lee Wen said, squeezing his hand to reassure him further. Doctor, what exactly happened? Wang Wenbin asked. Your father didn't faint because of the fall, he fell because he fainted. It was a hypertensive cerebral infarction that caused him to lose consciousness, leading to the fall. Luckily, the situation isn't too severe. During our examination, he regained consciousness. With treatment, he should be able to leave the hospital in about a week. You're fortunate this time. This condition can be fatal or result in permanent paralysis. Moving forward, you must monitor his blood pressure closely and never allow him to fall again. No strenuous activities, and most importantly, ensure he takes his medication regularly and as prescribed. Skipping medication or inconsistent dosages could lead to severe consequences, the doctor explained in detail. Don't blame yourself. The doctor said it's not too serious, and we just need to be more careful in the future, Lee Wen said, comforting Wang Wenbin. I didn't take good care of him, Wang Wenbin said, clenching his fists. His tone was more self-reproach than anger. I know his stubborn personality. He hates taking medicine and never takes his health seriously. Even after his last hospital stay, I'm sure he stopped taking his pills regularly. He probably sneaked around helping out at the restaurant when I wasn't looking, even though I told him countless times not to. That's how this happened today. We're lucky it wasn't worse. If something serious had happened, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I already drove my mom to her grave. If I failed to take care of him too, I'd be an unworthy son, Wang Wenbin sighed heavily. It's okay. From now on, we'll take care of him together. After this scare, I think he'll understand how serious his condition is. I'll talk to him later and make sure he takes better care of himself, Lee Wen said gently. Yes, please talk to him. He never listens to me, but he always listens to you. To him, your words are like an imperial decree, Wang Wenbin said eagerly. His father doted on Lee Wen so much that Wang Wenbin often joked about whether she might secretly be his real child while he was the adopted one. What nonsense are you saying? Uncle likes me because I'm his daughter-in-law, and it's all because of you, Lee Wen said, blushing. After being moved to a hospital room, it took until nearly 3 a.m. to get Wang Wenbin's father settled. Lee Wen had been by his side the entire time, tending to his father, wiping his face, massaging his legs, acting not just like a future daughter-in-law, but like a biological daughter. Wang Wenbin, by comparison, stood on the sidelines, watching quietly. At around 3 a.m., after everything was finally arranged and his father had fallen asleep, Wang Wenbin let out a long sigh and turned to Lee Wen. Let me take you home. It's gotten really late. What about you? And uncle? Who's going to stay with him? Lee Wen asked. I'll take you home first and then come back to stay with him, Wang Wenbin replied, glancing at his father. And your restaurant? Lee Wen asked again. I'll just close the restaurant for a few days and let the staff take some time off. Once Dad is better and discharged, we'll reopen. Do you realize how big a loss that would be? And it's not just about the money. Your restaurant is doing so well right now. What about customers who've already made reservations for banquets? You can't just cancel on them, it'll ruin your reputation, Lee Wen pointed out. Wang Wenbin hesitated, feeling torn. His restaurant wasn't like the smaller barbecue and snack shops he used to run in Shanghai, which could easily be managed by a hired manager. He oversaw everything in this restaurant himself, and while it made money, it wasn't enough to afford hiring a reliable manager. Besides, he doubted anyone in the area had the experience to run it as smoothly as he did. If he left, the restaurant would have to close. After a long silence, he finally said, I'll figure it out. I'll talk to the customers, compensate them if needed. Money can be earned back, but Dad's health can't wait. I need to stay with him. How about this? I'll stay at the hospital and take care of Uncle, while you manage the restaurant. It's your business, your hard work, you can't let the reputation you've built go to waste, Lee Wen offered. But what about your job? Wang Wenbin asked. I've already called my principal and requested leave. Lee Wen replied. This is too much to ask of you. Wang Wenbin stammered. Wenbin, Lee Wen interrupted him, looking him in the eyes. Do you still see me as an outsider? Have you never thought of me as your fiancée, as your wife? Wang Wenbin was both shocked and flustered by Lee Wen's question. He had never considered this issue himself, but now that Lee Wen had brought it up, he realized there was indeed something wrong with his behavior. No, I just didn't want you to overwork yourself. After all, you haven't officially joined the family yet. Even if I haven't officially joined the family, I'm still your fiancé. No matter how tiring it is, this is still my future father-in-law. How can I not care for him? Taking care of him isn't just helping out, it's my responsibility. Wenbin, I'm your fiancé. Can you stop treating me like an outsider? Whether it's giving me money for the house or letting me look after your father, you're always drawing these lines. I know you mean well, but it makes me feel like I'm not truly a part of your life. It makes me feel distant from you, and that hurts. Do you understand? Lee Wen's eyes reddened as she spoke. This was the first time since knowing her that Wang Wenbin had seen her so upset. I'm sorry. I was wrong, and I won't do that again, Wang Wenbin said, feeling deeply regretful and distressed. He reached out to embrace Lee Wen tightly, holding her in his arms as he spoke tenderly. She was a good woman, a truly remarkable woman, and Wang Wenbin felt he had let her down. The elderly man stayed in the hospital for a week, and Lee Wen didn't leave his side the entire time. During that week, Lee Wen diligently cared for him at the hospital, while Wang Wenbin managed his restaurant in town during the day and returned to the county hospital in the evening to accompany both the elderly man and Lee Wen. Her attentive care for his father, like that of a daughter, moved not only the elderly man but also Wang Wenbin. He wondered what stroke of luck had brought him such a wonderful fiancée. After returning from the hospital, Wang Wenbin took the initiative to ask Lee Wen to show him the staff housing she had purchased near her school. It was located conveniently close to her workplace, and just a few minutes' drive from Wang Wenbin's restaurant. The house's conditions were decent, given the limitations of a small town. There were no gated communities or elevator buildings here, but neither Wang Wenbin nor Lee Wen minded. After the visit, Wang Wenbin hired renovation workers and instructed them to follow high standards, even if it meant spending more money. He wanted to create a good home for Lee Wen. However, this time, he didn't dare mention contributing money for the house. Time passed quietly, and Wang Wenbin gradually adapted to his new life. It was simple, without grand romantic gestures or schemes. Life was peaceful and steady. Occasionally he would wake up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, reminiscing about people and events from his past. But he would shake his head with a smile, realizing how distant those days felt, like a world apart. The wedding date was set for the end of the year. The extended timeline was to allow enough time for the house renovations to be completed, and for the space to air out, making it ready to live in after the wedding. This was a decision Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen made together. Life continued day by day, repetitive and uneventful. There were no surprises or heartbreaks, no moments of overwhelming passion or sorrow. Wang Wenbin appreciated this rhythm and came to love this way of life. He thought to himself, living like this for a lifetime, wouldn't that be a kind of happiness? A kind of freedom? Summer passed, and the National Day holiday arrived. Since last year, the government had ramped up its poverty alleviation efforts, and a national-level tourist attraction had been developed in a nearby town, about an hour's drive further into the countryside. The attraction opened earlier this year, and while it didn't initially draw many visitors, increased promotion had steadily boosted its popularity. Recently, the influx of tourists had surged, leading to a significant rise in traffic from out-of-town vehicles. As a result, business at Wang Wenbin's restaurant picked up substantially. Through frequent dinners with local officials, Wang Wenbin heard an unofficial rumor plans were underway to turn their town's Yunling Temple into a major tourist site as part of an ecological tourism route tied to the new attraction. The entire mountain was slated for development, and the project had reportedly been approved. Wang Wenbin began to think about opening a higher-end hotel in the town next year. His vision went beyond just accommodations. He wanted to construct a large building that would house a luxurious hotel combining dining and lodging. This was a long-term plan, but he was confident it was the right direction. Wang Wenbin had always been resourceful and forward-thinking, never content with following a conventional path. During the National Day holiday, tourist traffic skyrocketed. The nearby tourist sites were fully booked, and Wang Wenbin's restaurant experienced unprecedented demand. Business was so busy that seating capacity became an issue. Wang Wenbin had already started converting the third floor of his establishment into additional dining space. After the elderly man was discharged from the hospital, Wang Wenbin arranged for him to return to the village, where he could stay active and socialize with neighbors instead of feeling idle. Meanwhile, Wang Wenbin rented a small house near the restaurant for himself. Sometimes he stayed there, and sometimes he returned to the village to visit his father. Lee Wen managed most aspects of Wang Wenbin's daily life, and although they hadn't moved in together officially, their relationship resembled that of a married couple in every other way. As for not sleeping together, Wang Wenbin hadn't pushed the matter, and Lee Wen remained somewhat reserved. During the holiday, Lee Wen's school was on break. She helped out at the restaurant, taking on the role of boss's wife. Wang Wenbin couldn't even remember what day of the holiday it was when he and Lee Wen finally had a chance to rest after a busy day. It was past 9 p.m., and they sat down to eat a meal prepared by the chef. "I went to check on the house yesterday afternoon," Lee Wen said as they ate. "The painters are working on it now. The workers said it should be fully finished in about a month." "That's good. It'll have time to air out for a few months before we move in after the wedding. Once the renovations are done, let's go to the county together to pick out some nice furniture and appliances, whatever you like. I'm not picky. As long as it's functional, I'm fine. Come on, don't settle for the bare minimum. You've got to give me some motivation to work hard." Wang Wenbin teased her with a smile. As they ate in the restaurant's main hall, they suddenly heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. Lee Wen stood up. "Who's coming to eat so late? You tidy up here, and I'll go check." "There's no need. Let the staff handle it," Wang Wenbin said, not wanting her to exert herself further. "It's fine. The staff has been working hard these past few days. They deserve a break too." Lee Wen walked out to the entrance. When she stepped outside, she was startled to see a Porsche parked at the door. This was a rare sight in their small town. Even more surprising was the license plate. It was from Shanghai. Considering the distance, Lee Wen couldn't help but feel curious. The Porsche pulled up in front of the restaurant, and the car door opened. Lee Wen watched as a woman stepped out from the driver's seat. Seeing the woman, Lee Wen was stunned again. She was incredibly beautiful. Her demeanor, figure, looks, and choice of outfit were impeccable. For the first time, Lee Wen, who had always been confident, felt a hint of inferiority when faced with this woman. The woman got out of the car, stood there, carefully looked at the restaurant's sign, and then at Lee Wen, who had walked out. But she didn't show any intention of entering the restaurant. Lee Wen thought it was a bit odd but didn't dwell on it. After all, there had been an increase in cars passing through from out of town recently, though it was rare to see such a high-end car and such a stunning woman. "Hello, are you here to dine?" Lee Wen walked up politely and asked. The woman looked at Lee Wen but didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced again at the sign, and then back at Lee Wen before hesitating and asking, "May I ask who the owner of this restaurant is? Is his surname Wang?" The question was unusual, but Lee Wen smiled and replied, "Yes, the owner's surname is Wang." "Is his name Wang Wenbin?" The woman continued. Lee Wen studied the woman again, nodded, and answered, "Yes, the owner is Wang Wenbin. Do you have business with him?" Inside, Wang Wenbin had put down his bowl and asked the staff to clean the table. It didn't feel appropriate to be eating at the front desk while there were guests. He also found it odd that someone had arrived so late. Seeing that Lee Wen had stepped out but hadn't returned, he walked outside himself. As soon as Wang Wenbin reached the door, he saw Zhang Xingyi standing at the foot of the steps with Lee Wen. He was utterly shocked. "Xingyi, you. What are you doing here?" Wang Wenbin exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Zhang Jini noticed Wang Wenbin as he stepped out of the restaurant. She didn't speak. Instead, she simply stared at him, and then tears began to stream down her face, drop by drop. Lee Wen looked at Wang Wenbin, then at Zhang Jini. When she saw Zhang Jini's tearful face, Lee Wen was not only surprised but also felt a profound sense of unease. Suddenly, Lee Wen saw Zhang Jini run toward Wang Wenbin and throw herself into his arms. Wang Wenbin stood there, watching Zhang Jini run toward him. Without knowing why, he instinctively opened his arms and embraced her. But as soon as he saw Lee Wen standing there, staring at them with an unreadable expression, a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. Then he abruptly pushed Zhang Jini away. Tears were still streaming down Zhang Jini's face as she looked at Wang Wenbin, shocked. "Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Lee Wen," Wang Wenbin said as he stepped forward and walked to Lee Wen's side, introducing her to Zhang Jini. Hearing Wang Wenbin's words, Zhang Jini's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared blankly at Lee Wen. She repeated softly to herself, "Fiancé." Lee Wen's face was pale, but after a few seconds, she forced a smile. She walked up to Zhang Jini, extended her hand, and said warmly, "Hello, I'm Lee Wenbin's fiancé." Zhang Jini's eyes reflected a torrent of emotions, but she eventually reached out to shake Lee Wen's hand and said, "Hello." However, her smile was stiff and unconvincing. "What's your name?" Lee Wen asked. "My name is Zhang. Zhang Jini. Miss Zhang, nice to meet you. Please come in. Have you had dinner yet? Let me ask the chef to prepare something for you," Lee Wen offered graciously. "Oh. Okay, thank you," Zhang Jini replied, her tone mechanical, as if she were a puppet. She followed Lee Wen into the restaurant. Wang Wenbin followed behind, letting out a long sigh. As he walked, he lit a cigarette. Seeing Zhang Jini again had indeed surprised him. To say he hadn't thought about her during all this time would be a lie. But when she threw herself into his arms, and he saw the pained look on Lee Wen's face, he realized that Zhang Jini's appearance was not a good thing. He feared she would disrupt the peaceful life he had painstakingly built. "Miss Zhang, please have a seat. I'll head to the kitchen and ask the chef to prepare some dishes to welcome you," Lee Wen said with a polite smile. "Thank you. And sorry for the trouble." Zhang Jini replied with a nod, her smile forced. "No trouble at all. Wenbin's friends are my friends. Please, make yourself comfortable," Lee Wen said warmly before stepping out of the private room. Just as she reached the doorway, she encountered Wang Wenbin coming in. The two stood face to face, looking at each other. "Don't misunderstand. She's just a friend," Wang Wenbin said quietly, breaking the silence. "Go keep her company. I'll check the kitchen to see what's left and have something prepared. You pour her some tea, I'll handle the rest," Lee Wen said, flashing a small smile before turning and walking away. Wang Wenbin stood at the door, watching Lee Wen leave. His heart felt heavy as he turned back and entered the private room. Meanwhile, as Lee Wen reached a corner of the hallway, she suddenly leaned against the wall. Tears, which she had been holding back, began to fall uncontrollably. From the moment Zhang Jini had cried and thrown herself into Wang Wenbin's arms, Lee Wen had known that their relationship wasn't simple. As a woman, her heart broke in that instant. But she didn't want to show her pain in front of Wang Wenbin, nor did she want to appear weak before Zhang Jini, her rival. She was determined to maintain her composure and grace. Back in the private room, Wang Wenbin sat down across from Zhang Jini, who looked lost and vacant, her eyes devoid of light. "Have some tea," Wang Wenbin said as he poured a cup for her. "Are you really engaged?" Zhang Jini asked, her voice trembling as she looked at him. Wang Wenbin kept his head down, avoiding her gaze. He took a sip of tea, inhaled deeply from his cigarette, and nodded. "Yes, I've been engaged for a while." "That's impossible. You're lying. You haven't been back for long, how could you get engaged so quickly? You're not someone who falls in love easily," Zhang Jini said, her voice rising with emotion. Her words stung Wang Wenbin, but he remained composed and replied calmly, "Love and marriage are different. Love is love, marriage is marriage." Zhang Jini stared at him in disbelief. She couldn't fathom that such words could come from Wang Wenbin, a man she had always thought was incapable of settling for anything less than true love. "Why couldn't you wait for me? Why didn't you give me a chance back then?" she asked, her voice trembling. "We're not right for each other. I've always said that. We're from different worlds. Your world is in Shanghai, mine is here, in this small patch of land. The gap between us is clear," Wang Wenbin replied, exhaling smoke as he spoke. "I could come here. If you were willing, I'd stay here with you for the rest of my life. No matter how hard it is, I'd be willing." "You're willing to come?" But can this place accommodate you? Sini, you shouldn't have come here. Wang Wenbin sighed deeply. Zhang Sini understood exactly what Wang Wenbin meant by saying she shouldn't have come. But I had to come. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to let it go, Zhang Zini said, gritting her teeth. After a brief pause, she added, next week I'm supposed to have my engagement ceremony with the Lai family. I told them I'd be traveling for the National Day holiday. Then I figured out how to find your address through the personal information you left when you registered your business. I drove all the way from Shanghai by myself. With traffic jams, it took me 40 hours, 2 full days to get here. When I reached your village, I asked around and learned where your house was. Someone told me you'd opened a restaurant in town, but your father was still at home and gave me directions to your place. I went to your house but didn't dare go inside. I didn't know how to introduce myself to your father. I just stayed outside and saw him from afar before driving here, Zhang Zini explained. I came to find you because I wanted to tell you I'm about to get engaged to the Lee family. I wanted to ask if you still wanted me. I was holding on to one last glimmer of hope. But I didn't expect you to already be engaged, Zhang Zini said as tears once again streamed down her face. Wang Wenbin sat silently, smoking his cigarette, before asking slowly, your parents' stance hasn't changed? No, they're still firm, Zhang Zini said with a shake of her head. The last time we met, I tried to sneak out to see you but the bodyguards stopped me. Then they locked me up tight. I was kept under house arrest for a whole week before they let me out. When I finally managed to get away and went to your store to find you, I discovered both shops were closed. Your residence was empty, and when I asked the landlord, he said you'd moved out. That's when I realized why they'd let me go. They knew you were gone. I didn't even have to think twice to figure out that my father was behind it. I tried calling you, only to find that you'd changed your phone number. I used every method I could think of and eventually tracked down your former store manager, Yang Hong. She told me what she knew, that both shops were investigated, and you couldn't keep them open. You had no choice but to sell them off at a loss. I thought you were still in Shanghai, so I searched everywhere for you, but I couldn't find any trace of you. Then I thought you might have gone to see Sister Xu Wei. I went to her, and she told me you had left Shanghai and returned to your hometown, saying you would never return to Shanghai again. Zhang Xini recounted in detail everything she had done to try to find Wang Wenbin. I also came today to apologize. It's because of me that your shops were shut down and all your hard work went to waste. It's because of me that you lost so much money. And it's because of me that you had to leave Shanghai and return here to rebuild your life. I'm sorry, Wenbin, Zhang Zini said tearfully. I admit your father threatened me, but that wasn't the main reason I left. I chose to leave on my own because I was tired. Every day there was exhausting. I wanted to come back. So you don't have to blame yourself. It was my decision, and it had nothing to do with you. And as for the past, it's all in the past. I don't want to talk about it anymore. If you hadn't shown up, I would have completely forgotten everything that happened in Shanghai, Wang Wenbin said quietly. That's why you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have disrupted the peace I finally found, he added with a sigh. Do you love her? Zhang Zini suddenly asked. Lee Wen, who had just arrived at the private room with a dish in hand, froze in her tracks when she heard Zhang Zini's question. She had never asked Wang Wenbin this question, and he had never said those words to her. Now, she found herself yearning for the answer. Wang Wenbin was taken aback by Zhang Zini's question. He had never thought about it before. I don't know. I haven't known her for very long. From the beginning, our relationship was aimed at marriage, so there hasn't been much time for love to grow. I haven't really thought about whether I love her or not, he answered honestly. Lee Wen felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. This wasn't the answer she had hoped for. If Zhang Zini had asked her the same question, she would have answered without hesitation. But I want to marry her more than anything. I want to spend my life with her, grow old together, and make her happy, Wang Wenbin added, revealing the truth in his heart. Hearing this, the disappointment on Lee Wen's face was replaced by a smile. Zhang Zini, however, was left with nothing but sorrow and despair. She realized she truly shouldn't have come. At this moment she felt like an orphan alone, with no one to turn to, and nowhere to belong. Just as the two sat in silence, Lee Wen pushed open the slightly ajar door, smiling as she brought the dish to the table. Miss Zhang, I'm sorry. This is a small town, and we don't have much to offer. Please make do with what we have. Tomorrow, I'll have Wenbin go to the market to get some local specialties for you to try. Thank you. This is already more than enough. I've troubled you too much, Zhang Zini said apologetically. How can you say that? You're Wenbin's friend, and you came all this way to see him. We're very touched and happy to have you here, Lee Wen said warmly. The servers began bringing in more dishes, filling the table. Lee Wen had arranged all of this. She had no ulterior motives. As she said, regardless of what had happened between Wang Wenbin and Zhang Xinyi, or what their relationship had been, Zhang Xinyi was Wang Wenbin's friend. As the host, it was her duty to treat his friend with kindness and hospitality. "You're too kind. This is way too much food," Zhang Xinyi said, feeling embarrassed. "It's not kindness, it's Wenbin's generosity. After all, this is his restaurant. We didn't prepare anything special, just asked the chef to whip up whatever we had in the kitchen. The flavors might be a bit different from what you're used to, but please give it a try and see if it suits your taste," Lee Wen said with a smile, warmly encouraging Zhang Xinyi. Meanwhile, Wang Wenbin sat silently on the other side of the table, smoking, saying nothing. It was as if Zhang Xinyi were Lee Wen's friend, and not his. "Aren't you eating?" Zhang Xinyi asked, picking up her chopsticks and noticing that neither Wang Wenbin nor Lee Wen was eating. "We already ate." "Wenbin, why don't you have a drink and join Miss Zhang for a bit?" Lee Wen suggested. "I've lost my appetite. You keep her company, I'll step outside for a smoke. It's too smoky in here, and I don't want to ruin your meal," Wang Wenbin said abruptly as he stood up and walked out. His mood was heavy. Zhang Xinyi's unexpected arrival had disrupted the calm he had worked so hard to achieve. Seeing her brought back memories of Shanghai, memories that still caused him pain. Wang Wenbin walked out alone, sat on the steps outside the restaurant, and lit a cigarette, his mind in turmoil. He resented Zhang Xinyi, resented her love for him. Her love had ultimately led to his complete downfall in Shanghai. Her parents had destroyed everything he had built, forcing him to leave the city in disgrace. Now, just as he was beginning to find peace, Zhang Xinyi had reappeared, disrupting not only his tranquil life but also his heart. Yet, he couldn't help himself. Seeing her tears, noticing the cheap bracelet he had given her still on her wrist, and hearing about the crazy lengths she had gone to in order to find him, his heart softened just as it had every other time in Shanghai when he'd resolved to stay away from her, only to give in. But this time he was afraid. He feared her arrival would destroy everything he had now. He didn't want to face her again and had come outside to clear his head. It takes a long time to forget a person or a city, but it only takes a moment to remember them. Wang Wenbin was in pain once more. Wang Wenbin's sudden departure left Zhang Xinyi feeling deeply hurt and despondent. Lee Wen, on the other hand, felt awkward. As the host, Wang Wenbin's behavior was too rude, leaving a guest who had come from so far away completely unattended. "Miss Zhang, let me eat with you." "I'll grab a drink," Lee Wen said, running outside to get a bottle of soda. She poured some for both of them and smiled as she raised her glass. "Welcome." "Thank you." "I'm afraid I've caused you trouble," Zhang Xinyi said, forcing a smile. "Not at all. How could you think that? Don't mind him, he's just like that, so stubborn. And he's probably a bit tired today." "Here, try the food and see if it's to your taste," Lee Wen said, trying to smooth things over. "Thank you. It's delicious," Zhang Xinyi replied with a nod. "You drove all the way from Shanghai?" Lee Wen asked curiously. "Yes," Zhang Xinyi responded. "All by yourself?" "Yes. That must have taken a long time." "About 40 hours, with all the traffic on the highway," Zhang Xinyi answered. Lee Wen was stunned. A woman driving 40 hours alone just to see Wang Wenbin, that must be love, she thought. Zhang Xinyi noticed Lee Wen's expression and quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to get away for a while and thought of him, so I stopped by. Please don't read too much into it. There's nothing between us, we're just friends." But even Zhang Xinyi felt her explanation sounded unconvincing. "I'm not misunderstanding anything, Ms. Zhang. We're both women, and we're around the same age. Some things don't need to be explained. Whatever happened between you two before I met him doesn't concern me, and I don't care. Besides, being engaged is just a formality. Even marriages can end in divorce, so what's an engagement? If he wants to leave, I won't stop him. People who want to leave can't be stopped, and people who want to stay don't need to be held back," Lee Wen said, her tone suddenly serious. "Miss Lai, you really have it wrong. I didn't come to take him away. I couldn't even if I wanted to. There's truly nothing between us. If there had been, he wouldn't have come back here. Let me be honest, I love him. I've loved him for a long time. But he's never loved me. When he left, he cut all contact with me. I didn't know he was engaged. If I had, I would never have come here. I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble," Zhang Xinyi said, her sincerity evident. "You're being too hard on yourself. We're happy to have you here. Don't worry about causing trouble," Lee Wen replied warmly. "Thank you. I've eaten enough." Zhang Jini said, putting down her chopsticks. You've barely eaten. Was it not to your liking? I can ask the chef to make something else. No, really, I'm full. I already feel bad for intruding on you. I need to head back to Shanghai for work, so I'll leave now, Zhang Jini said as she stood to leave. What? You're leaving now? Yes, now, Zhang Jini confirmed with a nod. Lee Wen was stunned. She had driven 40 hours to get here, stayed for less than an hour, and now planned to leave immediately? Lee Wen walked Zhang Jini out and found Wang Wenbin sitting outside smoking alone. Wenbin, Ms. Zhang is leaving, she said quickly. Wang Wenbin stood up and asked Zhang Jini, where are you going? Back to Shanghai. I need to get back to work, Zhang Jini said softly. Are you insane? You drove 40 hours to get here, and now you're leaving without even resting? Do you enjoy driving or something? Are you trying to kill yourself? Wang Wenbin snapped, his frustration evident. Wenbin, can you speak nicely? Lee Wen interrupted, trying to calm him down. I have to work, Zhang Jini said quietly. Work? That's your dad's company. What are they going to do, fire you? Is work more important than your life? Do you realize how dangerous it is to drive like this? Fatigue driving isn't a joke. Wang Wenbin's voice grew louder with each word. Zhang Jini's eyes filled with tears. She felt wronged and upset. Do you always have to yell? Lee Wen scolded Wang Wenbin, before turning to comfort Zhang Zhangyi. Don't take him seriously. That's just how he talks, he doesn't mean to be harsh. You're not going anywhere tonight, you're staying here to rest. We'll talk about tomorrow when it comes, Wang Wenbin said, his tone softening slightly as he realized he'd made her cry. Turning to Lee Wen, he asked, is there a small inn in town? Lee Wen shook her head. We've never had many visitors, so there aren't any inns here. Fine. Then she can stay at my rented place. I'll sleep at my dad's house or in the staff dorm tonight, Wang Wenbin suggested. Are you kidding? That place is like a kennel. How could a girl stay there? It's way too basic. Here's a better idea, you drive Ms. Zhang and me to the county. We'll book a hotel there. I'll stay with Ms. Zhang to keep her company. You can stay there too or drive back and come get us in the morning. Tomorrow we can treat her to a proper meal and show her around town, Lee Wen proposed. Wang Wenbin thought about it and agreed. Lee Wen's plan made sense. His rented place wasn't suitable for a guest, especially someone like Zhang Jini. No, it's too much trouble. I'll drive myself to the county, Zhang Jini insisted, trying to refuse. I can't let you wander around unfamiliar places alone. I'll go with you, Lee Wen suggested after thinking for a moment. Here's the plan, I'll ride in Ms. Zhang's car, and once we get there, I'll arrange everything. You can come by in the morning. All right then, Wang Wenbin agreed with a nod. He glanced at Zhang Jini and, feeling a pang of guilt, added, Zhang Jini, since you've come all this way, stay for a few days and relax. Don't dwell on things back home. Treat this as a chance to unwind. Remember what I once told you, life is full of challenges and hardships. No one can help you overcome them, you have to face and conquer them step by step. In this world, no one is unscathed. No matter what, always believe that only you can truly heal yourself. Don't complain, don't fear loneliness, and work hard to grow. That's how life is. The world is bitter, but you can only save yourself. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you. I'll be off now, Zhang Jini replied with a nod before getting into her car. I'll take care of things. Don't worry, Lee Wen assured Wang Wenbin. Thanks, Lee Wen. What are you saying? I'm your fiancé, Lee Wen said with a playful glare. Wang Wenbin reached out and took her hand. Trust me, she and I are just friends. I believe you. You don't need to explain. Even if something happened between you two before we met, it doesn't matter. What matters is that now, your heart belongs to me and only me. I'll head off now, and you should get some rest. Come by early in the morning, Lee Wen said gently. She turned and got into Zhang Jini's car, then guided her as they drove toward the county. Wang Wenbin watched the car disappear into the distance, feeling a tangle of emotions he couldn't unravel. His mind was a mess, utterly chaotic. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble and dragging you out so late, Zhang Jini said as she drove. No, it's me who should apologize. Our town is too small and underdeveloped. We don't even have a decent inn. To find a place to stay, we have to drive an hour to the county. Next time you visit, let him know in advance so we can prepare and arrange things better. That way, it won't be so rushed, and we can host you properly, Lee Wen replied. I don't have his phone number, Zhang Jini said softly, her tone carrying a deep sadness. Lee Wen was momentarily stunned. Seeing Zhang Jini's expression, She couldn't help but say, "I'll give it to you. Save it in your phone." But as soon as she said it, Lee Wen regretted it, berating herself for being too soft-hearted and foolish. "There's no need," Zhang Xingyi replied with a faint smile. "It's not necessary anymore. Even if I call him, he won't answer." Lee Wen understood the meaning behind Zhang Xingyi's words. As a woman, she could feel how much pain Zhang Xingyi was in. "Ms. Zhang, I don't know what to say. All I can do is apologize to you on his behalf," Lee Wen sighed. "No, you're wrong. It's not him who owes me an apology, it's me who owes him one. Over the past 2 years I've brought him so much trouble and caused him so much harm. Because of me he's endured countless grievances. In his eyes, I must seem like a disaster," Zhang Xingyi said, laughing bitterly. Lee Wen was taken aback. She didn't know what had happened between Wang Wenbin and Zhang Xingyi in the past. In her experience, when a relationship ended, the fault usually lay with the man, the one who didn't love enough. "He's my savior," Zhang Xingyi said suddenly, breaking Lee Wen's thoughts as she continued driving. "Your savior?" "Yes. Back then he was running a barbecue stall in an alley behind the university district." Zhang Xingyi nodded. "What? He used to sell barbecue at a street stall?" Lee Wen asked, stunned. "What? He's never told you about his past?" "Never. Whenever I ask, he just sighs and says he doesn't want to talk about it, that the past is the past. Let bygones be bygones," Lee Wen said, feeling a pang of soreness. As his fiancée, she realized she knew nothing about his past. It's not that he doesn't want to tell you, it's that those memories are too painful for him to revisit. "Miss Zhang, could you tell me about his past? I want to understand him better." "Thank you," Lee Wen said sincerely. Zhang Xingyi hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Has he ever told you he didn't graduate from college?" "Yes, he mentioned that. He said it was because he had a girlfriend in college. Near graduation, the girlfriend was harassed by her thesis advisor, and he beat the professor up so badly that he ended up in the hospital. He was detained, and the university expelled him a month before graduation." "That's true. The girlfriend's name was Yi Shu Min, his first love. After being expelled, he couldn't find a good job. His pride wouldn't let him rely on anyone, so he set up a barbecue stall in the university district." "Then why did they break up?" "They were planning to get married. Everything was ready, and both families had come to Shanghai. But the night before the wedding, Yi Shu Min ran away to the US, abandoning him and leaving him humiliated. He said his mother fell ill because of the incident and eventually passed away. It devastated him, and he spiraled into years of self-destruction," Zhang Xingyi recounted. Lee Wen was shocked. The story sounded like something out of a TV drama, something that would never happen in her quiet little town. Wang Wenbin had once mentioned that he had caused his mother's death, but she had never understood what he meant. Now she finally knew the whole story. Running a barbecue stall was grueling. He lived in a place that was more like a junkyard, with nothing in it. Every night he would pack up his stall around 1 or 2 a.m. and ride his tricycle back home. "I lived in an old apartment complex along the street he passed every night. One night, I was half asleep when a fire broke out. I was woken up by the smoke." Zhang Xingyi began to recount everything she knew about Wang Wenbin's past as she drove. She spoke in great detail, starting in the car and continuing when they reached the hotel. The two women shared a room and stayed up until 2 or 3 a.m. Zhang Xingyi's words were less for Lee Wen's benefit and more a way for her to revisit her memories with Wang Wenbin. It was as though she wanted to relive those moments one last time before bringing her connection with him to a close. Lee Wen listened attentively, her heart aching for Wang Wenbin. She felt pained and sorrowful, especially when Zhang Xingyi mentioned his betrayal by Lu Jiahao, the appearance of Yu Wei's husband, and how Wang Wenbin had been forced to close his shops and leave Shanghai because of Zhang Xingyi's father. When Zhang Xingyi described how Wang Wenbin, drunk and heartbroken, had repeatedly requested someone to play a song, Lee Wen couldn't hold back her tears. Through Zhang Xingyi's stories, Lee Wen finally pieced together a full picture of Wang Wenbin and understood the man behind his stoic exterior. She was heartbroken by the turbulent, dramatic past he had endured. Compared to that, her own relationship with him felt like a blank slate, clean but lacking any vibrancy or depth. She felt disappointed, frustrated, and somewhat resentful. That night, neither woman could sleep. In the county's best hotel, in a dimly lit double room, they lay awake, lost in their thoughts. Both were thinking about the same man, yet their feelings were vastly different. That night Wang Wenbin couldn't sleep either. Zhang Xingyi's arrival was like a pebble thrown into a still lake, sending ripples that stirred the water, waking the birds at the shore and the fish below, completely shattering his tranquility. Before dawn, Wang Wenbin got up, started his car, and drove to the county. Lee Wen had only fallen asleep at the break of dawn after tossing and turning all night. She was awakened by a call from Wang Wenbin. "Hello, Wenbin," she answered groggily, drawing the curtains in the still dark room. "I'm at the hotel. Are you awake? Which room are you in?" "Not yet. We're in." Lee Wen gave him the room number. "All right, get up. I'll wait for you outside your door," Wang Wenbin said before hanging up and heading upstairs. The phone call jolted Lee Wen awake. She reached over to turn on the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light. When she turned to the other bed, she was shocked to find it empty, completely undisturbed. Lee Wen frowned and glanced around the silent room. "Miss Zhang? Miss Zhang?" she called, climbing out of bed to check the bathroom and the balcony. But Zhang Xini was nowhere to be found. Her belongings, clothes, bag, everything had disappeared. Finally, Lee Wen noticed a bracelet on the bedside table, pinned beneath a guest comment card. She picked it up and read the note. "Miss Lee, I'm sorry for disrupting your lives. I truly didn't mean to. If I had known it would end this way, I never would have come. I won't deny it, I love him. He's the love of my life, possibly the only man I'll ever love. But he doesn't love me. I came here with hope, but I'm leaving with despair. Perhaps this is for the best, as it will finally allow me to let go. Now I know how I need to live the rest of my life. This bracelet is the only gift he ever gave me. I've worn it every day since he gave it to me, never once taking it off. Now, I'm leaving it behind. Please give it back to him as a way to bring closure to everything between us. He is a good man, kind, responsible, and compassionate. Even when he's covered in dust, he gives others warmth and light. He can be a little stubborn and overly macho sometimes, but that's part of his charm. It's also because of his deep sense of responsibility and care for others that he gets hurt so easily. He has endured so many hardships in his life. I hope you can be there for him, to give him the warmth he needs. You are a wonderful woman. After spending one evening with you, I can see why he chose to marry you and not me. I'm immature. When he was with me, he was always the one giving, always getting hurt. But with you, he has someone who gives him love and comfort. I sincerely wish you both happiness. Please don't let my presence cause a rift between you two. Nothing ever happened between us from beginning to end, there was nothing. Physically, emotionally, it was always one-sided on my part. Please believe in him. He is a man of integrity and would never do anything to betray you. I promise you that after today he and I will be strangers. We'll never have any contact again. Please also tell him I'm sorry. Because of me he suffered so much pain and humiliation. I'm leaving now. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I just didn't want to disturb you any longer. Goodbye." After reading the letter, Lee Wen stood frozen, overwhelmed with sympathy for Zhang Xini. At the same time, she felt a pang of guilt, as though she had stolen Zhang Xini's man. Lee Wen walked to the door and opened it. As expected, she found Wang Wenbin leaning against the doorframe. "Come in," she said. "Is that appropriate? Have you gotten up yet?" Wang Wenbin asked, noticing her sleepwear and unbrushed hair. "She's gone," Lee Wen said. Wang Wenbin froze, startled. "Gone? When?" As he spoke, he stepped inside and began looking around the room. "I don't know. I just woke up and she was already gone. She left this bracelet and this letter," Lee Wen said, handing both to Wang Wenbin. He sat on the edge of the bed, slowly reading the letter. When he finished, he was silent for a long time. Finally, he crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash. "This bracelet was her birthday gift last year. I didn't know what to give her. Her family is very wealthy and I've always been poor. To avoid embarrassment, I asked a friend who makes trinkets to create this bracelet. It cost just over 100 yuan, nothing valuable. I never thought she would keep it all this time," Wang Wenbin said with a faint smile, staring at the bracelet. "To her, this bracelet is more precious than gold or jade. That's why she never took it off," Lee Wen said softly as she sat beside him. "You should go after her. She can't have gone far, she's probably still in the county," Lee Wen urged him. Wang Wenbin shook his head. "No. She shouldn't have come here in the first place. This place doesn't belong to her." Lee Wen looked at him but said nothing. Wang Wenbin fiddled with the bracelet for a moment before throwing it into the trash. "Why did you throw it away?" Lee Wen asked, surprised. "What's past is past. I just want to focus on the present and the future," Wang Wenbin replied, pulling Lee Wen into his arms. "Are you worried I'll be jealous?" Lee Wen asked, feeling warm and content as she leaned into him. "You're so understanding. Why would you be? But I am jealous. You're my fiancé. We've been together for months, and yet you gave her a bracelet but have never given me anything." "Ah." That bracelet wasn't worth much, Wang Wenbin said awkwardly. But you haven't even given me something worthless, Lee Wen teased. Wang Wenbin looked flustered, realizing she was right. He had never given her a gift. I'll take you shopping today. We'll buy a gold bracelet, the most expensive one. How about that? I don't want that. It's too tacky, Lee Wen replied, shaking her head. Then what do you want? Whatever it is, I'll do my best to get it for you. Really? Lee Wen asked, her eyes sparkling. Of course, Wang Wenbin said earnestly. I want your heart, she said, looking directly at him. Huh? I want your heart. That's all I want, Lee Wen said seriously. Wang Wenbin fell silent. He understood the meaning behind her words but didn't know how to respond. He didn't want to placate her with empty promises. Give me some time, okay? He finally said. All right. But don't take too long, Lee Wen replied, resting her head on his chest. Zhang Xinyi had left, and Wang Wenbin's life returned to its usual tranquility. But it was only a facade. Inside, his heart was unsettled. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, he realized he was growing weary of life in this small town. Like a frog in a well staring at the narrow patch of sky above, he found his days monotonous and stagnant. Unlike the frog, however, he was someone who had seen the vastness of the world outside before falling into this well. Life in the small town was dull, and after being there for so long, the stillness was starting to suffocate him. Wang Wenbin didn't have grand ambitions. He just wanted to earn more money, buy a house in the county, get Lee Wen a nice car, and ensure she could live a good life. The restaurant business was thriving, especially after the third floor was renovated. Daily revenue had skyrocketed. In this small town, the restaurant brought Wang Wenbin tens of thousands of yuan in monthly profits, making it the most profitable shop on the street. While this wasn't much by big city standards, in the town, Wang Wenbin had become well known as Boss Wang. Wherever he went, people greeted him respectfully. Ever since Wang Wenbin forced his father to stop working at the restaurant and return to the village, the old man's health had improved considerably. For one, his spirits were lifted. Surrounded by familiar faces in the village and proud of his son, now a successful businessman with a good fiancée, he carried himself with newfound confidence. Feeling good naturally helped his recovery. Second, the limited physical activity suited him. At the restaurant, he would overwork himself and become stressed when things got busy. Back in the village, Wang Wenbin had forbidden him from doing farm work, allowing only light tasks like tending a small vegetable patch or raising chickens. This moderate labor was beneficial for his health. Lastly, he now took his medication on time. After his last health scare, he had learned to be diligent about his treatment, and with regular medication, his condition had stabilized significantly. Wang Wenbin made a point of going home every other day to spend the night, bringing his father fresh groceries, and often sneaking in some chores like washing his clothes or tidying up the house. Lee Wen also accompanied him on weekends, bringing fruit and other treats for the old man, who was always happiest during these visits. The old man's visible rejuvenation was a great comfort to Wang Wenbin. Meanwhile, the house renovation had been completed. The design followed Lee Wen's preferences, as she had overseen the entire process while Wang Wenbin rarely visited the site, despite footing the entire bill. Once the renovations were finished, Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen went to the county over the weekend to purchase furniture and appliances. Lee Wen suggested they buy cheaper, generic brands from the local market, but Wang Wenbin insisted on buying high-quality items from branded stores. He wanted to give Lee Wen the best home possible. During the shopping trip, Wang Wenbin left all the decisions to Lee Wen, quietly agreeing to everything she chose. Time flew by, and the wedding day approached. Both families began preparations. For Wang Wenbin, however, the wedding arrangements required little effort. He planned to hold the banquet at his restaurant and didn't concern himself much with the details. According to local customs, the groom must buy the bride a full set of gold and silver jewelry before the wedding. Wang Wenbin had asked Lee Wen many times to go with him to make the purchase, but she kept refusing, saying she didn't want any jewelry. All she wanted, she said, was a wedding ring, the true symbol of marriage. Wang Wenbin had to coax and persuade her for a long time before she finally agreed, knowing that his father would blame him if they skipped this tradition. At the jewelry store in the county, Wang Wenbin leaned over the counter, pointing to a piece of jewelry. How about this one? It's big. Is that a diamond on top? I don't want it, Lee Wen replied. Why not? Look at the price. It's over 10,000 yuan. 10,000 isn't expensive. I can afford it. It's not about whether you can afford it. It's about practicality. You can't eat it or drink it. You work so hard for that money. I don't want it. Let's just get something simple and inexpensive, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. This is a gift from me to you, so shouldn't I be the one to decide? Since when does the recipient argue over a gift? Salesperson, will take this one. Please help her try it on, Wang Wenbin said with a smile. He genuinely wanted to buy something nice for Lee Wen. Throughout their relationship, she had never spent a penny of his money. On the contrary, there were times when he relied on her financially. It's really too expensive, Lee Wen protested. Money can always be earned again, but a wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I want you to be happy and radiant, Wang Wenbin said as he took the ring and slipped it onto her finger. It's beautiful. It looks perfect. This is the one. Lee Wen blushed as she admired the ring on her finger, smiling with happiness. This was the first gift Wang Wenbin had ever given her. Just then, Wang Wenbin's phone rang. The screen showed an unfamiliar number, but the caller ID indicated it was from Shanghai. After hesitating for a moment, he answered, "Hello, this is Wang Wenbin." "Is this Wang Wenbin?" A man's voice came through. "Yes, who's this?" "I'm Zhang Mingyang," the caller said. The name stunned Wang Wenbin. Zhang Mingyang was Zhang Zini's father. He couldn't fathom why Zhang Mingyang would be calling him. Hearing that name brought back a surge of anger and humiliation as memories of everything Zhang Mingyang had done to him flooded his mind. "What can I do for you, Mr. Zhang? And how did you get my number?" Wang Wenbin replied coldly. "Xingyi has attempted suicide," Zhang Mingyang said. Though his voice was calm, there was a tremor in it. Suicide? Wang Wenbin's mind went blank, and his hands trembled so much he nearly dropped the phone. "Suicide?" he repeated loudly, his voice shaking. The shock in Wang Wenbin's tone startled Lee Wen, and even caught the attention of the store clerks. "Yes, she attempted suicide by slitting her wrists," Zhang Mingyang confirmed. "How is she now? What's her condition? Is she going to be okay?" Wang Wenbin shouted, his voice trembling with panic, nearly roaring into the phone. "She's still in the ICU. Whether she survives depends on her will to pull through. The hospital has done all it can. I'm calling you because we're out of options. If you could come, seeing you might bring her back, it could work a miracle." "This is our last hope," Zhang Mingyang said, his voice choked with emotion. It was the first time Wang Wenbin had ever heard him speak in such a subdued and pleading tone. "All right, I'll come right away. But I'm far from Shanghai, I'll get there as fast as I can," Wang Wenbin said hurriedly, his mind racing, consumed with worry. "I've arranged for a helicopter to pick you up, and you'll take a commercial flight from there. Please hurry." "Thank you. Someone will contact you soon," Zhang Mingyang added. All right, Wang Wenbin replied, his voice shaking. "What's going on? Who's attempted suicide?" Lee Wen asked as soon as Wang Wenbin hung up. "Zhang Jingyi. She attempted suicide," Wang Wenbin replied, looking at Lee Wen. "What? Why? How is she now? Is she okay?" Lee Wen asked in shock. "She's being treated, but her life is still in danger." "Lee Wen, I need to go to Shanghai," Wang Wenbin said. Lee Wen's face fell. Her lips quivered, but she quickly composed herself. "All right, you should go. Saving a life is what matters most. But how will you get there? It's so far." "Her father arranged for a helicopter to take me to the provincial capital, and from there I'll fly to Shanghai on a commercial flight," Wang Wenbin explained. "Okay. Then hurry. Don't worry about anything here, I'll look after the restaurant and your father. Keep me updated if you can," Lee Wen said, nodding firmly. "All right. I'll leave now," Wang Wenbin said before rushing out of the mall and driving away. As Wang Wenbin left without looking back, Lee Wen's tears welled up and began to fall uncontrollably. She stood there, staring blankly in the direction he had gone. "Miss, the ring," the salesperson gently interrupted, noticing Wang Wenbin had left. Lee Wen looked down at the ring on her finger. She raised her hand under the light, gazing at it intently. "It looks beautiful on you," the salesperson complimented. "Yes, it's truly beautiful," Lee Wen said softly, her smile bittersweet. She admired the ring for a moment longer, her face full of longing. Then, with reluctance, she removed the ring and placed it back on the counter. "I'm sorry. I won't take it." "Why? Is there something wrong with it?" the salesperson asked, confused. "No, it's perfect. But maybe. It doesn't belong to me," Lee Wen said, shaking her head. The salesperson didn't understand what Lee Wen meant. After a moment's hesitation, they suggested, "Why don't you take a look at other styles? We have plenty of options. How about this one?" Lee Wen shook her head again. "The person who was supposed to give me the ring has left. Who's going to buy it for me now? I'm sorry for the trouble." With that, Lee Wen walked out of the mall. she hailed a cab to the bus station and took the next bus back to the town. Wang Wenbin's mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhang Xingyi. He prayed fervently for her survival, even though he had never been a believer in Buddha, God, or Jesus. Desperation drove him to mentally invoke every deity he could think of, pleading for Zhang Xingyi's safety. Soon he received a call from an unknown number. The caller directed him to the helicopter's location in the county. Evidently, Zhang Mingyang had meticulously planned everything before calling Wang Wenbin. Arranging the helicopter and booking the commercial flight had been easy tasks for someone like Zhang Mingyang. Money could solve anything. Wang Wenbin wasn't even surprised that Zhang Mingyang had his new phone number and personal details. For a man like him, such things were trivial. For the first time in his life, Wang Wenbin boarded a helicopter. But he felt no excitement, only tension. His nerves were on edge, and his thoughts were dominated by memories of Zhang Xingyi. He couldn't stop replaying their time together, their shared moments, over and over in his mind. After arriving at the provincial capital's airport, he waited briefly before being escorted onto a commercial flight to Shanghai. He was seated in business class, another first for him, but again, he felt no excitement. The 2-hour flight felt interminable. When it landed, Wang Wenbin was immediately taken to the hospital, where he saw a crowd of people outside, including Zhang Xingyi's parents. "You're finally here. Please go in and see her. You have to save her, wake her up. You're the only one who can save her now," Zhang Xingyi's mother cried, running toward Wang Wenbin like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. She grabbed his hands and begged him through her tears. "What happened? Why did she try to kill herself? What's her condition now?" Wang Wenbin asked, his voice strained as he struggled to comprehend the situation. She was supposed to get married today," Zhang Xingyi's mother admitted, avoiding Wang Wenbin's eyes. "She wanted to run away. She didn't want to get married. Her father locked her in a room yesterday. This morning when we opened the door we found she had already." Zhang Xingyi's mother broke down into uncontrollable sobs before finishing her sentence. Behind her, Zhang Mingyang stood silently, his face streaked with tears. He didn't say a word. Wang Wenbin clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. He glared coldly at Zhang Xingyi's parents. "This is what you wanted all along, isn't it? This is the result you were striving for? This is the happiness you wanted for her?" Wang Wenbin spat through gritted teeth. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked toward the ICU. "I'm not a god. I'm not a doctor. I can't perform miracles, and I can't save lives. I'm here to see her, even if it's for the last time. Whether she survives is beyond my control. You should be praying to Buddha and begging for his forgiveness." With those words, Wang Wenbin pushed open the ICU doors. He was immediately stopped by staff, who required him to disinfect and put on full protective gear, gown, shoes and cap before a nurse led him into the sterile ICU ward. When Wang Wenbin walked into the ICU, the first thing he saw was Zhang Xingyi lying motionless on the hospital bed, her face pale. He couldn't tell if she was unconscious or simply asleep. Her body was hooked up to various monitors, IV drips were running, and the bandages on her left wrist, covering her wounds, were still vivid reminders of her suicide attempt. "What's her condition? Is she unconscious, or is she asleep?" Wang Wenbin asked the doctor. "She's unconscious," the doctor explained. "She suffered severe blood loss, which caused a lack of oxygen and blood supply to her brain, leading to her current state. We've performed emergency blood transfusions and done everything medically possible. For now, we can sustain her vital signs. The real issue is whether she can wake up. This is a psychological matter. For her to wake up, she has to want to wake up. She has to summon the will to regain consciousness. This is entirely up to her mind. Medically, we can't force it. From what we've observed and based on our experience, it seems the patient has no strong desire to wake up. She's not pretending to be unconscious, but she lacks a strong will to recover. Do you understand what I mean?" Wang Wenbin nodded slowly. "You mean she doesn't have much of a will to live?" "Exactly. That's the situation. External stimuli are now essential to stimulate her brain and encourage her to regain consciousness." "And what happens if she doesn't wake up?" Wang Wenbin asked hesitantly. "If she doesn't regain consciousness within 24 hours, the best case scenario is that she becomes comatose, a vegetative state. Over time, complications could develop, and ultimately she could die," the doctor said bluntly. Wang Wenbin's brows furrowed tightly. "So, if she wakes up within 24 hours she'll be fine. But if not, even if she does regain consciousness later, she could suffer permanent brain damage, potentially leaving her in a vegetative state or mentally impaired," the doctor added. "When does the 24-hour clock start? How much time do we have left?" Wang Wenbin asked urgently. It started from the moment she fell unconscious. So, until tomorrow morning? Approximately. It's not a fixed 24 hours, but that's the general window based on past cases. That's why I advised her parents to bring someone who could emotionally stimulate her and help her wake up. They've already tried, but it hasn't worked, the doctor explained further. Wang Wenbin looked at Zhang Xinyi, lying so still, and asked, "Can she hear me if I talk to her?" "Yes, she can," the doctor confirmed. "That's about all I can do for now. Whether she wakes up is up to you and her." With that, the doctor stepped away, leaving Wang Wenbin alone in the room. The only other sound came from the faint hum of the monitors and occasional beeping of the medical devices. Wang Wenbin pulled up a chair and sat by the bed, staring at Zhang Xinyi. A torrent of emotions surged within him, yet he didn't know what to say. "Why are you so foolish? Do you know how foolish you are?" he began, speaking softly. "I told you before that life is full of setbacks and difficulties. No one can help you get through them. You have to face them and figure out a way to move forward, but I meant for you to overcome them, not to escape them. Do you know that death is the most cowardly choice? It's the dumbest decision anyone can make. It only brings pain to the people who love you. If every challenge in life meant giving up and dying, wouldn't I have died 100 times over by now? Stop sleeping. Wake up, all right, please?" Despite his words, Zhang Xinyi didn't move. As he spoke, her parents entered the room, now dressed in protective gowns. "Xinyi, listen to mom, okay? Wake up. Please, I'm begging you. Open your eyes. Look, do you see who's here? It's Wang Wenbin. Your father brought him here. Look at him, Xinyi. Mom's not lying to you. Your father specifically asked him to come. And your dad has promised if you wake up, we won't force you to marry into the Lai family anymore. We'll agree to you marrying Wang Wenbin. No more objections. We'll hold the wedding immediately and get you registered. Isn't that what you want? Just wake up, please." Zhang Xinyi's mother sobbed as she pleaded. Turning to her husband, she cried, "Say something. Don't just stand there." "Yes, Xinyi?" Zhang Mingyang said, his voice heavy. "I was wrong before. I shouldn't have forced you to marry into the Lai family. I shouldn't have tried to separate you and Wang Wenbin. I'm sorry. If you wake up, I'll support you and Wang Wenbin. I won't just allow it, I'll do everything I can to help you too. Please wake up." Sitting in silence, Wang Wenbin listened to their pleas with a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Xinyi, you can't leave us. You're our only daughter, you're our life. If something happens to you, how are your father and I supposed to go on? Please, wake up. I was wrong. I promise I won't interfere in your life anymore. You can do whatever you want. Just wake up," Zhang Xinyi's mother cried, clutching the side of the bed. Her sobs filled the room as she begged, her tears falling freely. Wang Wenbin stood up silently and began walking toward the door. "Where are you going?" Zhang Xinyi's mother called after him. "Outside. To smoke," Wang Wenbin replied. "How can you think about smoking at a time like this? Is my daughter's life less important to you than a cigarette?" Zhang Xinyi's mother snapped angrily. Wang Wenbin paused, turning to look at her. His anger flared, but when his gaze fell on Zhang Xinyi's still form, it dissipated. "This is all too sudden for me. I need to step outside, calm down and think. Maybe I can come up with something to wake her," Wang Wenbin said evenly before leaving the room. Wang Wenbin walked out of the ICU and found a quiet corner at the end of a hallway. Leaning against the wall, he lit a cigarette. As he inhaled, his thoughts churned. Everything felt surreal, like a chaotic storm inside his head. It was all too overwhelming. He needed to clear his mind and sort through the situation to think of a way to stimulate Zhang Xinyi's senses and bring her back. Wang Wenbin smoked a cigarette, his mind finally clearing a bit. At that moment, he saw Zhang Mingyang approaching. "Xiao Wang. Let's talk," Zhang Mingyang said, glancing at him. Wang Wenbin said nothing but followed Zhang Mingyang into another hospital room. It was clear this was no ordinary room, it resembled a suite more than a standard hospital room. Zhang Mingyang sat down on the sofa, and Wang Wenbin took a seat as well. One of Zhang Mingyang's men closed the door, leaving only the two of them in the room. "First, I want to thank you for being willing to come," Zhang Mingyang began. "There's no need to thank me. I came because of Zhang Xinyi. It has nothing to do with you, Zhang Mingyang. Your thanks mean nothing to me," Wang Wenbin replied coolly. "I know you hate me," Zhang Mingyang said. "Do you think I shouldn't?" Wang Wenbin shot back. "You're right, you should hate me. I never expected you to forgive me. But now is not the time to talk about that. You've seen Xinyi's condition. Her mother and I have tried everything we could, but nothing has worked. Based on the doctor's advice, the only option we have left is you. Both of us know Xingyi has feelings for you. The only person she loves in this world is you. If anyone can wake her up, it's you, Zhang Mingyang said slowly, fixing his gaze on Wang Wenbin. You and Xingyi are good friends. I can see you genuinely care about her and want her to recover, right? And let me assure you, we will not let you suffer any losses. As long as you can find a way to wake her up, you can name your price, Zhang Mingyang said, revealing his intentions. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin chuckled and asked, "What's the limit, Zhang Mingyang? Is there a cap on this price you're offering?" Zhang Mingyang was visibly angered, sensing Wang Wenbin's tone and the implicit accusation of extortion. There's no limit. As long as I can afford it, name your price. 10 million, 20 million, whatever you want. She's my only daughter, my everything. If it means saving her, I'll sell everything I have. But only if you wake her up, Zhang Mingyang said through gritted teeth. Oh, so you do remember she's your daughter? I thought you'd forgotten, Wang Wenbin replied, his laugh laced with bitterness. What do you mean by that? Zhang Mingyang's tone darkened as he slammed the table. Wang Wenbin, I know my rights and wrongs. But no matter what mistakes I've made, it's not your place to lecture me. I wouldn't dare. Even if you lent me the courage, I wouldn't dare lecture you, Zhang Mingyang. But if I don't lecture you, heaven will. The problem is, the punishment shouldn't fall on Xingyi. She's innocent, Wang Wenbin shot back, his anger flaring. Ever since learning that Zhang Yi's suicide attempt was due to Zhang Mingyang's forced marriage plans, Wang Wenbin had been boiling with rage. If Zhang Mingyang weren't her father, Wang Wenbin might have taken drastic action already. Every time you talk to me, it's about money. When I was friends with Zhang Xingyi, you offered me money to leave her. Now, you're offering me money to save her. Do you really think money can solve everything? Sure, I'm poor. I lack money. But what I want more than money is respect. Can you honestly say you've ever respected anyone? If you had shown even a shred of respect, Xingyi wouldn't be in this situation. When you forced me to leave her back then, had you respected me just a little, I would have left without you resorting to such underhanded tactics. If you'd respected Xingyi's feelings and asked her if she wanted to marry into the Lai family, she wouldn't have been so desperate as to attempt suicide. Do you even realize how hopeless a person has to be to resort to slitting their wrists? And now, even with your daughter in this state, you're still treating me with the same arrogant attitude, using your money to trample on my dignity. Does it feel good? Does it make you feel powerful? Wang Wenbin vented, unleashing all the anger and resentment he had been holding inside. Zhang Mingyang's face turned red with rage. It was clear he was furious, but he couldn't find words to argue back. Likely, no one had dared speak to him like this in decades. Then tell me, what will it take for you to save Xingyi? Zhang Mingyang said, his teeth clenched. It's simple. Apologize to me, Wang Wenbin said coldly. Apologize? To you? Zhang Mingyang stood abruptly, his face a mix of disbelief and anger. Yes. Apologize to me. What's wrong? Are you thinking I don't value my life? When your family dined with the Lai family that day, I didn't show up to cause trouble. I didn't even know you'd be there. Zhang Xingyi invited me, and I only went to return the money I owed her. From start to finish, I didn't say a word. Whatever embarrassment you suffered wasn't caused by me. Secondly, there's nothing improper about my relationship with Zhang Xingyi. Even if I liked her, which I didn't. I knew from the start I wasn't worthy of her. I never dreamed of being with her. Even our friendship was something I accepted reluctantly. And if we had been dating, it would have been mutual. You didn't have to like me, but what gave you the right to destroy my livelihood and force me out of Shanghai? Those 2 restaurants were my lifeline. They were my last hope in the city. My dreams, my future, everything I had was tied to them. You destroyed it all. I never wronged your family. In fact, I saved your daughter's life once. What right did you have to treat me this way? Is asking you to apologize really too much? By the time Wang Wenbin finished, his voice was trembling with emotion. Zhang Mingyang sat down heavily, his face pale and his expression unreadable. After a long silence, he clenched his teeth and said, "I'm sorry." Wang Wenbin laughed bitterly. Zhang Mingyang, hearing you say those words is like pulling teeth. He continued, "When I didn't know Zhang Xingyi, I risked my life running into a burning building to save her. When we were friends, I took beatings from thugs to protect her. And today, when you called me about her suicide, I left my fiancée behind and rushed here. Do you think I need your money to want to save her? You'll never understand what true friendship is. I asked for your apology because it's the only way I can make someone like you acknowledge what you've done. Rest assured, I'll do everything I can to wake Zhang Xingyi. As her friend, I care about her no less than you do as her father." With that, Wang Wenbin stood up, opened the door, and left the room, heading back to the ICU. By now, night had fallen. When Wang Wenbin entered the ICU, Zhang Xinyi's mother was crying hysterically, pleading with her daughter to wake up, her sobs filled with anguish and despair. Although Wang Wenbin didn't like Zhang Xinyi's mother, he even harbored a deep resentment toward her. Watching her cry with such raw emotion moved him. A mother's love for her child is selfless and deserves respect, no matter her past actions. "Auntie, please step out for now. Let me have a moment alone with her," Wang Wenbin said after observing the scene for a moment. All right. I beg you, please wake her up. Please. If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore," Zhang Xinyi's mother sobbed as she spoke. "I'll do my best," Wang Wenbin nodded. After Zhang Xinyi's mother left the room, still crying and pleading, Wang Wenbin walked up to the bed again. Looking at Zhang Xinyi's pale and tranquil face, his heart ached. He sat down beside her and gently took her cold hand in his. "Why are you so foolish?" Wang Wenbin sighed. "If I had known you'd choose this way to end your life, why did I bother running into that burning building to save you back then? If I hadn't saved you, I wouldn't have met you. None of what came after would have happened, and I wouldn't have been forced to leave Shanghai. If it weren't for saving you in that fire, I wouldn't have lost the ring meant for Xu Wei, and I wouldn't have had such entanglements with her. All of that chaos wouldn't have unfolded, and there wouldn't be today. I've already endured so much suffering, and now you've decided to give up on your life. So tell me, what was the point of everything I've been through? All of it started because I saved you. Now, you're irresponsibly abandoning your life. What about the debt you owe me? What about the emotions you owe me?" Wang Wenbin looked at Zhang Xinyi again, but there was no response. He let out a deep sigh. Sometimes, he thought life was just a process of enduring hardship, a series of trials filled with far more pain than joy. At least, his life had been like that. His heart was heavy. He couldn't fully understand his feelings for Zhang Xinyi. He knew he didn't love her, but he also knew he cared about her deeply. It was a complex and delicate emotion, one he couldn't put into words. But no matter what, he didn't want to see her hurt. Watching her lie motionless on the hospital bed pained him deeply. "Zhang Xinyi, tell me, what do I need to say for you to wake up? Tell me." Wang Wenbin felt a growing sense of helplessness, the same overwhelming powerlessness he had experienced when little Annie was on the verge of death. "Do you remember the first time we met? You'd probably say it was during the fire, wouldn't you? But actually it wasn't. During the fire, even though I ran in to save you, I never saw your face. I didn't even know if you were a man or a woman. Our first real meeting was when you came to my barbecue stall to look for me. I remember you were dressed so beautifully that day. I even remember the brands: a Chanel dress, LV pants, Gucci shoes, and a Hermes bag. Yet you came to me, claiming to be from a poor family and asking to work at my stall," Wang Wenbin said with a small laugh as he reminisced. Sitting by her side, he continued to speak, recounting the story of how they met and everything that had happened between them since. He told her about every moment, every memory they shared, as though reliving their past together might help awaken her. But, at the same time, he was also revisiting those memories for himself. Throughout the night, Wang Wenbin spoke intermittently, saying everything he wanted to say to Zhang Xinyi. He tried his hardest, but as the night passed, she remained unresponsive. Her parents came in and out of the room countless times, their faces growing increasingly despondent with every glance at their unmoving daughter. As dawn approached, the doctor entered, followed closely by Zhang Zhangyi's parents. The doctor checked Zhang Xinyi's condition, examined her again, and then sighed as he turned to Zhang Mingyang. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, but there's nothing more I can do." "What? What do you mean by that?" Zhang Mingyang asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. "She's missed the optimal window for waking up. If she doesn't regain consciousness soon, the likelihood of her waking up later diminishes greatly. Future treatments to restore consciousness will become increasingly difficult, and the chances of a full recovery are extremely low," the doctor explained. Zhang Mingyang's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with both grief and anger. But his anger found a target in Wang Wenbin. He stormed over to Wang Wenbin, who was still seated by the bed, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, "Why? Why didn't you wake her up? Why?" Wang Wenbin was furious too, but when he glanced at Zhang Xinyi lying silently on the bed, he forced himself to swallow his anger. Slowly, he pried Zhang Mingyang's hand off his collar and said coldly, "Mr. Zhang, I respect you because you're Zhang Xinyi's father. But please, respect yourself as well. I'm not your family's dog, and I don't owe the Zhang family anything. Zhang Xinyi is my friend, and I've done everything I could. I've been here all night, talking to her. Zhang Mingyang realized he had lost control and took a step back, but he didn't apologize. Apologies weren't in his nature, though he had been forced to offer one earlier. After a long pause, Zhang Mingyang looked at Wang Wenbin, and then at Zhang Zini. Turning back to Wang Wenbin, he said, "Tell her you'll marry her. If she wakes up, you'll marry her. If she wakes up, I'll arrange your wedding immediately." Wang Wenbin opened his mouth to speak but couldn't find the words. "Say it. Tell her now." Zhang Mingyang roared, on the verge of losing his mind. Wang Wenbin looked at Zhang Zini again. After a long moment, he walked back to her bedside. He thought for a moment, then spoke softly. "Zhang Zini, wake up. I promise you, if you wake up, I'll take you to Tibet. The two of us will drive there together. I've already planned it out, just the two of us. We'll start from Shanghai, drive to Chengdu, and from Chengdu, take the Sichuan-Tibet Highway along Route 318. I'll take you to Kangding, Daocheng and Nyanchi. Then we'll go to Tibet. I'll take you to see the Potala Palace, Mount Everest, Nagku and more. On the way back, we'll take the Qinghai Tibet Highway. I'll take you to see the Chaka Salt Lake, watch the antelopes in Hojil, and see the birds at Qinghai Lake." Wang Wenbin spoke slowly, painting a vivid picture of their potential journey together. Wang Wenbin lowered his head and spoke softly to Zhang Zini. He had never been to Tibet, but he remembered her once telling him it was the place she wanted to visit most. Because of that, he had taken the time to learn more about it. "She's awake. She's awake. Xingyi is awake." Suddenly, Zhang Zini's mother screamed. Wang Wenbin immediately turned around and saw Zhang Zini's eyes open, staring at him. Tears were streaming down her face. Overjoyed, Wang Wenbin wanted to say something to her. But Zhang Mingyang pushed him aside, and the doctors quickly moved in. Wang Wenbin stood up silently and moved to the side, watching the scene unfold. "Xingyi, speak to us. Say something." Zhang Zini's mother cried, her voice choked with emotion. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin frowned again. Soon after, several specialists entered the room and began discussing Zhang Zhang's condition with her parents. Wang Wenbin was deeply concerned about her, eager to know her exact condition. But he was also acutely aware of his status an outsider, one not particularly welcomed. He quietly left the room and stood outside, smoking a cigarette. At least she had woken up, he thought. That was a good sign. Recovery was now just a matter of time. The weight in his chest finally began to ease. The morning sun had risen by then. Wang Wenbin, having stayed awake for over 24 hours, was physically and emotionally exhausted. He didn't know how much time had passed before he saw a group of doctors leaving the room, deep in discussion. "Doctor, how is she? When will she recover?" Wang Wenbin quickly stopped one of the doctors and asked. "Recover? Given her current condition, recovery might be very difficult," the doctor said with a sigh. "What do you mean? You told me earlier that as long as she woke up, she'd be fine," Wang Wenbin said, his anxiety returning. "Yes, but technically, the patient hasn't truly woken up," the doctor explained. "How is that possible? I saw her open her eyes with my own eyes and she cried." Wang Wenbin exclaimed in disbelief. "That's true, but medically, that doesn't constitute full consciousness. Her mind is awake, but her bodily functions are not. The actions you saw opening her eyes crying are conditioned reflexes, not conscious behavior," the doctor clarified. "What does that mean? Doctor, please explain in simpler terms," Wang Wenbin asked, struggling to grasp the situation. "In layman's terms, while her brain shows some activity, her body hasn't regained full functionality. She can perform basic reflex actions, such as blinking, reacting to sounds, swallowing, or crying, but that's it. To put it simply, she's in a vegetative state," the doctor said, spelling it out plainly. "A vegetative state? How is that possible?" Wang Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief. "From what we can tell, yes. We'll perform a more comprehensive examination shortly, but the initial prognosis suggests this. To be frank, given the severity of her blood loss, it's remarkable that she regained even partial consciousness. From the start, we anticipated that her chances of ending up in a vegetative state were very high. We simply didn't share this possibility with the family to avoid undue worry. In medical terms, this outcome is actually expected. Is there any hope? Can she fully recover? There is a chance. Cases of patients recovering from a vegetative state are rare, but they do exist. Recovery depends on consistent, long-term treatment, the patient's willpower, and frankly luck. It will require significant financial resources and time. However, the odds are not favorable, the doctor concluded. Wang Wenbin stood frozen, unable to process what he had just heard. The news hit him like a heavy blow, leaving him dazed. "Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your efforts," Wang Wenbin said after a long silence. The doctor offered a few words of comfort before walking away. Wang Wenbin slumped against the wall, unsure if his exhaustion stemmed from physical fatigue or the crushing weight of the diagnosis. Slowly, he slid down to the floor, sitting with his back against the wall. With trembling hands, he pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and sat there smoking quietly. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wenbin forced himself to stand up and walked back into the room. Over the years he had endured so much that he thought his heart had hardened into stone. Inside the room, Zhang Xinyi's mother was leaning against the bed, wailing uncontrollably. Her once elegant demeanor had vanished. She was no different from any grieving mother, crying her heart out. On the other side, Zhang Mingyang, tears streaming down his face, was yelling into his phone. Wang Wenbin walked to Zhang Xinyi's bedside and stood there, looking down at her. Her eyes were open, tears streaming down her face. When she saw Wang Wenbin approach, her gaze shifted to him, and more tears spilled from her eyes. Seeing her like this, Wang Wenbin, who had thought his heart was as solid as stone, felt his chest tighten. His eyes stung and tears rolled down his cheeks. He crouched by her bed and gently wiped the tears from her face. But just as he reached out, he felt a sharp slap on his hand. Zhang Xinyi's mother had struck him, glaring at him with anger. "Don't touch my daughter. You're the one who caused this," she shouted. Still reeling from Zhang Xinyi's tears, Wang Wenbin stared at her mother in confusion. He pointed at himself and asked, "You're saying this is my fault? Who else? If you hadn't gotten close to her, deceived her, and led her astray, would she have refused to marry into the Lai family? Would she have ended up like this? Wang Wenbin, tell me the truth, did you convince her to attempt suicide? Did you?" Zhang Xinyi's mother accused him, her voice sharp and cutting. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was smile bitterly. "Enough. Haven't you said enough?" Zhang Mingyang shouted at his wife after ending his call. "Don't say such nonsense in front of our daughter." Turning to Wang Wenbin, he said, "You've seen her condition. This is what it is. Regardless, I'm very grateful you came. I'll arrange for someone to take you back soon. Your time has been delayed for 2 days, and you'll be appropriately compensated." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Mingyang's phone rang again. Get in touch with the best rehabilitation hospitals and vegetative state specialists in the US. I don't care how much it costs, I want the best doctors and medical teams available. Make all the arrangements immediately. I want my daughter in the US. For treatment within the next 2 days, Zhang Mingyang ordered into the phone. Wang Wenbin glanced at Zhang Mingyang, then turned back to look at Zhang Xinyi. He wanted to say one last thing to her. "Get out! Can't you understand? Leave now." Zhang Xinyi's mother shouted at Wang Wenbin, her voice filled with anger. She blamed him entirely for what had happened to her daughter. Wang Wenbin felt a surge of anger rise within him, but he didn't express it. He had grown indifferent to the outbursts of people like Zhang Xinyi's mother. Ignoring her, he kept his gaze on Zhang Xinyi. Her eyes remained fixed on him, and tears continued to stream down her face. "Xinyi, I'm leaving now. You must stay strong and wake up. If I get the chance, I'll come back to see you. Promise me, you'll wake up. Whenever you wake up, I'll take you to Tibet. This promise is good for a lifetime," Wang Wenbin said, his eyes red with emotion. After finishing his words, he turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he paused and turned back to Zhang Mingyang. "I came here to see Xinyi not because she's your daughter, but because she's my friend. So, I appreciate the effort you went through to arrange the plane and everything to get me here. But I won't trouble you for the return trip. I'll take the train back myself. Goodbye." With that, Wang Wenbin left the hospital room, holding back tears as he exited the building. His tears weren't for Zhang Xinyi's parents or their insults, they no longer mattered to him. His tears were for Zhang Xinyi. He couldn't accept the fact that she had become a vegetative state. To Wang Wenbin, Zhang Xinyi had always been the kindest, most innocent person he had ever met. In his heart, she was like an angel, pure and noble. He couldn't comprehend how someone like her could end up in such a tragic state. He felt the world's injustice more keenly than ever. If anyone deserved punishment, it shouldn't have been her. As a song once said, "Has God closed his eyes and forgotten to open them again?" Wang Wenbin walked out into the street, his mind clouded with sadness. The thought of Zhang Xinyi being reduced to her current state weighed heavily on him. He wanted to stay by her side, even if just for a moment longer, but he knew her parents didn't welcome him. Wang Wenbin was a man of emotions, but he was also a man of dignity. He understood that his presence would only invite further humiliation. Moreover, he knew there was nothing more he could do for her. He wasn't a doctor, nor did he have the financial means to hire the best medical experts to help her recover. When Wang Wenbin stepped out of the hospital, he realized with a heavy heart that this was the same hospital where little Annie had been treated years ago. His past in Shanghai was inextricably tied to this place. Too many significant events in his life had happened here. Standing on the busy street outside, Wang Wenbin stared blankly into space, unsure of where to go. In Shanghai, he had no friends left. Zhang Xingyi was the last person he could call a friend, and now she was in this condition. He had no home here, no career. The last time he left Shanghai, he had vowed never to return. Yet, here he was again, breaking that promise. Exhausted from not having slept for over 24 hours, he found a small diner, ordered some breakfast, and then checked into a cheap motel. He planned to get some rest, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fall asleep. His mind was consumed by the image of Zhang Xingyi lying in her hospital bed, her tearful eyes filled with pain, despair, and longing as they stared at him. That image was seared into his heart, and every time he closed his eyes, it replayed vividly in his mind. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, even more intense than when little Annie was gravely ill. Back then, he could at least fight desperately to save her, however slim the odds. But now, there was nothing he could do except watch Zhang Xingyi suffer. Eventually, sheer exhaustion overcame him. After tossing and turning for several hours, he finally fell asleep, only waking up in the late afternoon. After leaving the motel, Wang Wenbin found himself drawn back to the hospital. He stood outside, staring up at the floor where Zhang Xingyi's room was located. He wanted to go in and see her, but the thought of her parents stopped him. He sighed deeply, turned around, and walked away. Having nowhere else to go, Wang Wenbin instinctively wandered to the back streets where his old businesses had been located. The first thing he did was stop at a train ticket office and buy a ticket for the following night's train. Then, he walked to the locations of his two former shops. His barbecue restaurant had been turned into a Lanzhou noodle shop. The snack bar, however, remained, even keeping its original name and signage. Seeing this, Wang Wenbin felt a pang of sadness. Those businesses had been his life's work. Almost without thinking, he walked into the snack bar. The place had a decent number of customers, but it was far less crowded than when he had run it. The menu was nearly identical to his, clearly modeled after his successful formula. Yet the food didn't taste as good, and the prices were noticeably higher. Wang Wenbin understood why. Only popular restaurants could afford to keep prices competitive. Less successful establishments had to raise prices to cover their overhead. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, Wang Wenbin left feeling deeply disappointed. He could tell this business wouldn't last long. It pained him to think that students in the area likely associated this subpar experience with the brand he had built, tarnishing the reputation of something he had worked so hard to establish. Stepping outside, he struck up a conversation with the owner of a nearby shop, an old acquaintance. They chatted for hours, mostly about the snack bar. According to his acquaintance, Wang Wenbin's suspicions were correct. The current owner had bought the business at a high price, hoping to replicate Wang Wenbin's success. However, business had steadily declined. Wang Wenbin laughed bitterly. Running a restaurant might seem simple, but it required skill, experience, and a deep understanding of the craft. He had spent years honing his skills and experimenting to build his success. It wasn't something just anyone could replicate. Wang Wenbin wandered aimlessly through the back streets for most of the night, not hailing a taxi back to his hotel until the early hours of the morning. He avoided returning too early because being alone would only bring back the haunting image of Zhang Xingyi's despairing, pain-filled gaze. This street was the place where he had spent the longest time in the city, and being there gave him a strange sense of solace. The next day at noon, Wang Wenbin made calls to Yanghong Xiaoguo, and as many of his former employees as he could, still reach those who had worked in his two restaurants and were still in Shanghai. He invited them all to a meal, insisting on footing the bill. Many of them were still working in Shanghai, while some had returned to their hometowns. During the gathering, they reminisced fondly about their time working for Wang Wenbin. At the time, none of them had realized how good they had it, but after moving on to other jobs, they came to appreciate the differences. The pay, benefits, and humane treatment at Wang Wenbin's restaurants far surpassed what they experienced elsewhere. More importantly, Wang Wenbin had treated them like family, unlike their current employers. The starkest contrast was seen in the cases of Yang Hong and Xiao Guo. When they worked for Wang Wenbin, they were store managers, not only handling managerial duties but also earning high salaries. Now Xiao Guo was working as a chef in a hotel, grilling barbecue dishes for a modest salary of just over 5,000 yuan, still higher than most because of his expertise in barbecue. Meanwhile, Yang Hong had taken a job as a front desk clerk at another hotel. The work was easy, but her salary was under 4,000 yuan. Wang Wenbin had no ulterior motives in inviting everyone to the meal. He simply wanted to reconnect with them. People like Yang Hong and Xiao Guo had helped him tremendously, and he saw them as brothers and sisters. This was his way of showing gratitude and maintaining their bond. The meal lasted for hours, and Wang Wenbin drank a fair amount of alcohol. Afterward, he found a nearby budget hotel to sleep off the effects. He ended up sleeping the entire afternoon, only waking up when night had fully fallen. Around 9 p.m. he grabbed a quick dinner, technically a late-night snack, at a small street vendor. After finishing, he checked the time. It was past 9 p.m., and his train was scheduled for midnight. He debated heading straight to the station but ultimately decided to make one last visit to the hospital. At Zhang Zini's floor, Wang Wenbin didn't enter her room. He didn't want another confrontation with her parents, and had no interest in subjecting himself to further humiliation. Instead, he sought out the on-duty doctor responsible for Zhang Zini's care to ask about her condition. Deep down, he hoped for a miracle. The doctor's response, however, was the same as before. The only new information was that Zhang Mingyang had arranged for Zhang Zini to be transferred to the United States for treatment. She would be under the care of a world-renowned team specializing in reviving vegetative patients. While the team had achieved remarkable successes in the past, the odds remained slim. Moreover, the costs were astronomical. Wang Wenbin sighed heavily as he left the hospital. He went straight to the train station, boarded his train, and lay down in his assigned berth. Yet again he couldn't sleep for a single moment. His mind was consumed by the image of Zhang Zini. When the train finally arrived, Wang Wenbin took a taxi to the county town, retrieved his van from where it was parked, and drove back to the town. He parked in front of his restaurant. As he walked inside, he saw Lee Wen sitting at the cashier's desk. She was busy using a calculator to tally the accounts while giving instructions to the staff. Make sure the kitchen finalizes tomorrow's purchasing list before cleaning up. Also, after tidying up the store, someone needs to hose down the parking lot out back. Somebody threw up back there, it's disgusting, she said, clearly still immersed in managing the restaurant even at such a late hour. It was past 9 p.m., and she was still working. Seeing this warmed Wang Wenbin's heart and filled him with gratitude. Lee Wen, Wang Wenbin called out as he approached her. Lee Wen froze for a moment. When she turned to see him, she looked surprised but quickly broke into a delighted smile. She stood up and said, "You're back?" "Yes, I'm back," Wang Wenbin replied, looking at her intently. Lee Wen seemed about to say something, but before she could, Wang Wenbin stepped forward and wrapped her in a tight hug. Lee Wen was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Wang Wenbin had initiated such an embrace. She didn't resist, letting herself lean into him, feeling both shy and happy. "Thank you," Wang Wenbin said emotionally, holding her close. "People are watching," Lee Wen whispered, her cheeks flushing. Wang Wenbin glanced around and noticed a few staff members cleaning while sneaking amused looks at them. Embarrassed, he quickly let go of Lee Wen. "How did it go?" Lee Wen asked. "What do you mean? Ms. Zhang, is she okay now?" When Lee Wen mentioned Zhang Zhangyi, Wang Wenbin's expression darkened. Her name brought back the painful image of her tear-filled gaze, piercing his heart once again. "She's alive. They saved her," Wang Wenbin said after a pause. "That's good to hear. I told you, good people like her will always have a guardian angel," Lee Wen said, visibly relieved. "But what?" "She's now a vegetative patient," Wang Wenbin said, lighting a cigarette as he sat down. "A vegetative state?" Lee Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes," Wang Wenbin nodded, taking a drag on his cigarette. "How? How could this happen?" Lee Wen asked, stunned. "Her parents forced her to marry someone she didn't know. On the day of her engagement, they locked her in a room to stop her from running away. She chose to slit her wrists. By the time they found her, it was too late. She lost too much blood. Although they managed to save her life, the lack of oxygen and blood flow to her brain for so long left her in this condition." "That's what the doctors said," Wang Wenbin explained, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Her parents are horrible. How could anyone do that to their own child?" Lee Wen exclaimed angrily. Wang Wenbin remained silent, his face etched with pain. Lee Wen looked at him, feeling a complex mix of emotions: anger toward Zhang Zini's parents, sympathy for Zhang Zini, and a tinge of jealousy. "Isn't there a way to treat her? With today's medical advancements and her family's wealth?" Lee Wen asked tentatively. "There's a chance, but it's incredibly slim," Wang Wenbin replied, shaking his head. Lee Wen, seeing his pain, gently took his hand and said, Don't be sad. What's done is done. Neither of us can change it. I believe fate will be kind to someone as kind and beautiful as Ms. Zhang. Thank you, Wang Wenbin said, looking up at her and squeezing her hand with a faint smile. Have you had dinner yet? Lee Wen asked Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin shook his head. How could you not eat dinner this late? Sit down for a bit and take a look at the shop's accounts from the past few days. I've personally gone over them every day, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. I'll ask the kitchen to cook you a few dishes, Lee Wen said as she headed to the kitchen. Wang Wenbin didn't bother with the account books. With Lee Wen managing things, he had no reason to worry. Besides, he wasn't in the mood for it now. His thoughts were consumed by Zhang Xingyi. He sat alone, smoking and staring blankly into space, until Lee Wen came out with the dishes and called him over to eat. When Wang Wenbin came over, Lee Wen had already served him a bowl of rice and placed it on the table. Why don't you eat a bit too? I've already eaten earlier with the others. You eat, I'll just sit here and keep you company, Lee Wen said with a smile. Wang Wenbin nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating. He hadn't eaten anything all day, having had no appetite, but after a whole day of hunger, he finally felt like eating something. As Wang Wenbin ate, Lee Wen sat beside him, silently watching. It's late. I have work tomorrow, so I'll head home now. You should get some rest early too, Lee Wen said as she cleaned up after Wang Wenbin finished eating. The other staff had already gone home. I'll walk you back. It's so late. No need. You must be exhausted after traveling on the train all day and night. I can go back on my own, it's no problem. I've been walking home alone these past few days without any issues, Lee Wen replied, shaking her head. In the end, Wang Wenbin insisted on escorting Lee Wen home. They didn't take the car but instead strolled along the streets of the small town. The night was already cold, especially in the mountains. Wang Wenbin held Lee Wen's hand and tucked it into the pocket of his coat. Lee Wen leaned against him, and the two walked slowly. I'm sorry, Lee Wen. That day, I planned to take you to buy wedding rings and jewelry, but I left abruptly. I'm truly sorry. Are you free tomorrow? Wang Wenbin asked apologetically. I have to work tomorrow. I've already taken a few days off, Lee Wen replied. Wang Wenbin knew why she had taken time off. It was to look after the shop in his absence. Thank you. I really appreciate everything you've done these past few days, Wang Wenbin said sincerely. Wenbin, why do you always treat me so politely? I really don't like this feeling, Lee Wen said. I didn't mean anything by it. How about this weekend? We can go to the county to buy the jewelry. Since the wedding is coming up, we should get it done. Also, I was thinking, how about we take our wedding photos this weekend too? Let's see if there's anything else we need to prepare, Wang Wenbin suggested after a moment's thought. Lee Wen suddenly fell silent. After a pause, she said, Wenbin, there's something I want to talk to you about. But I can see you're not in a good mood right now, and you're also tired. Let's find another time in a couple of days to talk. What is it? Tell me. I'm fine, not tired, Wang Wenbin said, surprised. It's about the wedding. Let's talk about it in a few days. All right then, Wang Wenbin agreed with a nod. Shouldn't you go visit your uncle? You've been gone for several days, and he still doesn't know you went to Shanghai, Lee Wen said. Yeah, I'll head back soon, Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. As they talked, they unknowingly reached the entrance to Lee Wen's building. All right, I'll head up on my own. You should go back, you still need to return to the village, Lee Wen said with a smile. Okay, go on up. I'll wait here until I see your lights turn on. Lee Wen stared at Wang Wenbin with a dazed expression for a moment before smiling faintly. She said goodnight, turned, and went upstairs. Wang Wenbin leaned against a street lamp, smoking. The main street of the small town had streetlights, but they were turned off early by 10 o'clock. By now the lights had long been off. He smoked silently, waiting until he saw the light in Lee Wen's bedroom turn on. Only then did he turn and walk back the way he came. Upstairs, Lee Wen stood by the window, watching Wang Wenbin leave. Her eyes were red. Wang Wenbin drove his van back to the village, arriving around midnight. Quietly, he unlocked the door, trying not to wake his father, but as he opened the door, the lights came on. His father emerged, draped in a jacket. Sorry, Dad, did I wake you? Why are you back so late today? And why haven't you been home these past few days? Has the shop been too busy? His father asked while closing the door behind him. Yeah, it's been a bit hectic, Wang Wenbin lied. He didn't want to tell his father about going to Shanghai. It was too complicated, requiring explanations he didn't feel like giving. Moreover, he was worried his father would be angry. He wasn't even sure why, but he had a feeling it wouldn't go over well. After returning home, Wang Wenbin fetched water to wash his face. How's the wedding preparation going? Last time you said you'd take Wenwen to buy jewelry. Did you get it done? His father asked. Wang Wenbin's hand paused mid-pour. He gave a vague in response, avoiding the truth. He didn't dare admit he'd run off to Shanghai instead. How much did it cost altogether? I don't remember. Why are you so interested in this? I'm worried you'll be careless. Listen, you can cut corners on other things but not this. Wenwen is such a good girl. Once she marries into our family, she's one of us. You have to treat her well. Make sure the jewelry is good and complete, understand? His father said, almost scolding. Yeah, I understand, Wang Wenbin replied with another nod. Have you taken care of the other wedding arrangements? They're all being prepared. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I've informed our relatives and friends, telling them to come for the banquet. You should personally call the elders to invite them too, that's proper etiquette. Okay, I'll call them one by one in the next few days, Wang Wenbin agreed again. His father continued questioning him about the wedding plans until Wang Wenbin, too exhausted to stay up any longer, had to excuse himself to sleep. His father finally went back to bed, eager for the wedding. Life in the small town returned to normal for Wang Wenbin, but the matter of Zhang Zhangyi lingered in his mind like a thorn. Every time he recalled her desperate yet affectionate gaze, his heart ached uncontrollably. As the new year drew closer, so did the wedding date for Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen. Recently, Wang Wenbin had been juggling two things: managing the restaurant and preparing for his wedding. This weekend, as planned, Wang Wenbin drove to Lee Wen's apartment early in the morning. They had agreed to head to the county to buy the jewelry they hadn't gotten last time and take their wedding photos. When Wang Wenbin arrived downstairs, Lee Wen was already waiting. Since they'd started seeing each other, Wang Wenbin had always been punctual, and Lee Wen had never made him wait. She was usually the one to arrive early and wait for him. Wang Wenbin stopped the car, and Lee Wen opened the door and got in. He glanced at her. Lee Wen had applied delicate makeup today and was dressed elegantly. She looked stunning. What are you staring at? Lee Wen blushed as she noticed Wang Wenbin looking at her. You look beautiful today, Wang Wenbin said, starting the car. So, are you saying I wasn't beautiful yesterday? You're always beautiful, but today you're especially so, Wang Wenbin said with a smile. When did you get so good at sweet talking? Lee Wen replied, a little shy. I've always been honest. I never lie, Wang Wenbin said. Then, after a moment, he added, yesterday I had professionals check the air quality in our house. The pollutant levels, including formaldehyde, are all within the safe range now. It's ready for us to move in. You specifically hired someone to do that? Yes. Though no one here usually bothers with such things, I thought we should check. It's about our health, after all. Better safe than sorry. I hired a professional company from the city, Wang Wenbin said with a nod. Do you really want to get married that badly? Lee Wen suddenly asked after a brief silence. Surprised by the question, Wang Wenbin turned to glance at her before smiling. What kind of question is that? Of course I want to get married. Once said that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Do I look like the kind of guy who'd just fool around? I'm serious. But have you thought about this? If you marry me, you might spend the rest of your life stuck in this small town, unable to leave. All your dreams and ambitions could fade away. You'd live an ordinary life here, in mediocrity. Are you really okay with that? Lee Wen pressed. Her words struck a chord deep within Wang Wenbin, leaving his mind buzzing. He stared straight ahead, seemingly focused on driving, but his thoughts were elsewhere. No, I'm not okay with it, Wang Wenbin eventually said. When I was younger, I dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, living a life of freedom. Back then, my greatest goal was to leave the mountains and chase the poetry and distant horizons I longed for. But after finally leaving the mountains, I realized those dreams were like mirages, always just out of reach, no matter how hard I tried. Now that I'm older, I no longer crave grand ambitions. I just want to stay close to my parents and live a simple life here. Sure, poetry and faraway dreams are enticing, but the mundane realities of life, food, clothing, shelter, are what's real. While part of me still feels reluctant to let go of my dreams, I no longer have the courage or energy to chase them, he said softly. So, am I your poetry and distant horizon, or am I your mundane reality? Lee Wen asked suddenly. Wang Wenbin froze. He pulled the car over to the side of the road and looked at Lee Wen. Lee Wen, you're neither my poetry and distant horizon nor my mundane reality. You're the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, he said earnestly after a long pause. Lee Wen stared at Wang Wenbin, her eyes inexplicably red. Wang Wenbin didn't understand why her eyes were welling up, but he didn't ask. Lee Wen, is something bothering you? He asked. Lee Wen shook her head, looked out the window and said, drive. Okay, Wang Wenbin said as he started the car again, though he could sense that something was off with her. The car continued toward the county in silence. As they neared the county and Wang Wenbin was about to turn toward the jewelry store, Lee Wen suddenly said, Wenbin, did you know there's a park and a riverside promenade in the county? It's quite beautiful and popular with couples. Yes, I've passed by before. It's nice, Wang Wenbin replied casually. But you've never taken me there, Lee Wen said. Wang Wenbin turned sharply to look at her. Although she hadn't explicitly said much, her meaning was clear. We've been together for 6 months now. This is the 10th time you've brought me to the county. Apart from the first time, when you took me around, every other trip has been for errands, buying furniture, appliances and so on. Once we finish we just go back. You've never taken me there for a stroll, Lee Wen said quietly. For the first time, Wang Wenbin realized this, and felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, that's my fault. Let's buy the jewelry first, arrange for the wedding photos, and then I'll take you there. Let's go to the riverside first, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. I want to experience what it feels like to just go for a walk as a couple. Wang Wenbin sensed something was wrong with her mood. Since his return he had noticed something off about her. Alright, whatever you want, he said finally. He drove toward the riverside promenade, a stretch about 1 kilometer long. After parking the car they got out and walked along the promenade together. The weather was cold, especially near the river in the mountainous region. The biting northern wind stung their faces, and there weren't many people around, just a few couples. Are you cold? Wang Wenbin asked. Not really, Lee Wen replied. Still, Wang Wenbin took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Wear this. Don't catch a cold, he said. Wenbin, you know, holding my hand warms me more than putting your coat on me, Lee Wen said suddenly. Wang Wenbin was momentarily stunned. Then he reached out and held her hand, which was indeed cold to the touch. Lee Wen didn't let go of Wang Wenbin's hand, and the two walked along the riverside, their hands tightly clasped as the northern wind made them shiver. Wenbin, Lee Wen suddenly called out to him as they walked. Wang Wenbin responded. Let's break up, Lee Wen said abruptly. Her hand was still in Wang Wenbin's, and she was still draped in his coat as she said those words. What? What did you say? Wang Wenbin asked in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard her. I said. Let's break up, Lee Wen repeated, turning to face him and slowly pulling her hand out of his. Wang Wenbin stared at her in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lee Wen, don't joke about something like this. Wenbin, you know I don't joke. In the half a year we've been together, have you ever seen me joke about anything? Lee Wen replied, her tone serious. Wang Wenbin stood there dumbfounded, unable to speak. His mind was a chaotic mess as he simply stared at her. After a long silence, Wang Wenbin glanced around, then pointed to a tea house across the street. There's a tea house over there. Let's go in and talk. It's cold out here, I don't want you catching a cold. All right? Lee Wen nodded. Wang Wenbin, his mind still muddled, walked with Lee Wen across the street. When a car drove past he instinctively reached out and held her hand again, and once again, Lee Wen didn't resist. The two arrived on the second floor of the tea house and sat by the window. The tea house was nearly empty, with no other customers in sight. After the server brewed tea for them and left, Wang Wenbin looked at Lee Wen, who had turned to stare out the window at the river across the street. Why? Is it something I did wrong? Tell me, and I'll change, Wang Wenbin said slowly, his sincerity evident. No, you didn't do anything wrong, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. In fact, you've been too good. Wang Wenbin frowned, studying her carefully, his mind racing to find an explanation. Lee Wen, is this about my trip to Shanghai? I swear to you on my honor, nothing has ever happened between me and Zhang Xini, past, present or future. We've only ever been friends. And I wasn't lying to you, she really did attempt suicide by slitting her wrists, and now she's in a vegetative state, Wang Wenbin said, suspecting her dissatisfaction stemmed from his recent trip. He couldn't think of any other reason. No, it's not because you went to Shanghai, Lee Wen said, shaking her head again. I supported you going there. She was in such a state, how could I stop you? I'm not that kind of person. Even if she were fine, if you wanted to go, I wouldn't have stopped you. It's your life, your freedom. Love isn't about restricting someone, it's about allowing freedom. Then why? Wang Wenbin was completely bewildered. Wenbin, do you think I'm being unreasonable or making a fuss? Lee Wen asked. No, I don't think that. I'm just confused. Our wedding is in 2 weeks, isn't it? Lee Wen asked. Yes, 2 weeks, Wang Wenbin nodded. Right. Just 2 weeks. Wenbin, shouldn't a wedding be something joyous, something to look forward to? Of course. It should be. Are you happy? Are you excited? Are you looking forward to it? Lee Wen asked, firing one question after another. Wang Wenbin froze, caught off guard. After a long pause, he finally said, Of course I'm happy. Wenbin, when did you start lying? Are you lying to me, or are you lying to yourself? Ask yourself honestly, are you truly happy about this marriage? Are you really looking forward to it? Lee Wen asked, her eyes fixed on him. Wang Wenbin lit a cigarette, avoiding her gaze. I studied psychology in college and was a top student. If it weren't for my parents insisting I stay close to home and become a teacher because I'm their only child, I wouldn't be stuck in this small town, Lee Wen added. Wang Wenbin looked up at her in surprise, then lowered his head again, smoking silently. Wenbin, this is my first relationship, my first time loving a man, and my first encounter with marriage. But I can't shake the feeling that something is missing from our impending marriage. Have you noticed it too? Lee Wen asked. What's missing? Wang Wenbin asked. Love, Lee Wen said simply. Wang Wenbin raised his head, staring at her in astonishment. Do you love me? Lee Wen asked directly, looking him in the eye. Wang Wenbin leaned back in his chair, lowered his head, and fidgeted with his phone, swiping aimlessly without opening any apps. Give me time. I will love you, I promise. And please believe me, I am serious about this marriage, and I do want it, Wang Wenbin finally said after a long pause. Lee Wen's tears began to flow as soon as he finished speaking. What's wrong? Wang Wenbin asked, panicked. Why can't you even lie to me and say you love me? If you had just told me you love me, even if it was a lie, even if I knew it wasn't true, I would have been happy to deceive myself into believing it. But you wouldn't even lie to me, Lee Wen said through her tears. I. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. I don't care what you were doing in Shanghai. I supported you going. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Zhang. What I care about is whether or not you love me. What I care about is whether or not I have a place in your heart. But I don't. You spent days in Shanghai, leaving me behind at the jewelry store. During those days I had to work, manage your restaurant, and worry about you. Yet not once did you call or text me. When you came back, it was a surprise. I hadn't even been informed in advance. I'm not clingy or needy. But I do want someone who cares about me, Lee Wen continued. Wang Wenbin felt a pang of guilt. Everything Lee Wen said was true. During those days in Shanghai he hadn't thought about her not even once. He hadn't called or texted her, not because he didn't want to, but because she hadn't crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Lee Wen had been working tirelessly to manage his affairs. He felt deeply ashamed. He knew he had been unfair to her, especially since she was his fiancée. I'm sorry, Lee Wen. There's no need to apologize, Wenbin. You've done nothing wrong. Really, you haven't, Lee Wen interrupted, shaking her head. If you had intentionally ignored me, that would have been wrong. But I know you're not that kind of person. The reason you didn't call or message me wasn't because you were avoiding me, but because you simply didn't think of me. I have no place in your heart, Lee Wen said, her voice steady yet tinged with sorrow. As Lee Wen spoke, tears welled up in her eyes once again. No, that's not true, Wang Wenbin began, sensing the seriousness of the situation and trying to explain himself. There's no need to explain, Wenbin. You haven't done anything wrong, and explanations aren't necessary. The Wenbin I admire isn't someone who justifies himself to others. Besides, even though I only studied theoretical knowledge in psychology, I can still see through some basic things, Lee Wen said with a faint smile, though her tears hadn't yet dried. Wenbin, have you ever truly been happy while we've been together? She asked. Yes, Wang Wenbin answered. Lee Wen shook her head gently. This is the first time you've lied to me. What? No, I haven't, Wang Wenbin said, startled. Since we got together, you've never experienced genuine joy, not the kind that comes from the depths of your heart. Sure, you've smiled, but it wasn't that kind of true happiness. There's a difference between a polite smile and joy that comes from within. I know you haven't been happy with me because you don't love me. Deep down you're unwilling to marry someone you don't love. Am I right? Lee Wen asked. No, Lee Wen, you've misunderstood. I'm serious, and I really do want to marry you. I swear to God. Wang Wenbin raised his hand, as if making an oath. I know, and I believe you, Lee Wen said. reaching out to hold his raised hand and gently pressing it down. She looked at him with warmth and said, "You're a good man, a truly responsible man. I can feel how kind you've been to me, and I can tell how seriously you've taken this marriage. I know you want to get married. But people marry for different reasons, some because of love, and others for other reasons. You're the latter." Wang Wenbin was left speechless by her words. You want to get married because you're eager to let go of the people and events from your past. You want to force yourself to forget them by moving forward with marriage. You want to get married to honor your father's wishes. That's all. It's not because you love me. Am I right? Lee Wen asked, looking him straight in the eye. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. Instead, he lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and avoided her gaze. You're not wrong. After all, we met through a blind date, and blind dates are always about marriage from the start. No one expects love from a blind date. I've said before that I was against blind dates because I can't accept a marriage without love. I only went on this one because I had no other choice. I was trying to appease my parents. I never intended to take it seriously. But when I met you, you moved me, Wenbin. I fell for you, Lee Wen said softly, turning to look out the window. I gave up my principles and decided to keep seeing you. Eventually I liked you, and then I fell in love with you. What started as a charade turned real. I fell in too deep. I knew from early on that you didn't truly love me, but I kept convincing myself otherwise. I told myself, I'm such a great catch. If I give him enough time, he'll fall in love with me. I don't know if I was overconfident or just fooling myself. It wasn't until Ms. Zhang came that night and told me so much about you that I realized the truth. You might never love me, not in this lifetime. And when you went to Shanghai, I thought things through. The time apart gave me clarity, and I decided we should break up. But why? Wang Wenbin asked, still confused. Because of what Ms. Zhang said. She showed me what you're like when you truly love someone. That made me realize, crystal clear, that you've never loved me and never will. Your trip to Shanghai only confirmed what I already knew. For Xu Min, you let yourself spiral into despair for 3 years. For Xu Wei, you got drunk and passed out in an underground passage, listening to the same song on repeat thousands of times. But for me? It's been almost an hour since I told you I want to break up, and you're still calm. You haven't even gotten upset, Lee Wen said, her gaze fixed on Wang Wenbin. Lee Wen, listen to me. Wang Wenbin was flustered, eager to explain. But he also realized, to his dismay, that Lee Wen understood him better than he understood himself. Wenbin, don't explain. Really, you've done nothing wrong. I'm not saying these things to blame you. You're not wrong. Loving someone isn't wrong, and neither is not loving someone. Some things are simply decided by fate. Love or the lack of it. It's just the red thread in Yu Lao's hands or Cupid's arrow. The mistake is mine. My mistake was agreeing to a blind date when I couldn't accept a marriage without love. My mistake was continuing to date you even after realizing you didn't love me, right up until the wedding was set. If there's any blame, it's on me. If there's any hurt, it's because I hurt you, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. Lee Wen, please listen to me. I love you. Lee Wen interrupted him with those 3 words. Wang Wenbin was stunned. I know. And you've probably sensed it too. You're my first love and the only man I've ever loved. I don't know if I'll ever love anyone else, but as of now, you're the only one. I want to be with you. I want to marry you, have children with you, teach at my job while you run your business. I want us to take care of our parents together, raise our children, and live a quiet, respectful life in this small town. I know you're responsible and dependable. If we get married, you'll never let me down. You'll be good to me and to our family. I know all of this. I've told myself over and over that this is what women want: security, stability. What else should I want? But I can't convince myself. Deep down, I know I want to marry for love. If I don't, I'm afraid I won't make it to the end. Even if I don't break up with you now, even if we get married, one day I might suddenly lose control and ask for a divorce. That would hurt you and our families even more. I'm also afraid that if you stay with me, you'll continue to be unhappy. So I've decided to let go, Lee Wen said, looking directly into Wang Wenbin's eyes. Wang Wenbin sat there, taking deep drags of his cigarette. No one could tell what he was thinking or feeling at that moment, not even himself. Does it really have to end this way? Isn't there any way to save this? He asked. Would you really be content marrying someone you don't love? Don't you feel wronged? Lee Wen looked directly into Wang Wenbin's eyes as she asked the question. Wang Wenbin met her gaze but quickly looked away. He didn't dare to say no. He didn't want to lie to her, nor did he want to lie to himself. You already know the answer in your heart, don't you? And so do I. Marrying someone who doesn't love me feels wrong. It's something I can't accept. To me, a marriage without love is no different from prostitution. One is about having children together, and the other is about money. No matter how much I try to convince myself otherwise, I can't get past it, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. Hearing her words, Wang Wenbin fell silent, continuing to smoke. Lee Wen sat quietly across from him watching. The two remained in that stillness for at least half an hour. Honestly, I've stopped wanting some grand, passionate love. I just want someone who won't leave me, someone who will come home with me and spend the rest of their life by my side, Wang Wenbin finally said, his voice slow and subdued. I know. You've been hurt too much over the years, and you're trying to escape love because you fear it. You're trying to settle for a life without it. But is a marriage without love really the life you want? You're lying to yourself. Ask yourself honestly, since you returned from Shanghai, have you been happy? Wenbin, you don't belong to me, and you don't belong to this small town. You once told Ms. Zhang that this place wasn't right for her, but that same thing applies to you. This town doesn't fit you either. Your heart isn't here. Lee Wen's voice softened as she continued, timing is everything. The person who drinks with you when you're heartbroken isn't the one who can walk you home. And the one who walks you home can't be the one to get drunk with you. You and I are the same. We both want someone who can drink with us and still take us home. But you're the one who can only drink with me, and I'm the one who can only take you home. She smiled, but it was a painful, bittersweet smile. Wenbin, during our time together, every time you showed, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that you didn't love me, it hurt. It made me feel like I was dying inside. I can't do this anymore, even though I love you. I want to wait for someone who loves me as much as I love them. I want a love that isn't humiliating or one-sided, she finally said. Wang Wenbin stared at her, silent once more. After a long pause, he nodded slowly. If that's your decision, then I respect it. Lee Wen had already made herself clear, and there was nothing more Wang Wenbin could say. Even though he didn't want to break up, even though he wanted to marry her, he knew deep down that he didn't love her. Throughout their relationship, Wang Wenbin had always felt a sense of guilt toward Lee Wen. Today he finally understood the source of that guilt. It was because he didn't love her. Thank you, Lee Wen said, nodding and smiling through her tears. Wang Wenbin forced a smile in return, but it was strained and hollow. Everything is ready. The elders in our families are so excited about the wedding. What should we tell them? Wang Wenbin asked after exhaling a long plume of smoke. I don't know. We'll just have to tell them the truth. There's no point in lying, Lee Wen replied. But your parents? They'll probably scold me or slap me. That's the worst of it, she said lightly. But your mom has a heart condition, and your dad has a temper, Wang Wenbin said, concerned. I'll find a way to break it to them gently. If worst comes to worst, I'll move out and live at school. Wang Wenbin sat quietly for a while before finally nodding. The house is already renovated, and all the furniture and appliances are in. You paid for everything. I'm sorry, Lee Wen said. It's fine. It was something I was supposed to do. Here, these are the keys, Wang Wenbin said, taking the keys to their new home from his pocket and handing them to her. No, you misunderstand me. You paid for the renovation, the furniture, and everything else. The house should belong to you, she said. I bought that house for our marriage. Without the marriage, I have no use for it. The house was bought for you. It's yours, Wang Wenbin insisted, putting the keys on the table. How about this? You give me the house, and I'll pay you back for the renovation and the furniture. The amount is large, so I'll need time to pay it off, Lee Wen suggested after some thought. Why? Why do we have to make this breakup feel like a financial settlement? Wang Wenbin asked. Because people like us can't move on unless we settle everything clearly. It's the only way to let go, Lee Wen said. Wang Wenbin laughed, a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Then he nodded. Fine. Tell me how much the house cost. I'll pay you, and it'll be mine. That way, we'll settle things. All right, Lee Wen agreed. Wang Wenbin leaned back in his chair, looking at Lee Wen. Lee Wen, I never thought we'd end up here. Neither did I. But I know what this is. You're like an eagle that landed on my little branch to heal its wounds. Once your wounds heal, you'll fly away. Even if you don't have the heart to abandon me and decide to stay on this branch forever, you'll never truly be happy. And I'm just a small branch. I can't hold you forever. We're not meant for each other. I want to marry for love. But you just want a life, Lee Wen said. I'm sorry, Wang Wenbin sighed. His guilt toward her deepened, even though she was the one choosing to leave. The truth was, he had never loved her. I've told you, you've done nothing wrong. You don't need to apologize to me. Loving someone isn't wrong and neither is not loving someone. If there's a mistake, it's that I wasn't good enough, Lee Wen said. No, you're amazing. It's just. I think I've lost the ability to love, Wang Wenbin said softly. That's not it. You haven't lost the ability to love. It's just that you've never let go of her. You've always loved her and never forgotten her, Lee Wen said. Who are you talking about? Wang Wenbin looked up at her, slightly startled. Whoever you think of when I say that, that's who I mean, Lee Wen replied. Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, an image of someone flashing through his mind. You studied psychology, but you sound like a fortune-telling fraud, Wang Wenbin said with a bitter laugh. The person you've always loved is Yi Shu Min, Lee Wen said, providing the answer herself. You must not have studied psychology very well. I've long forgotten her, Wang Wenbin replied with a faint smile. Perhaps you'll find the answer in your heart one day, Lee Wen said. Wang Wenbin nodded slightly. Maybe. Take me home, Lee Wen said, standing up. Let's have a meal together. Even if we can't be a couple, we can still be friends. No, just take me home. Because. I don't want to cry in front of you, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, looking at her. Finally he nodded. Their relationship, which had started so suddenly, was now ending just as unexpectedly and abruptly. Wang Wenbin drove Lee Wen home. The hour-long drive was silent. Lee Wen leaned against the seat, staring quietly out the window, while Wang Wenbin focused on the road, his thoughts elsewhere. Wang Wenbin found himself resenting his own emotions. As Lee Wen had pointed out, from the moment she suggested breaking up until now, he hadn't felt a shred of sadness or anger. Instead, there was a faint sense of relief. Yet, his guilt toward Lee Wen only deepened. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Lee Wen's apartment building. The car stopped, but neither of them got out, nor did they speak. They simply sat there in silence. We're here. Lee Wen finally broke the silence. Yes, we're here, Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. I'll be going now, Lee Wen said. All right, Wang Wenbin nodded again. Lee Wen looked at Wang Wenbin, and he looked back at her. Then, Lee Wen opened the car door and stepped out. Lee Wen, Wang Wenbin called out suddenly, a pang of panic and sadness surging through him as he watched her leave. What is it? Lee Wen turned back, looking at him. But as her gaze met his, Wang Wenbin hesitated, unsure of what to say. Finally he asked, Are we really ending things like this? We never should have started, Lee Wen replied. Lee Wen, I truly want to marry you, to be with you, Wang Wenbin said earnestly. It was his honest feeling. Even though he knew he didn't deeply love her, he genuinely wanted to marry her and spend his life with her. I want that too. But can we really be happy? Wenbin, if you could tell me that we'd be happy for the rest of our lives, I'd marry you without hesitation and stay with you forever, Lee Wen said, looking into his eyes. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say anything. He couldn't give her that assurance. Could a marriage without love truly be happy? He didn't know. Lee Wen stared at him for a minute before saying, Then I'm leaving. All right, Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. Lee Wen gave him one last look before turning and walking toward the stairs. As she turned, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, falling like broken beads. But she held herself upright, giving him a strong, composed figure as she walked away. She didn't want Wang Wenbin to see her pain, didn't want him to see her weakness. She climbed the stairs to the second floor, reached the corner, and suddenly crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Wenbin, meanwhile, watched her walk away without turning back. He didn't feel overwhelming sadness but instead a sense of deep pain similar to what he'd felt when he saw Zhang Zini's despairing, anguished gaze. He sat in his car, smoking silently, lost in thought. He didn't know what to do next. He didn't know if Lee Wen's departure meant the end of the peaceful life he had worked so hard to build over the past half year. Lee Wen cried for a long time before standing up and walking to the window by the stairwell. She stood there, looking down at Wang Wenbin sitting in his car below. The two of them, one sitting in the car smoking and staring into space, the other standing by the window looking down at him, remained like that for a while, lost in their own thoughts. Eventually, Wang Wenbin was jolted back to reality by a call from his cashier at the restaurant. She was a 24-year-old woman who had attended a technical college and worked for 2 years before returning to her hometown to marry and have a child. With her husband working out of town, she had taken a job at Wang Wenbin's restaurant while caring for her child. She helped him manage the front desk, handle payments, and greet customers. Wang Wenbin started the car, preparing to leave, and glanced up at the building. He saw Lee Wen standing by the second-floor window. When their eyes met, Lee Wen quickly stepped back, disappearing from view. She didn't want him to know she had been watching. Wang Wenbin stared at the now empty window, sighed, and drove back to the restaurant. Lee Wen watched him leave, tears streaming down her face once again. After a long while she wiped them clean with a tissue, practiced smiling in front of a mirror, and only when she felt composed did she go upstairs. At the restaurant, Wang Wenbin was met by an old customer. The man was in a hurry, explaining that 2 tables of important guests from the city were coming. He wanted Wang Wenbin to prepare 2 deluxe private rooms, serve the best dishes, include some rare game meats, and provide high-quality alcohol. While the cashier could handle most of the arrangements, she couldn't source the specialty ingredients. That was why she had urgently called Wang Wenbin. After returning to the restaurant, Wang Wenbin began making calls to his suppliers. Over the past 6 months, he had built good relationships with local hunters, buying their game at higher prices than they could get at the market. After a series of calls, he secured 4 or 5 types of game meat and arranged for some fine wine to be delivered. Of course, the price for these tables would not be cheap. While Wang Wenbin was busy arranging everything, a group of people stormed into the restaurant. Leading them was Lee Wen's father, followed by her uncle, with her mother and aunt bringing up the rear. Lee Wen herself was at the very back. Seeing them, Wang Wenbin immediately knew what was coming. It was unavoidable. Uncle-in-law, Wang Wenbin greeted them respectfully, even though he knew their purpose. "What's going on between you and Lee Wen? She says you're not getting married. Is that true?" Lee Wen's father demanded, walking straight up to Wang Wenbin and questioning him angrily. Wang Wenbin looked at Lee Wen, who stood at the back. She gave him a small nod, indicating she had already told them. "Yes," Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. "You bastard!" Lee Wen's father shouted, grabbing Wang Wenbin by the collar and raising his hand to strike him. But before he could, Lee Wen's uncle intervened, holding him back. "Dad, stop. I'm the one who wanted the breakup. It's not his fault," Lee Wen said, rushing forward to stand between her father and Wang Wenbin. "Old Lie, calm down. Let's talk somewhere private. Don't make a scene here and embarrass ourselves. Let's go to the 3rd floor, Lee Wen's uncle said quickly. He pushed Lee Wen's father toward the stairs, worried about being humiliated in public after all. In such a small town, almost everyone at the restaurant knew each other. As a deputy town mayor, he couldn't afford to lose face. "You're bringing this upon yourself. Get upstairs," Wang Wenbin's aunt said, shooting him a sharp glare before following the others upstairs. In the end, it was just Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen left standing there. "I'm sorry," Lee Wen said apologetically. "Did your father hit you?" "Not yet. But he was furious. I told him it was me who wanted to break off the engagement, but he doesn't believe me and insisted on coming to cause trouble for you." "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to him," Lee Wen said, her voice full of guilt. "How will you explain it? Will you tell them that I don't love you? That you feel there's no love in our marriage, and that's why you're breaking it off? Do you think they'll understand? Do you think they'll forgive?" Wang Wenbin asked. "Don't even mention them, I don't fully understand," Wang Wenbin said with a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Lee Wen stared at him, startled. "Your father won't forgive you." "My father won't forgive me either," Wang Wenbin said with a sigh. "And some things can never be explained, no matter how hard you try." Lee Wen fell silent. "Let's go upstairs. What's coming can't be avoided," Wang Wenbin said, exhaling deeply as he turned to walk up. Lee Wen followed him. When Wang Wenbin reached the private room on the 3rd floor, the 4 elders were already seated, their expressions grim. Lee Wen's father was particularly angry, his face filled with fury. "Now explain to me what the hell is going on. Are you 2 bored out of your minds? Everything's ready, the wedding is just around the corner, and we've already sent out the invitations. And now you're telling me the wedding's off? Are you both out of your minds? I want to hear exactly what kind of nonsense is going on here." Lee Wen's father slammed the table as he yelled at Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen. "Dad, this has nothing to do with Wenbin. It's me, I don't want to get married," Lee Wen said. "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I'm clear-headed and certain." "Then why don't you want to get married? Do you think this is a game? Something you can just pick up and drop as you like?" "Lee Wen, let me tell you this, if you don't go through with this wedding, we're done. I'll disown you. Get out of my house and never come back, I don't have a daughter like you," Lee Wen's father shouted, grabbing a teacup and hurling it at her. Wang Wenbin quickly pulled Lee Wen to his side, and the teacup narrowly missed her. "Calm down, old Lee Lai. Let's talk this out," Wang Wenbin's aunt said, trying to defuse the situation before turning to Wang Wenbin. "Now, explain this. What's the real reason you 2 aren't getting married? Did you have a fight? Wenbin, did you do something to Lee Wen? Aunt, this has nothing to do with Wenbin. It's all me, I don't want to get married. Wenbin has been nothing but kind to me, Lee Wen quickly said. Then why don't you want to get married? There has to be a reason, doesn't there? I don't like him, Lee Wen said after struggling to come up with a reason. As Wang Wenbin had said earlier, there was no way she could tell them it was because he didn't love her. You don't like him? If you didn't like him, why have you been with him for so long? Does liking put food on the table? Marriage is about building a life together, not about liking or not liking. Are you out of your mind? Your mother and I got married after meeting only twice, and we've lived together all these years and raised you. Now you're telling me you don't like him and don't want to marry him? How am I supposed to explain this to everyone? Do you think I can bear this humiliation? Lee Wen, if you still consider me your father, you'll take back what you said and go through with this wedding, whether you want to or not. Lee Wen's father grew more and more furious as he spoke. Dad, don't force me. I'm not getting married, Lee Wen said stubbornly. Fine. Fine. Lee Wen's father was so angry he could barely speak. Wang Wenbin, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke. Uncle, Auntie, this is my fault. I did something unforgivable, something that hurt Lee Wen. That's why she wants to break up and doesn't want to marry me. I'm sorry. What? What are you talking about? Lee Wen turned to Wang Wenbin, her face filled with shock. As Wang Wenbin spoke, the four elders frowned and stared at him. What did you do? Lee Wen's uncle asked coldly. Don't listen to him. It's not true. Lee Wen quickly tried to explain. I went to Shanghai a few days ago, Wang Wenbin said. And that's why? Wang Wenbin's aunt asked. I went to see my ex-girlfriend, Wang Wenbin said slowly, gritting his teeth. The moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed, especially Lee Wen's father's. What did you do? What happened? Lee Wen's father stood up, pointing at Wang Wenbin furiously. Are you insane? Stop talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with him, Lee Wen said, trying to defend Wang Wenbin. I did everything I shouldn't have done, and Lee Wen found out. I'm sorry, uncle and auntie. I've wronged Lee Wen and all of you. I'm sorry, Wang Wenbin said loudly, cutting off Lee Wen's attempts to explain. Lee Wen stared at Wang Wenbin, her eyes wide in disbelief. You bastard! I'll kill you! Lee Wen's father exploded with rage. He grabbed a chair and charged at Wang Wenbin, raising it to strike him. Dad, stop! Lee Wen cried, rushing to shield Wang Wenbin. But the chair was already swinging down, and her father couldn't stop in time. Wang Wenbin instinctively wrapped his arms around Lee Wen, shielding her as the chair came crashing down on his back. The blow landed hard, and the chair splintered into pieces. Wang Wenbin groaned in pain, but he didn't let go of Lee Wen. Old Lie, calm down. We can talk this out. Lee Wen's uncle quickly grabbed Lee Wen's father, stopping him from striking again. You disgraceful bastard. Don't ever let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you every time. Lee Wen's father roared, pointing at Wang Wenbin. Then, shaking off his brother-in-law's grip, he said coldly, We're no longer friends. With that, he overturned the table in the private room and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Old Lee! Wait. Let me explain. Lee Wen's uncle shot Wang Wenbin a furious glare before hurrying after Lee Wen's father. Wang Wenbin's aunt stood before him, glaring coldly. Auntie, I'm so Wang Wenbin began, but before he could finish, she slapped him hard across the face. The force of the slap left a bright red handprint on his cheek. Don't hit him, Auntie. It's really not his fault. Please, I'm begging you, don't hit him or blame him. It's my fault, I'm the one who wanted to break up. He hasn't done anything to wrong me, Lee Wen pleaded, standing in front of Wang Wenbin's aunt to defend him, tears streaming down her face. Look at yourself. After all the despicable things he's done, you're still protecting him, still speaking up for him. Where will you ever find another girl like her? Are you blind, Wang Wenbin? I always thought you were a good kid, responsible, dependable, like your father. But I was wrong about you. You're nothing but a scoundrel. Your uncle and I went through so much trouble for your wedding, and how do you repay us? Your uncle and Lee Wen's father have been friends for decades, and you've ruined that. How is your uncle supposed to face him now? How could you do this to me, to Lee Wen, to your father? From now on, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. You and I are done. Whether you live or die, it's none of my concern, Wang Wenbin's aunt said harshly before storming out of the room. Wenbin, does it hurt? Lee Wen, tears still streaming down her face, reached out to touch the welt forming on Wang Wenbin's cheek. Have you no shame? How pathetic can you get? Let's go. Lee Wen's mother snapped. Her fury ignited by her daughter's actions, she shot Wang Wenbin a look of pure hatred before grabbing Lee Wen and dragging her out of the room. The once chaotic private room fell silent, leaving Wang Wenbin alone. His face burned with pain and his back hurt even more. He opened his mouth and spat out the blood that had pooled inside, a result of the blow from Lee Wen's father's chair. Finding a stool, he sat down, his legs unable to hold him up any longer. Looking at the mess around the room, and replaying everything that had just happened, Wang Wenbin suddenly laughed. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing in the room. But as he laughed, tears began streaming down his face. He sat there, smoking one cigarette after another, motionless. He didn't know how much time had passed when the door was suddenly kicked open. His father stormed in, holding a thick wooden stick as wide as an arm, fury blazing in his eyes. "Dad, why are you here?" Wang Wenbin didn't even finish his sentence before his father brought the stick down hard on him. Wang Wenbin instinctively crouched down, shielding his head with his arms, letting his father rain blows on him. Each strike landed heavily and solidly. He didn't know how many blows he took. His entire body had gone numb. Eventually, perhaps because he couldn't bring himself to be even more brutal, his father turned his anger toward the room. Swinging the stick wildly, he smashed the table, the chairs, and even the hanging light fixtures, completely destroying the private room. Only when his rage had fully dissipated did he finally stop. "Wang Wenbin, from this day forward, I have no son. Consider me dead, and I'll consider you dead. We'll never have anything to do with each other again. Don't ever set foot in my house again," his father spat before throwing the stick at Wang Wenbin's feet and leaving the room without a backward glance. Still crouched on the ground, Wang Wenbin slowly lowered his hands from his head. The stick lay before him, and his entire body ached. Forcing himself to his feet, Wang Wenbin leaned against the wall and stumbled after his father, calling out, "Dad, listen to me. Let me explain. It's not what you think, just listen to me." His father turned back, his face cold and his eyes filled with contempt. "What more is there to say, Wang Wenbin? What do you want from me? You fell in love with your first girlfriend and wanted to get married. Your mother and I rushed to Shanghai, told all our family and friends, and what happened? The girl left, humiliating me completely. Your mother was so furious she passed away soon after. And now, your aunt went to such trouble to find you such a good girl. The wedding was set, the invitations sent, and what do? You ran off to Shanghai to see your ex and did something despicable. Now the wedding's off, and the girl wants to break up. How am I supposed to face anyone now? How many times do you want to humiliate me? Losing face is one thing, but how could you do such a thing? Did I raise you to behave like this? I've lived my whole life with integrity. How did I end up with a son like you? Wang Wenbin, from this day on, whether you live or die, it's none of my concern. Whether I live or die, it's none of yours. From now on you are no longer my son, and I am no longer your father," he said coldly. But as he spoke, tears filled his eyes. "Dad." Wang Wenbin was stunned by his father's tears. It was only the second time in his life he had seen his father cry. The first was when his mother passed away. "Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you. If you don't want to drive me to an early grave, don't let me see you again. Let me live out my remaining years in peace," his father said quietly before walking out of the restaurant. Wang Wenbin leaned against the wall, watching helplessly as his father left. His heart felt like it was being crushed. Overwhelmed by pain and anguish, he slumped down on the staircase and lit another cigarette. Taking long drags, Wang Wenbin pulled out his phone. He wanted to call someone, to talk to someone, to vent. But as he scrolled through his contacts, he realized he had no one to talk to. Leaning against the wall, Wang Wenbin began laughing loudly, a bitter, anguished laugh. He couldn't understand how his life had turned out this way. He had once thought all his misfortune stemmed from the soul-crushing city of Shanghai. He had believed that if he left that city, returned to the quiet of this small town, and gave up on dreams and love, he could find peace. But he had been wrong. It wasn't the city that was devouring him, it was himself. "God, do you think I haven't suffered enough? How much longer do you plan to toy with me?" Wang Wenbin muttered bitterly, laughing as he stared at the ceiling. Blood from his injured hand dripped onto his clothes and cigarette. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wenbin gritted his teeth, braced himself against the wall, and slowly made his way downstairs. Since the incident had happened on the third floor, which was usually empty at noon, the restaurant staff were shocked to see Wang Wenbin's battered state as he descended. Several rushed to help him, but he waved them off. Staggering out of the restaurant, Wang Wenbin drove himself to the town clinic to get his injuries treated. When the doctor saw the bruises and wounds covering Wang Wenbin's body, he was horrified and immediately suggested calling the police. Call the police? Who would you arrest? My father? Who do you think I'd report? Wang Wenbin replied bitterly. What? You're an adult, and your father still beats you like this? And so brutally? It's nothing. I've had worse. When he's angry enough, swinging a knife isn't out of the question. Just give me some medicine, it hurts like hell, Wang Wenbin said, gritting his teeth. Wang Wenbin applied medicine to his wounds at the town clinic by himself. However, when he got up from the hospital bed after the treatment, the pain intensified. It was as if his entire body was rebelling against him. Just like when you fall and don't feel the full extent of the pain until you've rested, his agony seemed to have doubled. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to drive his van back to the small room he rented. Once home, he collapsed onto the bed, groaning through clenched teeth. He didn't dare lie on his back because of the injury from being struck with a chair by Lee Wen's father. His back ached terribly, and even his internal organs seemed to hurt. He had no choice but to lie face down, hoping the position would ease some of the pain. As he lay there smoking one cigarette after another, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Lee Wen. Hello, Lee Wen? Where are you? Where else could I be? At the restaurant, working, Wang Wenbin replied, pretending to sound relaxed. I'm at the restaurant right now. Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, then said, I just left. Where are you now? In bed, trying to sleep. Okay, I'm coming over. With that, Lee Wen hung up. Wang Wenbin stared at his phone and sighed deeply. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Wang Wenbin, wincing in pain, forced himself off the bed. Leaning against the wall for support, he hobbled over to open the door. There stood Lee Wen. Come with me to the hospital, were the first words out of her mouth. Why the hospital? Why do you think? I've already been. You're lying. I'm not. I went, got medicine. And here it is, Wang Wenbin said, pointing to the bottles and ointments on the table. He walked toward a chair, trying his best to appear as though he wasn't in pain. He didn't want Lee Wen to see him suffering. But as soon as he sat down, the sharp pain made him grimace and let out a low groan. What's wrong? Are you okay? Lee Wen rushed over, alarmed. Nothing. Just a cramp. Nonsense. Get back on the bed, Lee Wen said firmly, ignoring his protests as she helped him back to bed. I'm fine. Why the bed? Wang Wenbin tried to resist but couldn't. Once she got him to lie face down, Lee Wen immediately began pulling at his clothes. What are you doing? I'm checking your injuries. There's nothing to see, really. Your dad didn't hit me that hard, he didn't even break the skin. Not that hard. The chair broke into pieces. Do you think that's not hard? Ignoring his protests, Lee Wen took off his jacket and lifted his shirt. When she saw his back, covered in swollen, bleeding welts, tears began streaming down her face. What about the bruises on your arms and stomach? What happened there? Lee Wen asked. Those. My dad did that, Wang Wenbin admitted, realizing there was no point in hiding it anymore. Your dad came here? Yes. Not long after you all left, he showed up. He rented a motorbike and came straight over. Why? Why do you think? Probably because my aunt called him to complain. He came, beat me, disowned me as his son, and left, Wang Wenbin said with a wry smile. Tears dripped from Lee Wen's face onto Wang Wenbin's injured back, burning his skin like drops of fire. Lee Wen gently ran her trembling hand over the horrifying injuries on his back, and asked in a shaking voice, Does it hurt? No, it's just superficial, Wang Wenbin said lightly. Don't lie to me. How could it not hurt when it looks like this? Let's go to the hospital, to a bigger one in the county. No need. It looks worse than it is. It's really just superficial injuries. I've already treated it. Trust me, I'm used to this. My dad has always hit me like this since I was a kid. It's fine, Wang Wenbin said, forcing a smile. Why? Why are you so foolish? Why did you take all the blame on yourself? Lee Wen asked, her voice trembling as she dabbed his wounds with a cotton swab and applied medicine. If I hadn't, how would you have explained things to them? Would you tell them that we're breaking up because of love or the lack of it? Would they understand? Believe it? You already tried, and they didn't. If I didn't give them a concrete reason, they wouldn't have stopped. They'd have forced you to marry me. The reason I gave them was perfect. I cheated on you with my ex-girlfriend. It made your decision not to marry me logical, even acceptable. Now, they won't blame you or kick you out. It worked out well, Wang Wenbin said, explaining his reasoning. Yes, it worked out. You're right. But did you ever think about yourself? You've smeared your own name, taken on all the blame. and let everyone hate you, and you even got beaten for it. If I'd known it would come to this, I wouldn't have said anything. I'd have told them it was me who cheated. It's not about you. I deserve to get hit. Why? I'm the one who wanted to break up, not you. If anyone should be punished, it's me. But I'm a man. Even though we didn't get married, I can't let you bear the blame. And why did you want to break up in the first place? Because of me. I'm the one at fault. Trying to marry you without loving you, that's despicable. Your dad wasn't wrong to call me a scoundrel. Honestly, Lee Wen, getting beaten by him hurt physically, but it eased my guilt. Ever since you told me you wanted to break up this morning, I felt nothing but pain and remorse. But after your dad hit me, I felt better, Wang Wenbin said, forcing a smile as he looked at Lee Wen. No. This isn't your fault. Not loving me isn't a crime. I'm not some currency that everyone has to like. Marriage is about mutual love. It's my fault for clinging to hope, knowing you didn't love me but still trying to make it work. If anyone deserves punishment, it's me, not you. But I owe you something, Wang Wenbin said, turning to look at her. What do you owe me? I owe you my love, Wang Wenbin replied. During the time we were together, I saw your care, your devotion, and your love. I was fully aware of everything you gave me. I tried my best to return that care, to treat you well, and even forced myself to try to love you. But I failed. I don't know if it's because I haven't let go of someone else, or if I've lost the ability to love. You loved me with everything you had, but I could never reciprocate. I've always felt like a fraud, deceiving you into loving me. Now, with things the way they are, I don't know how to repay the love you've given me. This is the only way I could think of. For this marriage, both of our families put in a great deal of effort and had high hopes. Invitations have already been sent to friends and relatives on both sides. Now that the marriage is being called off, someone has to take responsibility and face the consequences. That person can only be me. Lee Wen, I can see how resolute you are. Since you don't want to proceed with this marriage at all, then let this be my way of repaying the love you've shown me. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Please don't feel guilty because I was beaten today. It's what I owed you, Wang Wenbin said as he reached for his pack of cigarettes. You're hurt this badly, and you still want to smoke? No smoking. Lee Wen said as she snatched the pack from him. I don't know how much I've hurt you, and all I can say is I'm sorry. I hope you can forget this heartless man. I hope you meet someone you love who loves you back. I hope you find happiness because you're the best woman I've ever met, and you deserve to be happy, Wang Wenbin said, sitting up on the bed and looking at Lee Wen. Lee Wen gazed at him, tears streaming down her face once more. What about you? What will you do now? What are your plans? She asked. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. I'll just take it one day at a time. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Wang Wenbin sighed. Go back to Shanghai. That's where you truly belong, Lee Wen said softly. Shanghai. I can't go back, Wang Wenbin replied, shaking his head. But your heart has never left Shanghai, Lee Wen said. Your body may have returned, but your heart never did. It's always stayed in Shanghai. That's why you've never been happy since coming back, and it's why you could never love me. How could you, when your heart isn't even here? Go back to Shanghai and reclaim your heart. Only then will you find happiness and peace, Lee Wen said. Wang Wenbin remained silent for a long time before finally giving a bitter smile. We'll see. I'm heading to the provincial capital tomorrow for a training program for outstanding young teachers. It's a prestigious program, and our county only has 2 slots. I'm one of them. The notice came while you were in Shanghai. I hesitated at first because of the wedding, but on the 4th day of your trip, the morning you came back, I called the principal and told him I'd go, Lee Wen said. Wang Wenbin stared at her, her words laden with meaning and emotion. I'm sorry. You should go. Do you want me to drive you there? Wang Wenbin asked. In your condition? Forget it. I'll take the bus to the county tomorrow morning, meet the teacher from the county's No.1 high school, and then we'll head to the city's education bureau to join the group going to the provincial capital. I'm fine. Let me take you to the county tomorrow morning, Wang Wenbin insisted. No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if you take me, I won't want to leave. Breaking up with you took all the courage I had, and I don't want to falter now. Please, Lee Wen said, shaking her head. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth to reply but said nothing. After a long pause he nodded and said, All right. I explained everything to my parents tonight, Lee Wen said. Did they believe you? Wang Wenbin asked. Lee Wen shook her head. No, my dad scolded me, called me shameless, and said I was foolish for still defending you after everything you've done. I wouldn't believe it either. It's better if they don't believe you. You don't have to explain anymore. Let them hate me. At least this way you can focus on your training and have a peaceful new year. Plus, this will likely stop them from pressuring you into blind dates anytime soon. That's a good thing. But it's unfair to you. It doesn't matter. Your parents won't want to see me again anyway, so whether they hate me or not doesn't make much difference. What about your aunt? Your dad? Don't they matter to you? Lee Wen asked. Wang Wenbin fell silent for a moment before saying, I'll find a chance to explain it all to them, slowly. Can you really explain it clearly? I'll try. But even if I can't, it doesn't matter. To them, the reason for the broken engagement doesn't matter as much as the fact that the wedding didn't happen. As long as the marriage is called off, I'm the villain in their eyes. Even if I explain everything, it won't change anything. Wang Wenbin gave another bitter smile. Just then, Lee Wen's phone rang. She glanced at the number, then at Wang Wenbin. Is it your dad or your mom? Answer it, and don't say you're here with me, Wang Wenbin said with a faint smile. Lee Wen's expression had already given away who was calling. Hello, Mom? I'm just taking a walk to clear my head. No, I didn't go see him. Okay, I'll head back soon. I know, I'll go back and pack, Lee Wen said before hanging up. Though Wang Wenbin couldn't hear the voice on the other end, he could guess the gist of the conversation. My mom wants me to go home early to pack for tomorrow's trip, Lee Wen explained. Alright, go back early and get some rest. Be careful on the road tomorrow, Wang Wenbin said. I will. Are you sure your injuries are fine? I'm worried about you. What's there to worry about? I'm not a child, see? I already went to the hospital and got treatment. It's just some surface wounds. A few days and I'll be fine. Let me reapply the medicine for you, Lee Wen said, picking up the ointment again. You just did it a few minutes ago, Wang Wenbin said with a small smile. Lee Wen hesitated and stopped. She wanted to do something more for him but couldn't think of anything else. She walked in a small circle around the room before finally saying reluctantly, All right, I'll go now. Okay. Take care. Lee Wen nodded and headed for the door. Lee Wen, Wang Wenbin suddenly called out. Yes? She turned, her eyes already blurry with tears. Should we delete each other's contacts? Wang Wenbin asked. Lee Wen froze, then shook her head. I may not have married you, but can't we still be friends? I can't accept a marriage without love, but I never said I don't want to be friends with the man I love. All right. Let's be friends, the best of friends, Wang Wenbin said, lying on the bed with a faint smile. Wenbin, will you hate me? After all, this is my fault. If I'd married you, none of this would have happened, Lee Wen asked, standing in the doorway with tears streaming down her face. Miyazaki Hayao once said, when someone who has been riding with you decides to get off, no matter how reluctant you are, you must smile and wave goodbye with gratitude. I admit I never fell in love with you, or maybe I just couldn't love you the way I once loved Zhu Min. But from the moment we met, I've been sincere in my feelings for you. I've tried my best to be good to you. I truly wanted to marry you. If there's a next life, I hope you'll be the first woman I meet. Not someone I encounter after I've lost the ability to love. Then I wouldn't be in this pain, and I wouldn't have endured so much heartache. Because you are truly the woman I wanted to marry and spend my life with, Wang Wenbin said earnestly. Hearing this, Lee Wen, who had been holding back her tears, suddenly broke down, crying uncontrollably. All right, I promise you. In our next life I'll be the first to meet you, and you'll be the first to meet me, Lee Wen said, nodding through her sobs. Then she turned and ran out of the room, crying loudly as she went. After Lee Wen ran out, Wang Wenbin sat there in a daze. Earlier, when Lee Wen had told him she wanted to break up, he hadn't felt sadness or anger. But now, watching her leave, an overwhelming sense of pain and sorrow crept into his heart, one he couldn't explain. Suddenly he felt as though the entire world had abandoned him, leaving him utterly alone. Wang Wenbin sat up again, propping a pillow against the headboard. Leaning back, he lit another cigarette, filling the already messy room with smoke. Time passed, and by the time he looked at the clock, it was already 9 p.m. Unable to shake his worry, Wang Wenbin climbed into his van and drove back to the village, stopping in front of his house. Despite everything, he couldn't stop worrying about his father. Normally at this time of night his father would already be asleep. But when Wang Wenbin pulled up, the lights in the house were still on. He stood outside the gate and knocked. He knocked for a long time, but no one came to open the door. Just as he was beginning to wonder, the door suddenly swung open, and a stick came crashing down toward him. Startled, Wang Wenbin stumbled back, narrowly avoiding the blow. His father stormed out, stick in hand, chasing Wang Wenbin down the road for hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Pointing the stick at him, the old man shouted, "Get lost! Don't ever let me see you again! You're not welcome here, and this is no longer your home. Go as far away as you can." After yelling, his father turned and walked back inside, slamming the door shut. Wang Wenbin stood there, a bitter smile on his face. He was used to this. Ever since his mother passed away, this was how it went every time he came back. This time, it was worse than usual. Wang Wenbin knew his father's temper well. When he said, "Get out," he meant it. Over the years, Wang Wenbin had learned from experience that his father would not let him back inside. Leaning against the gate, Wang Wenbin smoked several cigarettes, sighing deeply. Finally he called out toward the house, "Dad, no matter what, take care of yourself. Go to sleep. I'll come back to check on you once you've calmed down. Get as far away as you can and never come back. If you show up here again, I'll kill you." His father's angry voice shouted from inside. Sighing, Wang Wenbin climbed back into his van and drove back to the town. Though it was late, he decided to buy a carton of good cigarettes and a bottle of wine to apologize to his aunt. But just like with his father, he couldn't even get through the door. His aunt scolded him harshly, refusing to see him. He realized he had not only broken his father's heart but also completely alienated his aunt and uncle. That night, Wang Wenbin drank alone. Sitting on the roof of the third-floor rental, he let the cold north wind blow against his face as he smoked and drank. Ever since the night he got drunk in the underpass over Shu Wei, he had sworn never to drink over someone again. Yet here he was, breaking that vow. This time, however, it wasn't Lee Wen he was drinking for, it was himself. He was approaching 28 years old, nearing the milestone age of 30. After wandering through so many cities, meeting so many people, and trying so hard, he had nothing to show for it. No city had felt like home, and no one had stayed by his side. Reflecting on it all, Wang Wenbin felt like an utter failure. He despised himself. Why had his life turned out so miserably? He had been earnest in his efforts toward life, love, and his dreams. Yet, despite all his struggles, he was left with nothing but himself. No dreams, no love, no friends. As these thoughts consumed him, Wang Wenbin let out a guttural shout, hoping to release his bitterness and resentment. But reality was as cruel as ever. Despite drinking an entire bottle of wine, he remained painfully sober. The cold wind stinging his face felt like a series of slaps, each one harsher than the last. Defeated, Wang Wenbin stumbled back into his room and lay down to sleep, though sleep didn't come easily. Despite the chaos, life had to go on. His father had disowned him, his aunt and uncle had cast him aside, and Lee Wen was gone. The only thing left was his restaurant, which continued to operate. Once passionate and full of plans, Wang Wenbin now found life dull and meaningless. He couldn't see the point of staying in the small town or working hard anymore. Lee Wen, meanwhile, had arrived in the provincial capital. She called Wang Wenbin to let him know she had reached the training center safely. She also told him something else. The night before, she had gone to see both his aunt and his father. Lee Wen explained everything to them, telling them that Wang Wenbin had done nothing wrong and that it was her decision not to marry. But neither his aunt nor his father believed her. They thought Wang Wenbin had put her up to it, convinced that he had wronged her. They couldn't imagine any other reason why she would refuse to marry him. Wang Wenbin wasn't surprised. He had long expected this outcome. In their eyes, it didn't matter why the marriage was called off or who had made the decision. To them, it was his fault, plain and simple. Not going through with the wedding was, in their view, a betrayal of everything they held sacred. Despite understanding their anger, Wang Wenbin couldn't help but feel frustrated. If he were in their shoes, perhaps he would have been just as furious. As the new year approached, Wang Wenbin drove to his father's house and stood outside the gate for 4 hours. Snow fell heavily, and by the time midnight arrived, Wang Wenbin was nearly buried under it. Inside, he could hear the television playing the New Year's Eve countdown on CCTV. As the host enthusiastically announced the arrival of the new year, Wang Wenbin silently brushed the snow off his shoulders and got back into his van. Slowly he drove back to town. The town was lively. Far more festive than the big cities. Every household had red lanterns hanging outside, and the sound of firecrackers echoed in the air. Children stayed up all night, running around in new clothes, playing in the snow and setting off fireworks. But the roads were nearly empty, and Wang Wenbin's van was the only vehicle slowly making its way through the snow. Watching the joyous scenes outside, Wang Wenbin felt his loneliness intensify. It was a solitude even deeper and more painful than what he had experienced in Shanghai. He parked outside his restaurant, unlocked the door, and hung 2 large red lanterns he had prepared earlier. It was his way of bringing a bit of festivity to the restaurant, a small gesture for good luck in the new year. Instead of leaving, he stood in the doorway, watching the children outside laughing and playing in the snow. Memories of his own childhood flooded back to him, those carefree days without worry or sorrow. Since growing up, he realized, he hadn't laughed like that in years. As Wang Wenbin stood at the restaurant entrance, staring absent-mindedly at the children playing in the snow, he suddenly noticed a figure standing across the street. It was a woman. She wore boots, a knee-length down coat, a scarf, and held a pink umbrella. The falling snowflakes gently landed on the umbrella, dusting it with white, while the light from the street lamps reflected off the snow-covered ground and the umbrella, giving her face a soft, radiant glow. Seeing her, Wang Wenbin wasn't entirely surprised, but he was pleasantly taken aback. "Come inside. It's cold out there," Wang Wenbin called out to her. The woman smiled and began walking toward him, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow, one set belonging to Wang Wenbin from earlier, and now hers. When she reached the steps of the restaurant, she closed her snow-covered umbrella. "Why are you standing out here all alone on New Year's Eve?" the woman asked. "Isn't that a question you already know the answer to?" Wang Wenbin said, habitually lighting a cigarette. "You knew I'd be here, otherwise you wouldn't have come looking for me." "Your father, he didn't even let you come home for New Year's?" she asked hesitantly. "Let's talk about something happier on New Year's," Wang Wenbin said, avoiding the question. "All right. Then what should we talk about? What brought you back? Weren't you supposed to be in the provincial capital for training all winter break? It's New Year's. No matter how busy we are, we still get a break. I came back yesterday and will leave again on the third day of the new year," the woman replied. She was, of course, Lee Wen. For Chinese people, coming home for the new year is the most important thing, Wang Wenbin said with a nod. But even as he said it, a bitter ache welled up in his chest. "I'm sorry. Because of me you can't spend New Year's with your family," Lee Wen said, her voice filled with guilt. "It's fine. I've gotten used to it." Seeing Wang Wenbin standing there all alone, Lee Wen felt a deep sorrow welling up inside her. She fought back tears and said, "Let's start a fire. It'll feel livelier. On New Year's people always light a fire at home. It's supposed to bring warmth and prosperity for the coming year, to ward off illness and misfortune." "I don't believe in superstitions," Wang Wenbin said with a faint smile. 10 minutes later, in the open space behind the restaurant parking lot, a fire was roaring. Both Wang Wenbin and Lee Wen brought out small stools and sat by the fire. "Fire is a wonderful thing. It brings warmth, and it drives away loneliness and fear," Lee Wen said, gazing at the dancing flames. "Yes, it does. Starting a fire really does make things feel better. It warms not just the body, but the heart too," Wang Wenbin agreed. He picked up a stick and began poking at the firewood. Then he asked, "How's the training? Are you adjusting well?" "It's great. I've had no trouble adjusting. I went to university there, so going back felt like revisiting old haunts. Everything is familiar. Plus, a lot of my college classmates are still in the provincial capital. It doesn't feel lonely during the day. I focus on training, and in the evenings, I catch up with old friends. We have dinner, walk around the city, talk about our lives now, and reminisce about our school days. It's nice." "That does sound nice," Wang Wenbin said with a smile. But his smile was tinged with both sincerity and sadness. "But I couldn't stop worrying about you," Lee Wen said, looking at him. "I could have skipped coming home for New Year's. It's only a few days, and my parents haven't been particularly kind to me since the wedding was called off. But I couldn't stop worrying about you, so I came back anyway. Look at me, I'm fine. What's there to worry about?" Wang Wenbin replied casually. "Wenbin, I know you've been through a lot. You've endured so much pain, and you're full of unspoken grievances. Why don't you talk about it? Even if you want to yell at me or hit me, go ahead. But don't keep bottling it all up, pretending like you're fine. I know how much you're hurting inside," Lee Wen said, tears suddenly rolling down her cheeks. Wang Wenbin continued poking at the firewood with his stick. The firelight illuminated his face, highlighting its resolute features. "What grievances? I'm doing fine. During New Year's there are more people returning home and more weddings being held, so the restaurant is doing great business. I don't even have time to feel bad. Why do you always keep your feelings so tightly locked away? Don't you know how exhausting that is?" Lee Wen's words struck a chord. Wang Wenbin paused, gazing at the snowflakes swirling in the air. Finally he said, "Exhausting? Maybe a little. This life isn't what I wanted, but it's the one I chose for myself. So, I don't have the right to complain. If I hadn't fallen in love with Yi Xiumin back then, I wouldn't have been abandoned when she left for America. I wouldn't have gone through all the pain and chaos that followed. If I hadn't come back here and agreed to go on a blind date, to marry you, none of this would have happened. So, all of this is my own doing, my choices, my consequences. I can't blame anyone else. Wenbin, Lee Wen said after a long pause, her voice soft, I've thought a lot during these days apart. I love you, but I don't like you anymore. You're someone I love but can never have. No matter how hard I try, I can't get into your heart. I just hope you won't regret meeting me. No, Lee Wen. I don't regret meeting you, Wang Wenbin replied, looking at her. I don't regret meeting anyone who's crossed my path in life. I just regret becoming the person I am now, someone I don't even recognize. I can't see the future clearly, and I can't return to the past. After everything I've been through, the storms, the setbacks, I've only learned to stay silent. Because in the end, life is my own, and the path I walk is mine alone, Wang Wenbin said, as he lit a cigarette using a burning piece of firewood. After that, both of them fell silent. Only the crackling of the firewood and the soft sound of falling snow filled the air. I heard that after the training program, I might get the opportunity to transfer to a better school, Lee Wen finally said. Where? Wang Wenbin asked, looking up. I'm not sure. But I want to leave. Wang Wenbin lowered his head again, adding more wood to the fire. Because of me? No. Because of myself. Will your parents agree? They won't. But I want to live for myself, for my career, my dreams, or even for love. Here. There are no dreams and there's no love, Lee Wen said quietly. Her words sounded painfully familiar to Wang Wenbin. As Lee Wen's phone rang, she glanced at Wang Wenbin, who remained focused on the fire. He already knew who was calling her. Lee Wen answered. Hello, Mom. Are you with that bastard again? Do you have any shame at all? Stay away from him. Her mother's angry voice erupted from the other end, so loud that even Wang Wenbin, sitting 2 meters away, could hear every word in the quiet New Year's night. But he continued stoking the fire, pretending not to notice. Lee Wen quickly cupped her hand over the phone, stood up, and walked a few steps away. No, Mom. I'm just downstairs taking a walk and watching the snow. Do you think I don't know? What's there to see in the snow? It snows every year. You're definitely with that bastard. Come home right now. Okay, I'll come back right away, Lee Wen replied before hanging up. She then returned to the fire and sat down. It's snowing. You should go home, Wang Wenbin said without looking up. Wenbin, you should go back to Shanghai. That's where you truly belong, Lee Wen said, looking at him. I don't know. Maybe I'll go, Wang Wenbin replied after exhaling a puff of smoke. Seeing his silent and distant demeanor, Lee Wen's eyes moistened again. She stood up and said, I'm leaving. All right? The snow makes the road slippery, walk carefully. Is this goodbye forever? Lee Wen asked after taking 2 steps, turning back to look at Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin gave her a small smile and said, Of course not. If we're destined to meet, we will. Even if it's not in this lifetime, it'll be in the next. In the next life, I want to marry you, Lee Wen said, tears falling again. All right. In the next life I'll fall in love with you, Wang Wenbin replied, still smiling. Lee Wen stood there for a long moment, looking at Wang Wenbin. He gazed back at her without moving. Finally, she said, Then, I'm leaving now. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Lee Wen replied with a nod. She then turned and walked away, picking up her umbrella from the corner, opening it, and leaving behind soft, clear footprints in the snow. Eventually her figure disappeared into the distance. Wang Wenbin sat by the fire, smoking, watching her fade from view. As soon as she was gone, 2 tears slipped down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them away and then burst into laughter, a loud, uncontrollable laugh. He didn't know why he was laughing or crying. It felt as though he'd lost his grip on sanity. At that moment, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he saw that it was Ni Ziki. Seeing her name, he let out a small smile. At this moment in this world, she was probably the only person who would still think of him and reach out. Hello, Ziki. Happy New Year, Wang Wenbin said, masking all his emotions with a cheerful tone. Happy New Year. What are you up to? Ni Ziki asked brightly. What else? Just about to go to sleep. Come on, it's New Year's Eve. Why are you going to bed so early? Don't you have any special New Year's traditions in your town? Of course we do, but those are mostly for kids. I'm too old to join the fun. After the New Year's Eve dinner, families sit together, chat, watch the Spring Festival Gala, set off some firecrackers, and then go to bed. What else is there to do? Wang Wenbin replied with a laugh, though he felt a pang of sadness. This New Year's, he had spent standing alone in the snow outside his father's door. That's true. The older we get, the less exciting the new year feels. I spent mine playing mahjong all night, and my luck was terrible. I lost everything. Losing is a good sign. Losing is a good sign? Of course. There's an old saying, hard times will lead to good fortune. If you've had bad luck at the end of the year, it means you've reached rock bottom. The new year will definitely bring you success. Haha, I'll take your word for it, Niziki said, laughing heartily. The two continued chatting idly for half an hour, sharing stories about their lives. All right, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll let you go now. Let's catch up another time, Niziki said. Sure, Wang Wenbin replied. But just as he was about to hang up, he hesitated. Wait. What's up? Niziki asked. Well. What's with the hesitation? Just say it. How is she? Is she doing okay? Wang Wenbin finally asked, after a moment of deliberation. She. Who are you talking about? Niziki teased. You know exactly who I'm talking about, Wang Wenbin said, irritated. It was obvious Niziki was messing with him. Hearing this, Niziki burst into laughter. Didn't you tell me never to mention her again? And now you're the one bringing her up? It's New Year's. Is it so wrong for me to ask how an old classmate is doing? Wang Wenbin said defensively. You're so full of it. Why can't you admit you miss her? What's there to be embarrassed about? Missing someone isn't shameful. I'm not embarrassed, Wang Wenbin protested. All right. She's in Beijing, Niziki finally said. That's not news. I already knew that, Wang Wenbin replied. She started her own company there. I hear it's doing well. We used to stay in touch often, but recently, not so much. She seems very busy these days, too busy to come home for the new year. I don't know what she's been working on, but it's probably something major. Oh, and there's one thing I think you'd care about most: she's still single. I don't care about that, Wang Wenbin said quickly. Whether she's single or not has nothing to do with me. I was just curious how she's doing. Sure, keep lying to yourself, Niziki said with a smirk in her voice. The call ended, and Wang Wenbin put his phone down. He hadn't mentioned anything about what he had been through lately, simply telling Niziki that he was doing fine. Returning to the fire, Wang Wenbin brought out a few cans of beer and added more wood to the flames. Lee Wen had been right. Fire really was something special. It drove away loneliness and brought warmth. The snow fell harder, gradually covering the footprints Lee Wen had left behind, until no trace of them remained. It was as if she had never been there. Wang Wenbin stared at the snow-covered ground, lost in thought, before smiling bitterly and tilting his head back to drink. That night he stayed by the fire, drinking alone. The snowflakes settled on his hair and clothes, burying him in white. And that was how Wang Wenbin spent New Year's Eve alone, watching the fire, lost in his thoughts. Wang Wenbin sat alone until dawn. As the morning light broke, the sound of firecrackers echoed outside. It was the start of New Year's Day celebrations. According to local customs, the first day of the Lunar New Year began with visits to pay respects to the elders in the family. This started with grandparents and parents, following a strict hierarchy from eldest to youngest. Wang Wenbin understood this well. Sitting by the now extinguished fire pit, a chill crept over him. He stood up and walked to the doorway. The streets were bustling with activity. Families, husbands and wives holding their children's hands dressed in new clothes, chatted and laughed as they passed by, heading to pay respects to their elders. Watching them, Wang Wenbin thought of himself and could only smile bitterly. Despite the bitterness in his heart, Wang Wenbin returned to his rented room, washed his face, and changed into clean clothes. It was a rule to be neat and tidy when visiting elders on the first day of the new year, an expression of respect. After tidying up, Wang Wenbin drove his van back to his village. Unlike before, when he would drive straight to his family home, this time he parked the van near a bend in the road and walked the rest of the way. As he approached the house, he noticed the front gate was open, a local tradition for the new year. Before dawn, as soon as the roosters crowed, the gates were open to welcome in the wealth and good fortune of the new year. Wang Wenbin walked through the gate and saw his father sweeping snow in the courtyard. "Dad, Happy New Year," Wang Wenbin said, standing in the courtyard. "Get out," was the old man's immediate response upon seeing him. "Dad, no matter how angry you are at me, at least let me offer you New Year's greetings. Today is the first day of the new year," Wang Wenbin said, his heart aching. "I've already told you, I don't have a son like you. Get out of here," his father shouted, raising the broom and charging at him. Dad. Okay. Don't chase me. The ground is slippery with snow. I'll leave on my own. Don't hurt yourself," Wang Wenbin said, backing away, more concerned about his father slipping than himself. Leaving the courtyard, Wang Wenbin stood outside the gate, lighting a cigarette and staring at the yard with a faint smile. Feeling despondent, he got back into his van and drove to town. On New Year's Day, restaurants in town were closed. In small towns like this, the New Year's festivities were vibrant, and businesses wouldn't reopen until at least the 8th day of the new year. Wang Wenbin's rented room didn't have a kitchen, and there was no place to buy breakfast. Left with no other option, he unlocked the door to his own restaurant and headed to the kitchen. Having cleaned the restaurant thoroughly before the new year, there were no ingredients left in the kitchen. Wang Wenbin had to settle for cooking a pot of plain rice porridge for himself. Sitting alone in the empty restaurant, watching the lively scenes outside, he ate his porridge. The more he ate, the more bitter and aggrieved he felt. After finishing his meal, Wang Wenbin drove to his aunt's house. From the back seat he took the gifts he had prepared before the new year and carried them upstairs. He knocked on the door several times, hearing the sound of movement inside, but no one opened the door. Wang Wenbin realized that his aunt had likely looked through the peephole and saw it was him but chose not to open the door. Standing outside, he placed the gifts by the door and said, "Aunt, Uncle, Happy New Year." Then, he slowly walked back downstairs. He felt like a street rat that everyone wanted to shoo away. Though he bore no resentment toward his father, aunt, or uncle, he understood their feelings. They had loved him, had high hopes for him, and had worked hard to help him build a family and a future. But he had ruined everything by doing something dishonorable, scaring away a bride they had painstakingly found for him. Anyone would be angry and disappointed in him, let alone them. Even though he understood, the sense of injustice still lingered in his heart, though he knew he had brought it upon himself. After leaving his aunt's house, Wang Wenbin drove around, visiting other relatives and elders who had supported his family in hard times. Unlike his father and aunt, they allowed him into their homes, but their expressions toward him were far from warm. Everyone in town knew about his engagement and the sudden cancellation. In a small place like this, gossip traveled fast. His reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. It took Wang Wenbin 2 days to finish his New Year's visits, which were more about expressing gratitude than celebration. Afterward, he shut himself in his rented room, sleeping from morning to night. In this town, no one wanted to interact with him anymore. He had no one to visit and nowhere to go. The only person who might have cared was Lee Wen, but she had left on the 2nd day of the new year. He might never see her again. Wang Wenbin spent his days in solitude, smoking and staring blankly, his mind full of thoughts. On the 8th day of the new year, his restaurant reopened. Unlike others who would invite friends and family for a festive opening to bring good fortune, his restaurant was desolate. Not a single friend or relative came. That morning, however, an unexpected visitor arrived. Wang Wenbin was sitting in his restaurant, staring out at the lively street, when a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up outside. He was taken aback to see the Shanghai license plate. Seeing the plate, Wang Wenbin immediately knew the car had come for him. As expected, several men in suits stepped out of the car. The last to emerge was a middle-aged man. Wang Wenbin recognized this was the man Zhang Mingyang had sent to negotiate the purchase of his 2 restaurants in Shanghai. "Mr. Wang, Happy New Year. We meet again," the man said with a smile, extending his hand. "What do you want?" Wang Wenbin replied coldly, ignoring the handshake. The man withdrew his hand, unfazed, and continued smiling. "I'm a guest from afar, Mr. Wang. I've traveled a long way from Shanghai just to see you. Then I'm even more certain you're not here for anything good. Let me remind you, this isn't Shanghai. This is a small, underdeveloped town where the locals are known for being rough and unyielding," Wang Wenbin said, his tone icy. "Haha, Mr. Wang, you've misunderstood me. This time I've come bearing good news," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Oh, really? Then I'm all ears. Let's see what kind of good news you and your boss have in store for me this time." "What's this? Do you really plan to discuss this out here? That's hardly how one treats a guest. Who knows, we might be seeing a lot more of each other in the future," the man replied smoothly. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you planning to settle down here?" Wang Wenbin asked with a sarcastic smile. "Oh no, I meant in Shanghai." "Well, sorry to disappoint you, but I doubt we'll be meeting much. Come in then, but leave your men outside. The folks here in small towns aren't used to seeing big, intimidating men in suits. Don't want to scare them, do we?" Wang Wenbin said, glancing pointedly at the 2 burly men behind him. "Ah, you've misunderstood. These aren't bodyguards, they're my assistants," the man explained quickly before turning to his men. "Wait in the car." Wang Wenbin turned and walked into the restaurant, heading toward a private room. On his way he called out to a server, "Xiao Li, make a pot of tea, and bring it in. The middle-aged man followed him inside and sat at the table in the private room. After the tea was served and the server had left, Wang Wenbin leaned back in his chair. This is the best a small-town restaurant can offer. You'll have to make do, Wang Wenbin said. Yes, it's a bit modest, but it's acceptable, the man replied, looking around briefly. All right, let's cut to the chase. Why has your boss sent you all the way here? Did he take a liking to this restaurant too? How much does he want to pay for it this time? Wang Wenbin asked mockingly. 30 million, the man said, holding up 3 fingers. 30 million? Yes, 30 million. If you feel the price isn't right, we can negotiate further. But this time, it's not the restaurant we're interested in, it's you. Me? Wang Wenbin frowned, confused. What do you mean? Are you saying your boss wants my life now? Since when has my life been worth 30 million? No, Mr. Wang, you're misunderstanding again. My boss doesn't want your life, he wants you, the person. We're a legitimate company conducting legitimate business. We don't engage in anything illegal. Do you honestly believe that? Belief isn't the issue here. What matters is understanding the difference between what's true and what's said. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Wang? Let me get straight to the point. My boss sent me here because of the young lady, the man finally revealed. Wang Wenbin immediately knew he was referring to Zhang Shangyi. The mention of her name brought back memories of her desperate, pain-filled eyes, filled with love even as they brimmed with sorrow. His heart ached again at the thought. How is Xingyi? Wasn't she sent to the U.S. for treatment? How is she doing? Wang Wenbin asked anxiously. The man shook his head. 3 days after you left Shanghai, we sent Ms. Zhang to the U.S. She was admitted to the world's leading center for treating vegetative state patients, with the best medical team available. Over the course of a month, nearly 10 million yuan was spent. And the results? Did she wake up? Wang Wenbin asked, completely ignoring the cost. All he cared about was Zhang Xingyi's condition. I was personally responsible for overseeing the treatment, the man said. Although the specialists in the U.S. concluded that there's a possibility of recovery, as a layman, I can tell you that there's been no improvement. Ms. Zhang is still in a vegetative state. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin was deeply disappointed. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it without thinking. Right before the new year, we brought her back to China. The man continued. Why didn't you keep her in the U.S. for treatment? Didn't they say there was hope? Isn't the U.S. home to the world's best medical technology? Your boss isn't short of money, is he? Wang Wenbin couldn't understand. Bringing her back wasn't my boss's decision, the man explained. He shares your opinion he's willing to spend whatever it takes to cure her. It was the U.S. medical team's recommendation. They provided dozens of pages of treatment plans, and we've hired professional medical aides to implement them. Although I'm not a doctor, the gist is that Miss Zhang's condition requires emotional stimulation and warmth to awaken her senses and gradually bring her back to consciousness. In other words, she needs love, something or someone she longs for the most to stimulate her recovery. So, they believe she needs to be at home, surrounded by family and love. Exactly. Miss Zhang was brought home to feel the warmth of family. Alongside her, an entire medical team from the U.S. has also moved into the Zhang family residence, providing 24/7 care and treatment, the man explained. Wang Wenbin nodded slowly. There wasn't much he could say, it was a family matter, after all. And after receiving the world's most advanced treatment, what more could he add? So, what does your boss mean by offering 30 million for me? Wang Wenbin asked, his tone flat. It's a good thing. A joyous matter, the man replied with a smile. A joyous matter? Yes, a very joyous matter. If you don't explain yourself clearly, I'll have to ask you to leave. I'm not in the mood for guessing games, Wang Wenbin said coldly. All right, I'll get straight to the point, the man said. My boss wants you to marry Ms. Zhang and become the son-in-law of the Zhang family. The words were like a thunderclap in Wang Wenbin's ears. He stared wide-eyed at the man, so stunned that the cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Are you out of your mind? I'm not. That's exactly what my boss instructed me to propose. It's the main reason I came here, the man said, shaking his head. Then your boss must be insane. Well, if anyone's insane, it's probably the American doctors. This proposal came from them. The doctors? Yes. According to their treatment plan, the first and most crucial step is for you to marry Ms. Zhang. They determined that you're the person she loves the most, and that marrying you is her greatest wish. Her suicide attempt was driven by the inability to be with you. The doctors believe that if you become her husband and care for her as a normal husband would, her chances of recovery will increase by more than 50%, the man explained. Do you believe this? Wang Wenbin asked, finding the entire situation utterly absurd. He had never heard of such a treatment plan before. Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter, the middle-aged man replied. What matters is that the master believes it. Besides, we've shown this plan to Chinese experts as well, and they agree it's supported by scientific evidence and successful clinical cases. The man carefully observed Wang Wenbin's expression as he spoke. The master knows you won't agree to this easily. Frankly, I wouldn't either, especially given that Ms. Zhang is currently in a vegetative state. That's why he instructed me to tell you that if you marry her, he's willing to offer you 30 million yuan. If you feel that amount isn't sufficient, we can negotiate further. You can also put forward any other conditions. Mr. Wang, I believe this is an opportunity that most people could only dream of. Let's not even talk about the 30 million. Just becoming the son-in-law of the Zhang family is something countless people would give anything for. The man said earnestly, trying to persuade him. This is preposterous. Does your master think everything in life is a business transaction? Does he believe that money can buy anything? Let's not even get into how ridiculous this so-called treatment plan is. Has he ever asked Zaini for her opinion? How does he know that Jinyi wants to marry me? Does he even respect her wishes? Mr. Wang, that's an unfair question, the man said, trying to maintain his composure. Ms. Zhang is in a vegetative state. How could we ask her for her opinion? However, we know that you are the man she loves most, her only love. She risked everything for you. How could she not want to marry you? What the master is doing serves two purposes: first, to aid Ms. Zhang's recovery, and second, as an act of penance for failing her in the past. I hope you can understand his intentions. Wang Wenbin started to respond but couldn't find the words. To him, the entire situation felt absurd, almost like a bizarre joke. But as he thought about it more carefully, he realized it had a strange sort of logic to it. Of course, there are conditions I must explain beforehand, the man continued. Regarding this marriage, the master has a few terms. Transparency and mutual agreement are essential in all our dealings. Fairness is paramount. Ha ha ha, you're true businessman through and through. Fine, tell me what are his terms. I'm curious to hear this so-called deal, Wang Wenbin said, chuckling as though preparing to listen to a ridiculous joke. First, the man began, as for the financial compensation, the amount can be negotiated. The agreed sum will be paid to you before the marriage registration is finalized. However, you must voluntarily relinquish any right to inherit Zhang family assets after the marriage, as well as any claim to premarital assets. A lawyer will draw up the necessary legal documents for this. Wang Wenbin burst into laughter. So, even if I marry your Ms. Zhang, I won't be able to get a single cent from your family. Is that right? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. But rest assured, the master isn't imposing this condition to be petty. It's simply a precaution. Once you become part of the Zhang family, financial worries will be a thing of the past. Understood. Please continue, Wang Wenbin said, lighting another cigarette, genuinely curious about what came next. Second, the man continued, you are not allowed to file for divorce until Ms. Zhang recovers. If you do, you'll be required to pay 10 times the compensation as a penalty. That makes sense. After all, when you pay a premium price, you want to guarantee the quality of the product. Go on, Wang Wenbin replied with a nod. Third, the man said, hesitating slightly, if Ms. Zhang does not wake up within 3 years, you must cooperate with us in conducting scientific reproductive procedures to ensure the birth of the next generation. What? What do you mean by that? Wang Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief. Simply put, if Ms. Zhang remains in a vegetative state after 3 years, you'll need to cooperate with us in undergoing certain medical procedures to have a child with her. The man explained matter-of-factly. Are you kidding me? How is Zhang Xinyi supposed to have a child if she's still unconscious? Is this some kind of joke? With today's medical advancements, this is entirely possible. We've consulted experts, and technologies such as in vitro fertilization and surrogacy can be employed. These are not matters you need to worry about. All you'll need to do is cooperate with the necessary procedures. It won't be too troublesome for you, the man assured him. Your master really has lost his mind. No, Mr. Wang, you're misunderstanding the master again. Think about it. The master is getting older and no longer has the ability to father children himself. His only daughter is in a vegetative state. Can you imagine the pain of that for a father? As you grow older, you'll understand how important descendants are. The master's desire to have an heir is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, the man continued, if Miss Zhang truly cannot recover, Who will inherit the Zhang family's assets? Who will continue the legacy that the master has spent his entire life building? You can't imagine how important this is to a prominent family like ours. That's why this condition is the most crucial of the three. So, an heir is more important to you than whether she recovers, Wang Wenbin said with a cold smile. Well, in certain respects, yes. So, your master essentially wants me to become a glorified sperm donor to produce an heir for your Zhang family, Wang Wenbin said, his tone mocking. I won't deny that an heir is a top priority, the man admitted. Even though we've hired the best medical team in the world to treat Ms. Zhang, there's no guarantee she will recover. But the need for an heir is urgent. The master is still relatively healthy, but raising an heir takes over 20 years. That's why we can't wait indefinitely. Well, Mr. Wang, those are the terms. As I said before, if you agree to marry Ms. Zhang under these conditions, the 30 million yuan is yours. Additionally, as the son-in-law of the Zhang family, wealth, fame, and influence will be at your fingertips. Given your time in Shanghai, you must already understand the stature of the Zhang family. If you're unhappy with the compensation or have additional terms, feel free to raise them. If they're within reason, I'm authorized to agree. If I can't, the master will make the final decision. The man leaned forward slightly and asked, So, Mr. Wang, what do you think? Wang Wenbin laughed after hearing this and said to the middle-aged man, I have only one word for my response. What is it? Leave, Wang Wenbin said, glaring at him. Mr. Wang? Can you really bear to see our Miss Zhang remain like this? No, I can't. She's my friend. If there's anything I can do to help her recover, I'll do it without hesitation. Then why won't you agree? Is this really about saving your Miss Zhang? How could you even come up with something like this? Marriage? Fine. Maybe the experts say there's scientific reasoning behind it. But can you give me a definitive answer? Will she wake up if we get married? Just give me a straight answer. If it's yes, I'll marry her immediately, Wang Wenbin asked sharply. Well, the experts said it would increase the probability. So, you can't guarantee it, right? In my opinion, marriage isn't some magic cure. If you truly want to help Ms. Zhang recover, you can just give her enough love and care, and she'll wake up the same way. And marriage? That's something that has to be consensual. Let's not even talk about whether I want it. Do you know if your Ms. Zhang wants to marry me? Do you know if she even loves me? Have you ever asked her? If not, what is this? Forced marriage? Don't forget why your Ms. Zhang ended up in this state in the first place. Moreover, Wang Wenbin continued, his voice rising, if your sole purpose really is to save Ms. Zhang, I might actually consider your proposal seriously. But that's not the case, is it? Your master's primary goal isn't to save her, it's to ensure someone legally marries her, so she can give birth to an heir who can inherit the Zhang family's wealth. You're just looking for a puppet son-in-law, someone obedient, someone who won't take a cent of your family's money. And what do you take me for? A stud horse? Just here to breed heirs for you? Telling you to leave is already showing you a lot of respect. Go back and tell your master this Zhang Xinyi and I are friends. If there's anything I can do to help her recovery, I'll do it. I'll visit her often and spend time with her if necessary. But I hope your master stops scheming around me. Let him reflect on who's really responsible for Zhang Xinyi's condition. If he truly loves her and feels guilty, then he should focus on caring for her wholeheartedly. Love and care, that's the right way to call her back to us. You may leave now. I have work to do, Wang Wenbin said coldly. The middle-aged man wasn't surprised by Wang Wenbin's response. He smiled slightly and said, Mr. Wang, nothing in life is absolute. Don't speak so decisively. I expected this reaction. It's understandable that you'd find it difficult to accept right away. But there's no rush. We have time, 3 years in fact. Here's what I'll do, I'll leave my business card here. If you ever change your mind, you can call me. You can even name your terms. After all, who wouldn't want more money, right? The man placed a card on the table and looked at Wang Wenbin, who was glaring at him in anger. Smiling, he added, Mr. Wang, you're not that young anymore. Surely you understand that it's wise to leave yourself an option. Whether or not you'll need it, having a backup plan is never a bad thing. You never know when it might come in handy. Anyway, I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye. With that, the man turned and left. Wang Wenbin stared at the business card on the table. For some reason, a surge of anger welled up inside him, and he threw the card aside. What angered him wasn't the fact that Zhang Mingyang was trying to use money to insult him again, it was that Zhang Mingyang had completely lost his mind. His own daughter was in this state because of him, and instead of focusing entirely on saving her, he was still preoccupied with these absurd plans, obsessing over who would inherit his wealth. How could a father be so heartless? Wang Wenbin sat alone, smoking one cigarette after another. After a long while he sighed. Perhaps the minds of the wealthy truly work differently from ordinary people. After all, history was full of stories about royal families fighting over thrones, fathers and sons turning against each other, brothers becoming enemies. Wang Wenbin continued to run his restaurant alone. But business wasn't as good as the previous year. Perhaps out of jealousy, or simply following trends, a new restaurant had opened on the other side of town right after the new year, owned by the son of the town's deputy party secretary. It was more luxurious and upscale than Wang Wenbin's, yet its prices were similar. In a small town with limited spending power, the number of people willing to dine in upscale restaurants was already small. With a new competitor, it was as if one bowl of rice was being shared between two people neither could get their fill. More importantly, the new restaurant's owner had the backing of his father's influence and connections. In a town like this, doing business was all about relationships. Over time, Wang Wenbin's business declined sharply. In the past, when Wang Wenbin still had hope and ambition for life in the town, he might have come up with ways to compete. But now, he had no desire to fight back. Watching his business decline day by day didn't worry him. In fact, it brought a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Life had lost its direction and purpose. Every day felt like mere survival. Wang Wenbin occasionally visited the village to check on his father. Most of the time, the old man wouldn't even open the door for him. Not wanting to anger him further, Wang Wenbin would simply leave the meat he'd brought at the doorstep and quietly leave. Whether his father ate it or threw it away, Wang Wenbin never knew. All he could do was fulfill his duty as a son in the best way he could. The business at the restaurant continued to decline. Initially, it was breaking even, but soon it began to lose money and the losses grew larger by the day. Wang Wenbin let the restaurant bleed money, making no attempts to turn things around. He continued showing up to the restaurant daily, clocking in and out as if it were just part of a routine. Even the employees advised him to close it down and cut his losses, but he simply shook his head. As long as the restaurant stayed open, it gave him something to do, a semblance of purpose. Even if it was just to comfort himself. If he shut it down, what would he do? He didn't have the answer. Ever since that New Year's Eve when Lee Wen left, Wang Wenbin hadn't seen her again. Perhaps she had returned at some point, but she never came to see him. A month ago, Lee Wen had sent him a message, letting him know that she had graduated from her training program, found a new job, and was now teaching at a middle school in the provincial capital. She wasn't coming back. Wang Wenbin stared at the message for a long time before finally replying with just one word: good. Lee Wen was like a meteor passing through Wang Wenbin's life, brief yet brilliant. She came and went in a rush, but her fleeting presence left a dazzling mark on his otherwise dark world. Wang Wenbin knew he would never forget her. Wang Wenbin believed that not every encounter had to lead to a conclusion, but every encounter had meaning. Some people come into your life to help you grow, and some stories are meant to be cherished rather than completed. For Wang Wenbin, Lee Wen was the person who helped him grow, and this chapter of his life was a story he would treasure forever. These days, Wang Wenbin wasn't so much running the restaurant as he was using it as an excuse to nurse his wounds and process his grief and frustrations. He understood that all the pain and grievances in life could only be dealt with internally. Sharing your struggles with others too often would only invite annoyance. Problems that could be resolved with a bottle of alcohol didn't need to be talked about endlessly. After all, no one could truly understand your pain, only you knew its depths. Those who genuinely cared about you might cry with you as you shared your pain. Those who didn't would see your struggles as nothing more than a joke. And so, Wang Wenbin grew accustomed to keeping his hardships to himself, letting time gradually heal his wounds. He bore his pain alone. Wang Wenbin stayed in the small town and at the restaurant as if isolating himself from the world, even though he was surrounded by people. A month later, 2 of his employees, unable to justify staying on, resigned. Although Wang Wenbin had always paid their wages on time, they felt guilty about earning a salary for doing almost no work. That evening, Wang Wenbin returned to his rented room. The house he had prepared for his marriage with Lee Wen, a fully furnished and decorated home, complete with appliances and even bedding, had never been touched since they parted ways. Although he held the keys, he hadn't set foot in it again, let alone moved in. He preferred to stay in his modest rented room. That night, as Wang Wenbin sat in his room, his phone suddenly rang. The unexpected call startled him. His phone had been eerily silent for weeks, sometimes going days without a single notification. He glanced at the screen. It was Niziki calling again. Sitting on his bed, Wang Wenbin lit a cigarette and answered, "Hello, beautiful. What good news do you have for me this time?" "Binzi. I'm in Shanghai now," Niziki said. Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You're in Shanghai?" "Yes, I've been here for a week," Nizuki confirmed. "What are you doing in Shanghai? Business or personal?" Wang Wenbin guessed. "Neither," she replied. "Then why are you in Shanghai?" "I just came. I quit my job back home and returned to my old company here. My former boss values me a lot. He personally called to invite me back, offered me a promotion, and made me the administrative director. I've been here for a week now," Nizuki explained. Wang Wenbin fell silent, taking a drag from his cigarette without speaking. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Nizuki asked. "Why did you decide to go back to Shanghai all of a sudden? Didn't you tell me before that you'd never return there?" "I don't believe you came back just for an administrative director role," Wang Wenbin said, puzzled. "It's because I realized I couldn't adapt to life back home," Nizuki sighed. "Why not?" "First, let's talk about work. I told you before that I was working for a company in our county. The boss was good to me, and he's even a friend of my dad. I was the deputy general manager, and my salary was decent by county standards. It was excellent. But the longer I worked there, the more unbearable it became." "Why?" Wang Wenbin asked, now full of questions. "The company wasn't functioning like a normal business anymore. It had completely changed. A third of the employees were the boss's relatives, friends or friends' relatives, while another third were people referred by various local leaders or important clients. That left only a third of the staff actually doing the work. You can imagine the inefficiency of such a setup. As the deputy general manager, I was responsible for most of the company's operations. But I couldn't manage the unproductive staff. They were all connected to someone important. Instead, I could only manage the few people who actually worked. How was I supposed to run things that way? On top of that, the company's survival didn't rely on its competitiveness or efficiency. It was entirely dependent on navigating the county's web of relationships. My main job wasn't to improve operations or develop our products, it was to handle social connections and attend endless networking events. To me, it didn't feel like I was working at a company at all. It was a chaotic mess. And it wasn't just this company, almost every business in the area was like this. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I resigned, Nizuki explained. Wang Wenbin nodded in agreement. Big cities and small towns operated under completely different rules, each with its own logic. Neither was inherently right or wrong, it was simply a matter of which environment suited you better. Is that the only reason you went back to Shanghai? There must be more to it, Wang Wenbin probed.
Guys, Part 6 is already available on my Patreon. Support me there to see the continuation before anyone else, and help create new stories. Your support means a lot to me. It's thanks to you that new parts are released. Thank you for watching.